Chapter 1 of the Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. The Squire of Allington. Of course there was a great house at Allington. How otherwise should there have been a small house? Our story will, as its name imports, have its closest relations with those who lived in the less dignified domicile of the two, but it will have close relations also with the more dignified, and it may be well that I should, in the first instance, say a few words as to the great house and its owner. The Squires of Allington had been Squires of Allington since squires, such as squires are now, were first known in England. From father to son, and from uncle to nephew, and in one instance from second cousin to second cousin, the sceptre had descended in the family of the Dales, and the acres had remained intact, growing in value and not decreasing in number, though guarded by no entail and protected by no wonderful amount of prudence or wisdom. The estate of Dale of Allington had been coterminous with the parish of Allington for some hundreds of years, and though, as I have said, the race of squires had possessed nothing of superhuman discretion, and had perhaps been guided in their walks through life by no very distinct principles, still there had been with them so much of adherence to a sacred law that no acre of the property had ever been parted from the hands of the existing squire. Some futile attempts had been made to increase the territory, as indeed had been done by Kit Dale, the father of Christopher Dale, who will appear as our Squire of Allington when the persons of our drama are introduced. Old Kit Dale, who had married money, had bought outlying farms, a bit of ground here and a bit there, talking, as he did so, much of political influence and of the good old Tory cause. But these farms and bits of ground had gone again before our time. To them had been attached no religion. When old Kit had found himself pressed in that matter of the majority of the 19th Dragoons, in which crack regiment his second son made for himself quite a career, he found it easier to sell than to save, seeing that that which he sold was his own, and not the patrimony of the Dales. At his death the remainder of these purchases had gone. Family arrangements required completion, and Christopher Dale required ready money. The outlying farms flew away, as such new purchases had flown before, but the old patrimony of the Dales remained untouched, as it had ever remained. It had been a religion among them, and seeing that the worship had been carried on without fail, that the vestal fire had never gone down upon the hearth, I should not have said that the Dales had walked their ways without high principle. To this religion they had all adhered, and the new heir had ever entered in upon his domain without other encumbrances than those with which he himself was then already burdened. And yet there had been no entail. The idea of an entail was not in accordance with the peculiarities of the Dale mind. It was necessary to the Dale religion that each squire should have the power of wasting the acres of Allington, and that he should abstain from wasting them. I remember to have dined at a house the whole glory and fortune of which depended on the safety of a glass goblet. We all know the story. If the luck of Edenhall should be shattered, the doom of the family would be sealed. Nevertheless, I was bidden to drink out of the fatal glass, as were all guests in that house. It would not have contented the chivalrous mind of the master to protect his doom by lock and key and padded chest. And so it was with the Dales of Allington. To them an entail would have been a lock and key and a padded chest, but the old chivalry of their house denied to them the use of such protection. I have spoken something slightingly of the acquirements and doings of the family, and indeed their acquirements had been few, and their doings little. At Allington, Dale of Allington had always been known as a king. At Guestwick, the neighbouring market town, he was a great man, to be seen frequently on Saturdays standing in the marketplace, and laying down the law as to barley and oxen among men who knew usually more about barley and oxen than did he. At Hamersham, the assize town, he was generally in some repute, being a constant grand juror for the county, and a man who paid his way. But even at Hamersham the glory of the Dales had at most periods begun to pale, for they had seldom been widely conspicuous in the county, and had earned no great reputation by their knowledge of jurisprudence in the grand jury room. Beyond Hamersham their fame had not spread itself. They had been men generally built in the same mould, inheriting each from his father the same virtues and the same vices, men who would have lived each as his father had lived before him, had not the new ways of the world gradually drawn away with them by an invisible magnetism the upcoming Dale of the day, not indeed in any case so moving him as to bring him up to the spirit of the age in which he lived, but dragging him forward to a line in advance of that on which his father had trodden. They had been obstinate men, believing much in themselves, just according to their ideas of justice, hard to their tenants, but not known to be hard even by the tenants themselves, for the rules followed had ever been the rules on the Allington estate, imperious to their wives and children, but imperious within bounds, so that no Mrs. Dale had fled from her lord's roof, and no loud scandals had existed between father and sons. Exacting in their ideas as to money, expecting that they were to receive much and to give little, and yet not thought to be mean, for they paid their way, and gave money in parish charity and in county charity. They had ever been steady supporters of the church, graciously receiving into their parish such new vicars as, from time to time, were sent to them from King's College, Cambridge, to which establishment the gift of the living belonged. But, nevertheless, the Dales had ever carried on some unpronounced warfare against the clergyman, so that the intercourse between the lay family and the clerical had seldom been in all respects pleasant. Such had been the Dales of Allington, time out of mind, and such in all respects would have been the Christopher Dale of our time, had he not suffered two accidents in his youth. He had fallen in love with a lady who obstinately refused his hand, and on her account he had remained single. That was his first accident. The second had fallen upon him with reference to his father's assumed wealth. He had supposed himself to be richer than other Dales of Allington when coming in upon his property, and had consequently entertained an idea of sitting in Parliament for his county. In order that he might attain this honour, he had allowed himself to be talked by the men of Hamersham and Guestwick out of his old family politics, and had declared himself a liberal. He had never gone to the poll, and indeed had never actually stood for the seat, but he had come forward as a liberal politician, and had failed. And although it was well known to all around that Christopher Dale was in heart as thoroughly conservative as any of his forefathers, this accident had made him sour and silent on the subject of politics, and had somewhat estranged him from his brother squires. In other respects, our Christopher Dale was, if anything, superior to the average of the family. Those whom he did love, he loved dearly. Those whom he hated, he did not ill use beyond the limits of justice. He was close in small matters of money, and yet, in certain family arrangements, he was, as we shall see, capable of much liberality. He endeavoured to do his duty in accordance with his lights, and had succeeded in weaning himself from personal indulgences, to which, during the early days of his high hopes, he had become accustomed; and in that matter of his unrequited love he had been true throughout. In his hard, dry, unpleasant way, he had loved the woman, and when at last he learnt to know that she would not have his love, he had been unable to transfer his heart to another. This had happened just at the period of his father's death, and he had endeavoured to console himself with politics, with what fate we have already seen. A constant, upright, and by no means insincere man was our Christopher Dale, thin and meagre in his mental attributes, by no means even understanding the fullness of a full man, with power of eyesight very limited in seeing aught which was above him, but yet worthy of regard in that he had realized a path of duty and did endeavour to walk therein. And moreover, our Mr. Christopher Dale was a gentleman. Such in character was the Squire of Allington, the only regular inhabitant of the great house. In person he was a plain, dry man, with short grizzled hair and thick grizzled eyebrows. Of beard he had very little, carrying the smallest possible grey whiskers, which hardly fell below the points of his ears. His eyes were sharp and expressive, and his nose was straight and well formed, as was also his chin. But the nobility of his face was destroyed by a mean mouth with thin lips, and his forehead, which was high and narrow, though it forbade you to take Mr. Dale for a fool, forbade you also to take him for a man of great parts, or of a wide capacity. In height he was about 5 feet 10, and at the time of our story was as near to 70 as he was to 60. But years had treated him very lightly, and he bore few signs of age. Such in person was Christopher Dale, Esquire, the Squire of Allington, and owner of some 3,000 a year, all of which proceeded from the lands of that parish. And now I will speak of the great house of Allington. After all, it was not very great, nor was it surrounded by much of that exquisite nobility of park appurtenance which graces the habitations of most of our old landed proprietors. But the house itself was very graceful. It had been built in the days of the early Stuarts, in that style of architecture to which we give the name of the Tudors. On its front it showed 3 pointed roofs, or gables, as I believe they should be called, and between each gable a thin, tall chimney stood, the 2 chimneys thus raising themselves just above the 3 peaks I have mentioned. I think that the beauty of the house depended much on those 2 chimneys, on them, and on the mullioned windows with which the front of the house was closely filled. The door, with its jutting porch, was by no means in the centre of the house. As you entered, there was but 1 window on your right hand, while on your left there were 3, and over these there was a line of 5 windows, one taking its place above the porch. We all know the beautiful old Tudor window, with its stout stone mullions and its stone transoms, crossing from side to side at a point much nearer to the top than to the bottom. Of all windows ever invented, it is the sweetest, and here at Allington I think their beauty was enhanced by the fact that they were not regular in their shape. Some of these windows were long windows, while some of them were high. That to the right of the door, and that to the other extremity of the house, were among the former, but the others had been put in without regard to uniformity, a long window here and a high window there, with a general effect which could hardly have been improved. Then above, in the three gables, were three other smaller apertures, but these also were mullioned, and the entire frontage of the house was uniform in its style. Round the house there were trim gardens, not very large, but worthy of much note in that they were so trim, gardens with broad gravel paths, with one walk running in front of the house, so broad as to be fitly called a terrace; but this, though in front of the house, was sufficiently removed from it to allow of a coach road running inside it to the front door. The Dales of Allington had always been gardeners, and their garden was perhaps more noted in the county than any other of their properties; but outside the gardens no pretensions had been made to the grandeur of a domain. The pastures round the house were but pretty fields, in which timber was abundant. There was no deer park at Allington, and though the Allington woods were well known, they formed no portion of a whole of which the house was a part. They lay away out of sight, a full mile from the back of the house, but not on that account of less avail for the fitting preservation of foxes; and the house stood much too near the road for purposes of grandeur, had such purposes ever swelled the breast of any of the Squires of Allington. But I fancy that our ideas of rural grandeur have altered since many of our older country seats were built. To be near the village, so as in some way to afford comfort, protection, and patronage, and perhaps also with some view to the pleasantness of neighbourhood for its own inmates, seemed to be the object of a gentleman when building his house in the old days. A solitude in the centre of a wide park is now the only site that can be recognized as eligible. No cottage must be seen, unless the cottage ornée of the gardener. The village, if it cannot be abolished, must be got out of sight. The sound of the church bells is not desirable, and the road, on which the profane vulgar travel by their own right, must be at a distance. When some old Dale of Allington built his house, he thought differently. There stood the church, and there the village, and pleased with such vicinity, he sat himself down close to his God and to his tenants. As you pass along the road from Guestwick into the village, you see the church near to you on your left hand, but the house is hidden from the road. As you approach the church, reaching the gate of it, which is not above 200 yards from the high road, you see the full front of the great house. Perhaps the best view of it is from the churchyard. The lane leading up to the church ends in a gate, which is the entrance into Mr. Dale's place. There is no lodge there, and the gate generally stands open, indeed always does so, unless some need of cattle grazing within requires that it should be closed. But there is an inner gate leading from the home paddock through the gardens to the house, and another inner gate some 30 yards farther on, which will take you into the farmyard. Perhaps it is a defect at Allington that the farmyard is very close to the house, but the stables and the straw yards and the unwashed carts and the lazy lingering cattle of the homestead are screened off by a row of chestnuts, which, when in its glory of flower in the early days of May, no other row in England can surpass in beauty. Had any one told Dale of Allington, this Dale or any former Dale, that his place wanted wood, he would have pointed with mingled pride and disdain to his belt of chestnuts. Of the church itself I will say the fewest possible number of words. It was a church such as there are, I think, thousands in England, low, incommodious, kept with difficulty in repair, too often pervious to the wet, and yet strangely picturesque, and correct too, according to great rules of architecture. It was built with a nave and aisles, visibly in the form of a cross, though with its arms clipped down to the trunk, with a separate chancel, with a large square short tower, and with a bell-shaped spire covered with lead and irregular in its proportions. Who does not know the low porch, the perpendicular Gothic window, the flat-roofed aisles, and the noble old grey tower of such a church as this? As regards its interior, it was dusty. It was blocked up with high-backed ugly pews. The gallery in which the children sat at the end of the church, and in which two ancient musicians blew their bassoons, was all awry and looked as though it would fall. The pulpit was an ugly, useless edifice, as high nearly as the roof would allow, and the reading desk under it hardly permitted the parson to keep his head free from the dangling tassels of the cushion above him. A clerk also was there beneath him, holding a third position, somewhat elevated, and upon the whole things there were not quite as I would have had them. But nevertheless the place looked like a church, and I can hardly say so much for all the modern edifices which have been built in my days towards the glory of God. It looked like a church, and not the less so because in walking up the passage between the pews the visitor trod upon the brass plates which dignified the resting places of the departed Dales of old. Below the church, and between that and the village, stood the vicarage, in such position that the small garden of the vicarage stretched from the churchyard down to the backs of the village cottages. This was a pleasant residence, newly built within the last 30 years, and creditable to the ideas of comfort entertained by the rich collegiate body from which the vicars of Allington always came. Doubtless we shall, in the course of our sojourn at Allington, visit the vicarage now and then, but I do not know that any further detailed account of its comforts will be necessary to us. Passing by the lane leading to the vicarage, the church, and to the house, the high road descends rapidly to a little brook which runs through the village. On the right, as you descend, you will have seen the Red Lion, and will have seen no other house conspicuous in any way. At the bottom, close to the brook, is the post office, kept surely by the crossest old woman in all those parts. Here the road passes through the water, the accommodation of a narrow wooden bridge having been afforded for those on foot. But before passing the stream, you will see a cross street running to the left, as had run that other lane leading to the house. Here, as this cross street rises the hill, are the best houses in the village. The baker lives here, and that respectable woman, Mrs. Frummage, who sells ribbons and toys and soap and straw bonnets, with many other things too long to mention. Here too lives an apothecary, whom the veneration of this and neighbouring parishes has raised to the dignity of a doctor. And here also, in the smallest but prettiest cottage that can be imagined, lives Mrs. Hearn, the widow of a former vicar, on terms, however, with her neighbour the squire, which I regret to say are not as friendly as they should be. Beyond this lady's modest residence, Allington Street, for so the road is called, turns suddenly round towards the church, and at the point of the turn is a pretty low iron railing with a gate, and with a covered way, which leads up to the front door of the house which stands there. I will only say here, at this fag end of a chapter, that it is the small house at Allington. Allington Street, as I have said, turns short round towards the church at this point, and there ends at a white gate, leading into the churchyard by a second entrance. So much it was needful that I should say of Allington Great House, of the squire, and of the village. Of the small house I will speak separately in a further chapter. End of chapter 1. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 2 of The Small House at Allington, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by N K Whitley. Chapter 2. The Two Pearls of Allington. But Mr. Crosbie is only a mere clerk. This sarcastic condemnation was spoken by Miss Lilian Dale to her sister Isabella, and referred to a gentleman with whom we shall have much concern in these pages. I do not say that Mr. Crosbie will be our hero, seeing that that part in the drama will be cut up, as it were, into fragments. Whatever of the magnificent may be produced will be diluted and apportioned out in very moderate quantities among 2 or more, probably among 3 or 4 young gentlemen, to none of whom will be vouchsafed the privilege of much heroic action. I don't know what you call a mere clerk, Lily. Mr. Fanfaron is a mere barrister, and Mr. Boyce is a mere clergyman. Mr. Boyce was the vicar of Allington, and Mr. Fanfaron was a lawyer who had made his way over to Allington during the last assizes. You might as well say that Lord de Guest is a mere earl. So he is, only a mere earl. Had he ever done anything except have fat oxen, one wouldn't say so. You know what I mean by a mere clerk. It isn't much in a man to be in a public office, and yet Mr. Crosbie gives himself airs. You don't suppose that Mr. Crosbie is the same as John Eames, said Bell, who by her tone of voice did not seem inclined to undervalue the qualifications of Mr. Crosbie. Now John Eames was a young man from Guestwick, who had been appointed to a clerkship in the income tax office with £80 a year 2 years ago. Then Johnny Eames is a mere clerk, said Lily, and Mr. Crosbie is... After all, Bell, what is Mr. Crosbie, if he is not a mere clerk? Of course he is older than John Eames, and as he has been longer at it, I suppose he has more than £80 a year. I am not in Mr. Crosbie's confidence. He is in the General Committee office, I know, and I believe has pretty nearly the management of the whole of it. I have heard Bernard say that he has 6 or 7 young men under him, and that... But of course I don't know what he does at his office. I'll tell you what he is, Bell. Mr. Crosbie is a swell. And Lilian Dale was right. Mr. Crosbie was a swell. And here I may perhaps best explain who Bernard was, and who was Mr. Crosbie. Captain Bernard Dale was an officer in the Corps of Engineers, was the first cousin of the 2 girls who have been speaking, and was nephew and heir presumptive to the squire. His father, Colonel Dale, and his mother, Lady Fanny Dale, were still living at Torquay, an effete, invalid, listless couple, pretty well dead to all the world beyond the region of the Torquay card tables. He it was who had made for himself quite a career in the 19th Dragoons. This he did by eloping with the penniless daughter of that impoverished earl, the Lord de Guest. After the conclusion of that event, circumstances had not afforded him the opportunity of making himself conspicuous, and he had gone on declining gradually in the world's esteem, for the world had esteemed him when he first made good his running with the Lady Fanny, till now, in his slippered years, he and his Lady Fanny were unknown, except among those Torquay bath chairs and card tables. His elder brother was still a hearty man, walking in thick shoes and constant in his saddle, but the colonel, with nothing beyond his wife's title to keep his body awake, had fallen asleep somewhat prematurely among his slippers. Of him and of Lady Fanny, Bernard Dale was the only son. Daughters they had had, Some were dead, some married, and one living with them among the card tables. Of his parents Bernard had latterly not seen much, not more, that is, than duty and a due attention to the fifth commandment required of him. He also was making a career for himself, having obtained a commission in the engineers, and being known to all his compeers as the nephew of an earl, and as the heir to a property of 3,000 a year. And when I say that Bernard Dale was not inclined to throw away any of these advantages, I by no means intend to speak in his dispraise. The advantage of being heir to a good property is so manifest, the advantages over and beyond those which are merely fiscal, that no man thinks of throwing them away, or expects another man to do so. Moneys in possession or in expectation do give a set to the head, and a confidence to the voice, and an assurance to the man, which will help him much in his walk in life, if the owner of them will simply use them and not abuse them. And for Bernard Dale, I will say that he did not often talk of his uncle the earl. He was conscious that his uncle was an earl, and that other men knew the fact. He knew that he would not otherwise have been elected at the Beaufort, or at that most aristocratic of little clubs called Seabrights. When noble blood was called in question, he never alluded specially to his own, but he knew how to speak as one of whom all the world was aware on which side he had been placed by the circumstances of his birth. Thus he used his advantage and did not abuse it, and in his profession he had been equally fortunate. By industry, by a small but wakeful intelligence, and by some aid from patronage, he had got on till he had almost achieved the reputation of talent. His name had become known among scientific experimentalists, not as that of one who had himself invented a cannon, or an antidote to a cannon, but as of a man understanding in cannons, and well fitted to look at those invented by others, who would honestly test this or that antidote, or if not honestly, seeing that such thin-minded men can hardly go to the proof of any matter without some prejudgment in their minds, at any rate with such appearance of honesty that the world might be satisfied. And in this way Captain Dale was employed much at home about London, and was not called on to build barracks in Nova Scotia or to make roads in the Punjab. He was a small, slight man, smaller than his uncle, but in face very like him. He had the same eyes and nose and chin, and the same mouth, but his forehead was better, less high and pointed, and better formed about the brows, and then he wore moustaches which somewhat hid the thinness of his mouth. On the whole he was not ill-looking, and, as I have said before, he carried with him an air of self-assurance and a confident balance, which in itself gives a grace to a young man. He was staying at the present time in his uncle's house, during the delicious warmth of the summer, for as yet the month of July was not all past, and his intimate friend Adolphus Crosby, who was or was not a mere clerk, as my readers may choose to form their own opinions on that matter, was a guest in the house with him. I am inclined to say that Adolphus Crosby was not a mere clerk, and I do not think that he would have been so called even by Lily Dale had he not given signs to her that he was a swell. Now, a man in becoming a swell of such an order as could possibly be known to Lily Dale, must have ceased to be a mere clerk in that very process, and moreover, Captain Dale would not have been Damon to any Pythias of whom it might fairly be said that he was a mere clerk. nor could any mere clerk have got himself in either at the Beaufort or at Sebright's. The evidence against that former assertion made by Lily Dale is very strong, but then the evidence as to her latter assertion is as strong. Mr. Crosbie certainly was a swell. It is true that he was a clerk in the General Committee Office, but then, in the first place, the General Committee Office is situated in Whitehall, whereas poor John Eames was forced to travel daily from his lodgings in Burton Crescent ever so far beyond Russell Square to his dingy room in Somerset House. And Adolphus Crosbie, when very young, had been a private secretary, and had afterwards mounted up in his office to some quasi-authority and senior clerkship, bringing him in 700 a year, and giving him a status among assistant secretaries and the like, which even in an official point of view was something. But the triumphs of Adolphus Crosbie had been other than these. Not because he had been intimate with assistant secretaries, and was allowed in Whitehall a room to himself with an armchair, would he have been entitled to stand upon the rug at Sebright's and speak while rich men listened. Rich men, and men also who had handles to their names. Adolphus Crosbie had done more than make minutes with discretion on the papers of the General Committee Office. He had set himself down before the gates of the city of fashion, and had taken them by storm. Or perhaps, to speak with more propriety, he had picked the locks and let himself in. In his walks of life he was somebody in London. A man at the West End who did not know who was Adolphus Crosbie knew nothing. I do not say that he was the intimate friend of many great men, but even great men acknowledged the acquaintance of Adolphus Crosbie, and he was to be seen in the drawing rooms, or at any rate on the staircases, of cabinet ministers. Lilian Dale, dear Lily Dale, for my reader must know that she is to be very dear, and that my story will be nothing to him if he do not love Lily Dale. Lilian Dale had discovered that Mr. Crosbie was a swell, but I am bound to say that Mr. Crosbie did not habitually proclaim the fact in any offensive manner, nor in becoming a swell had he become altogether a bad fellow. It was not to be expected that a man who was petted at Sebright's should carry himself in the Allington drawing room as would Johnny Eames, who had never been petted by anyone but his mother. And this fraction of a hero of ours had other advantages to back him, over and beyond those which fashion had given him. He was a tall, well-looking man, with pleasant eyes and an expressive mouth, a man whom you would probably observe in whatever room you might meet him, and he knew how to talk, and had in him something which justified talking. He was no butterfly or dandy who flew about in the world's sun, warmed into prettiness by a sunbeam. Crosbie had his opinion on things, on politics, on religion, on the philanthropic tendencies of the age, and had read something here and there as he formed his opinion. Perhaps he might have done better in the world had he not been placed so early in life in that Whitehall public office. There was that in him which might have earned better bread for him in an open profession. But in that matter of his bread, the fate of Adolphus Crosbie had by this time been decided for him, and he had reconciled himself to fate that was now inexorable. Some very slight patrimony, 100 a year or so, had fallen to his share. Beyond that, he had his salary from his office and nothing else, and on his income thus made up, he had lived as a bachelor in London enjoying all that London could give him as a man in moderately easy circumstances, and looking forward to no costly luxuries, such as a wife, a house of his own, or a stable full of horses. Those which he did enjoy of the good things of the world would, if known to John Eames, have made him appear fabulously rich in the eyes of that brother clerk. His lodgings in Mount Street were elegant in their belongings. During 3 months of the season in London, he called himself the master of a very neat hack. He was always well dressed, though never overdressed. At his clubs he could live on equal terms with men having 10 times his income. He was not married. He had acknowledged to himself that he could not marry without money, and he would not marry for money. He had put aside from him, as not within his reach, the comforts of marriage. But we will not, however, at the present moment inquire more curiously into the private life and circumstances of our new friend Adolphus Crosbie. After the sentence pronounced against him by Lilian, the 2 girls remained silent for a while. Belle was perhaps a little angry with her sister. It was not often that she allowed herself to say much in praise of any gentleman, and now that she had spoken a word or two in favour of Mr. Crosbie, she felt herself to be rebuked by her sister for this unwonted enthusiasm. Lily was at work on a drawing, and in a minute or two had forgotten all about Mr. Crosbie, but the injury remained on Belle's mind, and prompted her to go back to the subject. "I don't like those slang words, Lily." "What slang words?" "You know what you called Bernard's friend." "Oh, a swell! I fancy I do like slang. I think it's awfully jolly to talk about things being jolly, only that I was afraid of your nerves I should have called him stunning. It's so slow, you know, to use nothing but words out of a dictionary." "I don't think it's nice in talking of gentlemen." "Isn't it? Well, I'd like to be nice if I knew how." "If she knew how! There is no knowing how for a girl in that matter. If nature and her mother have not done it for her, there is no hope for her on that head. I think I may say that nature and her mother had been sufficiently efficacious for Lilian Dale in this respect. Mr. Crosbie is at any rate a gentleman, and knows how to make himself pleasant. That was all that I meant. Mamma said a great deal more about him than I did." "Mr. Crosbie is an Apollo, and I always look upon Apollo as the greatest, you know what, that ever lived. I mustn't say the word, because Apollo was a gentleman." At this moment, while the name of the god was still on her lips, the high open window of the drawing-room was darkened, and Bernard entered, followed by Mr. Crosbie. "Who is talking about Apollo?" said Captain Dale. The girls were both stricken dumb. How would it be with them if Mr. Crosbie had heard himself spoken of in those last words of poor Lily's? This was the rashness of which Belle was ever accusing her sister, and here was the result. But in truth Bernard had heard nothing more than the name, and Mr. Crosbie, who had been behind him, had heard nothing. "As sweet and musical as bright Apollo's lute, strung with his hair," said Mr. Crosbie, not meaning much by the quotation, but perceiving that the 2 girls had been in some way put out and silenced. "What very bad music it must have made," said Lily, "unless indeed his hair was very different from ours." "It was all sunbeams," suggested Bernard. But by that time Apollo had served his turn, and the ladies welcomed their guests in the proper form. "Mamma is in the garden," said Belle, with that hypocritical pretence so common with young ladies when young gentlemen call, as though they were aware that mamma was the object specially sought. picking peas with a sunbonnet on," said Lily.
"Let us by all means go and help her,"
said Mr. Crosbie, and then they issued out into the garden. The gardens of the great house of Allington and those of the small house open on to each other. A proper boundary of thick laurel hedge and wide ditch, and of iron spikes guarding the ditch, there is between them; but over the wide ditch there is a footbridge, and at the bridge there is a gate which has no key, and for all purposes of enjoyment the gardens of each house are open to the other. And the gardens of the small house are very pretty. The small house itself is so near the road that there is nothing between the dining room windows and the iron rail but a narrow edge rather than border, and a little path made with round fixed cobblestones, not above 2 feet broad, into which no one but the gardener ever makes his way. The distance from the road to the house is not above 5 or 6 feet, and the entrance from the gate is shut in by a covered way; but the garden behind the house, onto which the windows from the drawing room open, is to all the senses as private as though there were no village of Allington, and no road up to the church within 100 yards of the lawn. The steeple of the church, indeed, can be seen from the lawn, peering, as it were, between the yew trees which stand in the corner of the churchyard adjoining to Mrs. Dale's wall. But none of the Dale family have any objection to the sight of that steeple. The glory of the small house at Allington certainly consists in its lawn, which is as smooth, as level, and as much like velvet as grass has ever yet been made to look. Lily Dale, taking pride in her own lawn, has declared often that it is no good attempting to play croquet up at the great house. The grass, she says, grows in tufts, and nothing that Hopkins the gardener can or will do has any effect upon the tufts. But there are no tufts at the small house. As the squire himself has never been very enthusiastic about croquet, the croquet implements have been moved permanently down to the small house, and croquet there has become quite an institution. And while I am on the subject of the garden, I may also mention Mrs. Dale's conservatory, as to which Bell was strenuously of opinion that the great house had nothing to offer equal to it. "For flowers, of course, I mean," she would say, correcting herself; for at the great house there was a grapery very celebrated. On this matter the squire would be less tolerant than as regarded the croquet, and would tell his niece that she knew nothing about flowers. "Perhaps not, Uncle Christopher," she would say. "All the same, I like our geraniums best." For there was a spice of obstinacy about Miss Dale, as indeed there was in all the Dales, male and female, young and old. It may be as well to explain that the care of this lawn and of this conservatory, and indeed of the entire garden belonging to the small house, was in the hands of Hopkins, the head gardener to the great house; and it was so simply for this reason, that Mrs. Dale could not afford to keep a gardener herself. A working lad at 10 shillings a week, who cleaned the knives and shoes and dug the ground, was the only male attendant on the 3 ladies. But Hopkins, the head gardener of Allington, who had men under him, was as widely awake to the lawn and the conservatory of the humbler establishment as he was to the grapery, peach walls, and terraces of the grander one. In his eyes it was all one place. The small house belonged to his master, as indeed did the very furniture within it, and it was lent, not let, to Mrs. Dale. Hopkins perhaps did not love Mrs. Dale, seeing that he owed her no duty as one born a Dale. The 2 young ladies he did love, and also snubbed in a very peremptory way sometimes. To Mrs. Dale he was coldly civil, always referring to the squire, if any direction worthy of special notice as concerning the garden was given to him. All this will serve to explain the terms on which Mrs. Dale was living at the small house, a matter needful of explanation sooner or later. Her husband had been the youngest of 3 brothers, and in many respects the brightest. Early in life he had gone up to London, and there had done well as a land surveyor. He had done so well that government had employed him, and for some 3 or 4 years he had enjoyed a large income. But death had come suddenly on him while he was only yet ascending the ladder, and when he died he had hardly begun to realize the golden prospects which he had seen before him. This had happened some 15 years before our story commenced, so that the 2 girls hardly retained any memory of their father. For the first 5 years of her widowhood, Mrs. Dale, who had never been a favourite of the squire's, lived with her 2 little girls in such modest way as her very limited means allowed. Old Mrs. Dale, the squire's mother, then occupied the small house. But when old Mrs. Dale died, the squire offered the place rent-free to his sister-in-law, intimating to her that her daughters would obtain considerable social advantages by living at Allington. She had accepted the offer, and the social advantages had certainly followed. Mrs. Dale was poor, her whole income not exceeding 300 a year, and therefore her own style of living was, of necessity, very unassuming. But she saw her girls becoming popular in the county, much liked by the families around them, and enjoying nearly all the advantages which would have accrued to them had they been the daughters of Squire Dale of Allington. Under such circumstances it was little to her whether or no she were loved by her brother-in-law or respected by Hopkins. Her own girls loved her and respected her, and that was pretty much all that she demanded of the world on her own behalf. And Uncle Christopher had been very good to the girls in his own obstinate and somewhat ungracious manner. There were 2 ponies in the stables of the great house, which they were allowed to ride, and which, unless on occasions, nobody else did ride. I think he might have given the ponies to the girls, but he thought differently, and he contributed to their dresses, sending them home now and again things which he thought necessary, not in the pleasantest way in the world. Money he never gave them, nor did he make them any promises, but they were Dale's, and he loved them.
And with Christopher Dale, to love once was to love always. Belle was his chief favourite, sharing with his nephew Bernard the best warmth of his heart. About these 2 he had his projects, intending that Belle should be the future mistress of the great house of Allington, as to which project, however, Miss Dale was as yet in very absolute ignorance. We may now, I think, go back to our 4 friends as they walked out upon the lawn. They were understood to be on a mission to assist Mrs. Dale in the picking of the peas, but pleasure intervened in the way of business, and the young people, forgetting the labours of their elder, allowed themselves to be carried away by the fascinations of croquet. The iron hoops and the sticks were fixed, the mallets and the balls were lying about, and then the party was so nicely made up. "I haven't had a game of croquet yet," said Mr. Crosbie.
It cannot be said that he had lost much time, seeing that he had only arrived before dinner on the preceding day, and then the mallets were in their hands in a moment. "We'll play sides, of course," said Lily. "Bernard and I'll play together." But this was not allowed. Lily was well known to be the queen of the croquet ground, and as Bernard was supposed to be more efficient than his friend, Lily had to take Mr. Crosbie as her partner. "Apollo can't get through the hoops,"
Lily afterwards said to her sister; "but then how gracefully he fails to do it!" Lily, however, had been beaten, and may therefore be excused for a little spite against her partner. But it so turned out that before Mr. Crosbie took his final departure from Allington, he could get through the hoops; and Lily, though she was still queen of the croquet ground, had to acknowledge a male sovereign in that dominion. "That's not the way we played at," said Crosbie at one point of the game, and then stopped himself. "Where was that?" said Bernard. "A place I was at last summer in Shropshire." "Then they don't play the game, Mr. Crosbie, at the place you were at last summer in Shropshire?" said Lily. "You mean Lady Hartletop's," said Bernard. Now the Marchioness of Hartletop was a very great person indeed, and a leader in the fashionable world. "Oh, Lady Hartletop's," said Lily. "Then I suppose we must give in." Which little bit of sarcasm was not lost upon Mr. Crosbie, and was put down by him in the tablets of his mind as quite undeserved. He had endeavoured to avoid any mention of Lady Hartletop and her croquet ground, and her ladyship's name had been forced upon him. Nevertheless, he liked Lily Dale through it all, but he thought that he liked Belle the best, though she said little, for Belle was the beauty of the family. During the game, Bernard remembered that they had especially come over to bid the three ladies to dinner at the house on that day. They had all dined there on the day before, and the girl's uncle had now sent directions to them to come again. "I'll go and ask mamma about it," said Belle, who was out first; and then she returned, saying that she and her sister would obey their uncle's behest, but that her mother would prefer to remain at home. "There are the peas to be eaten, you know," said Lily. "Send them up to the great house," said Bernard. "Hopkins would not allow it," said Lily. "He calls that a mixing of things. Hopkins doesn't like mixings." And then, when the game was over, they sauntered about, out of the small garden into the larger one, and through the shrubberies, and out upon the fields, where they found the still lingering remnants of the haymaking, and Lily took a rake and raked for 2 minutes, and Mr. Crosbie, making an attempt to pitch the hay into the cart, had to pay £half-a-crown for his footing to the haymakers, and Belle sat quiet under a tree, mindful of her complexion. Whereupon Mr. Crosbie, finding the hay pitching not much to his taste, threw himself under the same tree also, quite after the manner of Apollo, as Lily said to her mother late in the evening. Then Bernard covered Lily with hay. "It was a great feat in the jocose way for him," and Lily, in returning the compliment, almost smothered Mr. Crosbie by accident. "Oh, Lily," said Belle. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, Mr. Crosbie. It was Bernard's fault. Bernard, I never will come into a hayfield with you again." And so they all became very intimate, while Belle sat quietly under the tree, listening to a word or two now and then as Mr. Crosbie chose to speak them. There is a kind of enjoyment to be had in society in which very few words are necessary. Belle was less vivacious than her sister Lily, and when, an hour after this, she was dressing herself for dinner, she acknowledged that she had passed a pleasant afternoon, though Mr. Crosbie had not said very much. End of chapter 2. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 18th of March, 2021. Chapter 3 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley. Chapter 3. The Widow Dale of Allington. As Mrs. Dale of the Small House was not a Dale by birth,
There can be no necessity for insisting on the fact that none of the Dale peculiarities should be sought for in her character. These peculiarities were not perhaps very conspicuous in her daughters, who had taken more in that respect from their mother than from their father, but a close observer might recognize the girls as Dales. They were constant, perhaps obstinate, occasionally a little uncharitable in their judgment, and prone to think that there was a great deal in being a Dale, though not prone to say much about it. But they had also a better pride than this, which had come to them as their mother's heritage. Mrs. Dale was certainly a proud woman. Not that there was anything appertaining to herself in which she took a pride. In birth she had been much lower than her husband, seeing that her grandfather had been almost nobody. Her fortune had been considerable for her rank in life, and on its proceeds she now mainly depended, but it had not been sufficient to give any of the pride of wealth, and she had been a beauty, according to my taste, was still very lovely, but certainly at this time of life she, a widow of 15 years standing, with 2 grown-up daughters, took no pride in her beauty, nor had she any conscious pride in the fact that she was a lady. That she was a lady, inwards and outwards, from the crown of her head to the sole of her feet, in head, in heart, and in mind, a lady by education and a lady by nature, a lady also by birth, in spite of that deficiency respecting her grandfather, I hereby state as a fact, meo periculo. And the squire, though he had no special love for her, had recognized this, and in all respects treated her as his equal. But her position was one which required that she should either be very proud or else very humble. She was poor, and yet her daughters moved in a position which belongs as a rule to the daughters of rich men only. This they did as nieces of the childless Squire of Allington, and as his nieces she felt that they were entitled to accept his countenance and kindness, without loss of self-respect either to her or to them. She would have ill done her duty as a mother to them had she allowed any pride of her own to come between them and such advantage in the world as their uncle might be able to give them. On their behalf she had accepted the loan of the house in which she lived, and the use of many of the appurtenances belonging to her brother-in-law, but on her own account she had accepted nothing. Her marriage with Philip Dale had been disliked by his brother the squire, and the squire, while Philip was still living, had continued to show that his feelings in this respect were not to be overcome. They never had been overcome, and now, though the brother-in-law and sister-in-law had been close neighbours for years, living, as one may say, almost in the same family, they had never become friends. There had not been a word of quarrel between them. They met constantly. The squire had unconsciously come to entertain a profound respect for his brother's widow. The widow had acknowledged to herself the truth of the affection shown by the uncle to her daughters, but yet they had never come together as friends. Of her own money matters Mrs. Dale had never spoken a word to the squire. Of his intention respecting the girls the squire had never spoken a word to the mother, and in this way they had lived and were living at Allington. The life which Mrs. Dale led was not altogether an easy life, was not devoid of much painful effort on her part. The theory of her life, one may say, was this, that she should bury herself in order that her daughters might live well above ground; and in order to carry out this theory, it was necessary that she should abstain from all complaint or show of uneasiness before her girls. Their life above ground would not be well if they understood that their mother, in this underground life of hers, was enduring any sacrifice on their behalf. It was needful that they should think that the picking of peas in a sunbonnet, or long readings by her own fireside, and solitary hours spent in thinking, were specially to her mind. "Mamma doesn't like going out." "I don't think mamma is happy anywhere out of her own drawing room." I do not say that the girls were taught to say such words, but they were taught to have thoughts which led to such words, and in the early days of their going out into the world used so to speak of their mother. But a time came to them before long, to one first and then to the other, in which they knew that it was not so, and knew also all that their mother had suffered for their sakes. And in truth, Mrs. Dale could have been as young in heart as they were. She too could have played croquet, and have coquetted with a haymaker's rake, and have delighted in her pony, ay, and have listened to little nothings from this and that Apollo, had she thought that things had been conformable thereto. Women at 40 do not become ancient misanthropes, or stern Rhadamanthine moralists, indifferent to the world's pleasures; no, not even though they be widows. There are those who think that such should be the phase of their minds. I profess that I do not so think. I would have women, and men also, young as long as they can be young. It is not that a woman should call herself in years younger than her father's family Bible will have her to be. Let her who is 40 call herself 40. But if she can be young in spirit at 40, let her show that she is so. I think that Mrs. Dale was wrong. She would have joined that party on the croquet ground, instead of remaining among the pea sticks in her sunbonnet, had she done as I would have counselled her. Not a word was spoken among the four that she did not hear. Those pea sticks were only removed from the lawn by a low wall and a few shrubs. She listened, not as one suspecting, but simply as one loving. The voices of her girls were very dear to her, and the silver ringing tones of Lily's tongue were as sweet to her ears as the music of the gods. She heard all that about Lady Hartletop, and shuddered at Lily's bold sarcasm; and she heard Lily say that mamma would stay at home and eat the peas, and said to herself sadly that that was now her lot in life. Dear darling girl! And so it should be. It was thus her thoughts ran. And then, when her ear had traced them as they passed across the little bridge into the other grounds, she returned across the lawn to the house with her burden on her arm, and sat herself down on the step of the drawing-room window, looking out on the sweet summer flowers and the smooth surface of the grass before her. Had not God done well for her to place her where she was? Had not her lines been set for her in pleasant places? Was she not happy in her girls, her sweet, loving, trusting, trusty children? As it was to be that her lord, that best half of herself, was to be taken from her in early life, and that the springs of all the lighter pleasures were to be thus stopped for her, had it not been well that in her bereavement so much had been done to soften her lot in life and give it grace and beauty? 'Twas so, she argued with herself, and yet she acknowledged to herself that she was not happy. She had resolved, as she herself had said often, to put away childish things, and now she pined for those things which she so put from her. As she sat, she could still hear Lily's voice as they went through the shrubbery, hear it when none but a mother's ears would have distinguished the sound. Now that those young men were at the great house, it was natural that her girls should be there too. The squire would not have had young men to stay with him had there been no ladies to grace his table; but for her, she knew that no one would want her there. Now and again she must go, as otherwise her very existence without going would be a thing disagreeably noticeable. But there was no other reason why she should join the party, nor in joining it would she either give or receive pleasure. Let her daughters eat from her brother's table and drink of his cup. They were made welcome to do so from the heart. For her there was no such welcome as that at the great house, nor at any other house, or any other table. Mamma will stay at home to eat the peas. And then she repeated to herself the words which Lily had spoken, sitting there leaning with her elbow on her knee and her head upon her hand. "Please, ma'am, cook says, can we have the peas to shell?" And then her reverie was broken, whereupon Mrs. Dale got up and gave over her basket. "Cook knows that the young ladies are going to dine at the great house?" "Yes, ma'am." "She needn't mind getting dinner for me. I will have tea early." And so, after all, Mrs. Dale did not perform that special duty appointed for her, but she soon set herself to work upon another duty. When a family of 3 persons has to live upon an income of 300 a year, and nevertheless makes some pretence of going into society, it has to be very mindful of small details, even though that family may consist only of ladies. Of this Mrs. Dale was well aware, and as it pleased her that her daughters should be nice and fresh and pretty in their attire, many a long hour was given up to that care.
The squire would send them shawls in winter, and had given them riding habits, and had sent them down brown silk for dresses from London,
so limited in quantity that the due manufacture of 2 dresses out of the material had been found to be beyond the art of woman, and the brown silk garments had been a difficulty from that day to this. The squire,
having a good memory in such matters, and being anxious to see the fruits of his liberality,
all this was doubtless of assistance. But had the squire given the amount which he so expended in money to his nieces, the benefit would have been greater. As it was, the girls were always nice and fresh and pretty, they themselves not being idle in that matter, but their tirewoman in chief was their mother. And now she went up to their room and got out their muslin frocks, but perhaps I should not tell such tales. She, however, felt no shame in her work as she sent for a hot iron, and with her own hands smoothed out the creases, and gave the proper set to the crimp flounces, and fixed a new ribbon where it was wanted, and saw that all was as it should be. Men think but little how much of this kind is endured that their eyes may be pleased, even though it be but for an hour. "Oh, mamma, how good you are!" said Belle, as the 2 girls came in, only just in time to make themselves ready for returning to dinner. "Mamma is always good," said Lily. "I wish, mamma, I could do the same for you oftener." And then she kissed her mother. But the squire was exact about dinner, so they dressed themselves in haste and went off again through the garden, their mother accompanying them to the little bridge. "Your uncle did not seem vexed at my not coming," said Mrs. Dale. "We have not seen him, mamma," said Lily. "We have been ever so far down the fields, and forgot altogether what o'clock it was." "I don't think Uncle Christopher was about the place, or we should have met him," said Belle. "But I am vexed with you, mamma. Are not you, Belle? It is very bad of you to stay here all alone and not come." "I suppose mamma likes being at home better than up at the great house," said Belle, very gently, and as she spoke she was holding her mother's hand. Well, good-bye, dears. I shall expect you between 10 and 11. But don't hurry yourselves if anything is going on." And so they went, and the widow was again alone. The path from the bridge ran straight up towards the back of the great house, so that for a moment or two she could see them as they tripped on almost in a run, and then she saw their dresses flutter as they turned sharp round up the terrace steps. She would not go beyond the nook among the laurels by which she was surrounded, lest any one should see her as she looked after her girls. But when the last flutter of the pink muslin had been whisked away from her sight, she felt it hard that she might not follow them. She stood there, however, without advancing a step. She would not have Hopkins telling how she watched her daughters as they went from her own home to that of her brother-in-law. It was not within the capacity of Hopkins to understand why she watched them.
"Well, girls, you're not much too soon. I think your mother might have come with you," said Uncle Christopher, and this was the manner of the man. Had he known his own wishes, he must have acknowledged to himself that he was better pleased that Mrs. Dale should stay away. He felt himself more absolutely master and more comfortably at home at his own table without her company than with it. And yet he frequently made a grievance of her not coming, and himself believed in that grievance. "I think mamma was tired," said Bell. It's not so very far across from one house to the other, if I were to shut myself up whenever I'm tired. But never mind, let's go to dinner. Mr. Crosbie, will you take my niece Lilian?"
And then, offering his own arm to Bell, he walked off to the dining room. "If he scolds mamma any more, I'll go away," said Lily to her companion, by which it may be seen that they had all become very intimate during the long day that they had passed together. Mrs. Dale, after remaining for a moment on the bridge, went in to her tea. What succedaneum of mutton chop or broiled ham she had for the roast duck and green peas which were to have been provided for the family dinner, we will not particularly inquire. We may, however, imagine that she did not devote herself to her evening repast with any peculiar energy of appetite. She took a book with her as she sat herself down, some novel probably, for Mrs. Dale was not above novels, and read a page or two as she sipped her tea. But the book was soon laid on one side, and the tray on which the warm plate had become cold was neglected, and she threw herself back in her own familiar chair, thinking of herself and of her girls, and thinking also what might have been her lot in life had he lived who had loved her truly during the few years that they had been together. It is especially the nature of a Dale to be constant in his likings and his dislikings. Her husband's affection for her had been unswerving, so much so that he had quarrelled with his brother because his brother would not express himself in brotherly terms about his wife. But nevertheless the two brothers had loved each other always. Many years had now gone by since these things had occurred, but still the same feelings remained. When she had first come down to Allington, she had resolved to win the squire's regard, but she had now long known that any such winning was out of the question. Indeed, there was no longer a wish for it. Mrs. Dale was not one of those soft-hearted women who sometimes thank God that they can love any one. She could once have felt affection for her brother-in-law, affection and close, careful, sisterly friendship, but she could not do so now. He had been cold to her, and had with perseverance rejected her advances. That was now 7 years since, and during those years Mrs. Dale had been at any rate as cold to him as he had been to her. But all this was very hard to bear. That her daughters should love their uncle was not only reasonable, but in every way desirable. He was not cold to them. To them he was generous and affectionate. If she were only out of the way, he would have taken them to his house as his own, and they would in all respects have stood before the world as his adopted children. Would it not be better if she were out of the way? It was only in her most dismal moods that this question would get itself asked within her mind, and then she would recover herself and answer it stoutly with an indignant protest against her own morbid weakness. It would not be well that she should be away from her girls, not though their uncle should have been twice a better uncle, not though by her absence they might become heiresses of all Allington. Was it not above everything to them that they should have a mother near them? And as she asked of herself that morbid question, wickedly asked it, as she declared to herself, did she not know that they loved her better than all the world beside, and would prefer her caresses and her care to the guardianship of any uncle, let his house be ever so great? As yet they loved her better than all the world beside. Of other love, should it come, she would not be jealous; and if it should come, and should be happy, might there not yet be a bright evening of life for herself? If they should marry, and if their lords would accept her love, her friendship, and her homage, she might yet escape from the death-like coldness of that great house, and be happy in some tiny cottage, from which she might go forth at times among those who would really welcome her. A certain doctor there was, living not very far from Allington, at Guestwick, as to whom she had once thought that he might fill that place of son-in-law, to be well beloved. Her quiet, beautiful belle had seemed to like the man, and he had certainly done more than seem to like her. But now, for some weeks past, this hope, or rather this idea, had faded away. Mrs. Dale had never questioned her daughter on the matter. She was not a woman prone to put such questions. But during the month or two last past, she had seen with regret that Belle looked almost coldly on the man whom her mother favoured. In thinking of all this, the long evening passed away, and at 11 o'clock she heard the coming steps across the garden. The young men had, of course, accompanied the girls home, and as she stepped out from the still open window of her own drawing-room, she saw them all on the centre of the lawn before her. "There's mamma," said Lily. "Mamma, Mr. Crosbie wants to play croquet by moonlight." "I don't think there is light enough for that," said Mrs. Dale. "There is light enough for him," said Lily, "for he plays quite independently of the hoops, don't you, Mr. Crosbie?" "There's very pretty croquet light, I should say," said Mr. Crosbie, looking up at the bright moon; "and then it is so stupid going to bed." "Yes, it is stupid going to bed," said Lily; "but people in the country are stupid, you know. Billiards, that you can play all night by gas, is much better, isn't it?" "Your arrows fall terribly astray there, Mrs. Dale, for I never touch a cue. You should talk to your cousin about billiards." "Is Bernard a great billiard player?" asked Belle. "Well, I do play now and again, about as well as Crosbie does croquet. Come, Crosbie, we'll go home and smoke a cigar." "Yes," said Lily, "and then, you know, we stupid people can go to bed. Mamma, I wish you had a little smoking room here for us. I don't like being considered stupid." And then they parted, the ladies going into the house, and the two men returning across the lawn. "Lily, my love," said Mrs. Dale, when they were all together in her bedroom, "it seems to me that you are very hard upon Mr. Crosbie. She has been going on like that all the evening," said Belle. I'm sure we are very good friends, said Lily. Oh, very, said Belle. Now, Belle, you're jealous, you know you are. And then, seeing that her sister was in some slight degree vexed, she went up to her and kissed her. She shan't be called jealous, shall she, mamma? I don't think she deserves it, said Mrs. Dale. Now, you don't mean to say that you think I meant anything, said Lily. As if I cared a buttercup about Mr. Crosbie? Or I either, Lily. Of course you don't. But I do care for him very much, mamma. He is such a duck of an Apollo. I shall always call him Apollo, Phoebus Apollo, and when I draw his picture, he shall have a mallet in his hand instead of a bow. Upon my word, I am very much obliged to Bernard for bringing him down here, and I do wish he was not going away the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, said Mrs. Dale. It was hardly worth coming for 2 days. No, it wasn't. Disturbing us all in our quiet little ways just for such a spell as that, not giving one time even to count his rays. But he says he shall perhaps come again, said Belle. There is that hope for us, said Lily. Uncle Christopher asked him to come down when he gets his long leave of absence. This is only a short leave. He is better off than poor Johnny Eames. Johnny Eames only has a month, but Mr. Crosbie has 2 months, just whenever he likes it, and seems to be pretty much his own master all the year round besides. And Uncle Christopher asked him to come down for the shooting in September, said Belle. And though he didn't say he'd come, I think he meant it, said Lily. There is that hope for us, mamma. Then you'll have to draw Apollo with a gun instead of a mallet. That is the worst of it, mamma. We shan't see much of him, or of Bernard either. They wouldn't let us go out into the woods as beaters, would they? You'd make too much noise to be of any use. Should I? I thought the beaters had to shout at the birds. I should get very tired of shouting at birds, so I think I'll stay at home and look after my clothes. I hope he will come, because Uncle Christopher seems to like him so much, said Belle. I wonder whether a certain gentleman at Guestwick will like his coming, said Lily. And then, as soon as she had spoken the words, she looked at her sister and saw that she had grieved her. Lily, you let your tongue run too fast, said Mrs. Dale. I didn't mean anything, Belle, said Lily. I beg your pardon. It doesn't signify, said Belle. Only Lily says things without thinking. And then that conversation came to an end, and nothing more was said among them beyond what appertained to their toilet, and a few last words at parting. But the 2 girls occupied the same room, and when their own door was closed upon them, Belle did allude to what had passed with some spirit. Lily, you promised me, she said, that you would not say anything more to me about Dr. Crofts. I know I did, and I was very wrong. I beg your pardon, Belle, and I won't do it again, not if I can help it. Not help it, Lily, but I'm sure I don't know why I shouldn't speak of him, only not in the way of laughing at you. Of all the men I ever saw in my life, I like him best. And only that I love you better than I love myself, I could find it in my heart to grudge you his... Lily, what did you promise just now? Well, after tonight. And I don't know why you should turn against him. I have never turned against him, or for him. There's no turning about him. He'd give his left hand if you'd only smile on him, or his right either, and that's what I should like to see. So now you've heard it. You know you are talking nonsense. So I should like to see it. And so would mamma too, I'm sure, though I never heard her say a word about him. In my mind he's the finest fellow I ever saw. What's Mr. Apollo Crosbie to him? And now, as it makes you unhappy, I'll never say another word about him. As Belle wished her sister good night with perhaps more than her usual affection, it was evident that Lily's words and eager tone had in some way pleased her, in spite of their opposition to the request which she had made, and Lily was aware that it was so. End of chapter 3. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 4 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley. Chapter 4. Mrs. Roper's boarding house. I have said that John Eames had been petted by none but his mother, but I would not have it supposed on this account that John Eames had no friends. There is a class of young men who never get petted, though they may not be the less esteemed, or perhaps loved. They do not come forth to the world as Apollos, nor shine at all, keeping what light they may have for inward purposes. Such young men are often awkward, ungainly, and not yet formed in their gait. They straggle with their limbs and are shy. Words do not come to them with ease, when words are required, among any but their accustomed associates. Social meetings are periods of penance to them, and any appearance in public will unnerve them. They go much about alone, and blush when women speak to them. In truth, they are not as yet men, whatever the number may be of their years, and as they are no longer boys, the world has found for them the ungraceful name of hobbledehoy. Such observations, however, as I have been enabled to make on this matter, have led me to believe that the hobbledehoy is by no means the least valuable species of the human race. When I compare the hobbledehoy of 1 or 2 and 20 to some finished Apollo of the same age, I regard the former as unripe fruit, and the latter as fruit that is ripe. Then comes the question as to the two fruits. Which is the better fruit? That which ripens early, which is perhaps favoured with some little forcing apparatus, or which at least is backed by the warmth of a southern wall, or that fruit of slower growth, as to which nature works without assistance, on which the sun operates in its own time, or perhaps never operates if some ungenial shade has been allowed to interpose itself. The world, no doubt, is in favour of the forcing apparatus, or of the southern wall. The fruit comes, certainly, and at an assured period. It is spotless, speckless, and of a certain quality by no means despicable. The owner has it when he wants it, and it serves its turn. But nevertheless, according to my thinking, the fullest flavour of the sun is given to that other fruit, is given in the sun's own good time, if so be that no ungenial shade has interposed itself. I like the smack of the natural growth, and like it perhaps the better because that which has been obtained without favour. But the hobbledehoy, though he blushes when women address him, and is uneasy even when he is near them, though he is not master of his limbs in a ballroom, and is hardly master of his tongue at any time, is the most eloquent of beings, and especially eloquent among beautiful women. He enjoys all the triumphs of a Don Juan, without any of Don Juan's heartlessness, and is able to conquer in all encounters through the force of his wit and the sweetness of his voice. But this eloquence is heard only by his own inner ears, and these triumphs are the triumphs of his imagination. The true hobbledehoy is much alone,
not being greatly given to social intercourse even with other hobbledehoys, a trait in his character which I think has hardly been sufficiently observed by the world at large. He has probably become a hobbledehoy instead of an Apollo, because circumstances have not afforded him much social intercourse, and therefore he wanders about in solitude, taking long walks in which he dreams of those successes which are so far removed from his powers of achievement. Out in the fields, with his stick in his hand, he is very eloquent, cutting off the heads of the springing summer weeds as he practises his oratory with energy, and thus he feeds an imagination for which those who know him give him but scanty credit, and unconsciously prepares himself for that latter ripening, if only the ungenial shade will some day cease to interpose itself. Such hobbledehoys receive but little petting, unless it be from a mother, and such a hobbledehoy was John Eames when he was sent away from Guestwick to begin his life in the big room of a public office in London. We may say that there was nothing of the young Apollo about him, but yet he was not without friends who wished him well and thought much of his welfare, and he had a younger sister who loved him dearly, who had no idea that he was a hobbledehoy, being somewhat of a hobbledehoyer herself. Mrs. Eames, their mother, was a widow, living in a small house in Guestwick, whose husband had been throughout his whole life an intimate friend of our squire. He had been a man of many misfortunes, having begun the world almost with affluence, and having ended it in poverty. He had lived all his days in Guestwick, having at one time occupied a large tract of land, and lost much money in experimental farming, and late in life he had taken a small house on the outskirts of the town, and there had died, some 2 years previously to the commencement of this story. With no other man had Mr. Dale lived on terms so intimate, and when Mr. Eames died, Mr. Dale acted as executor under his will, and as guardian to his children. He had, moreover, obtained for John Eames that situation under the crown which he now held, and Mrs. Eames had been, and still was, on very friendly terms with Mrs. Dale. The squire had never taken quite kindly to Mrs. Eames, whom her husband had not met till he was already past 40 years of age; but Mrs. Dale had made up by her kindness to the poor forlorn woman for any lack of that cordiality which might have been shown to her from the great house. Mrs. Eames was a poor forlorn woman, forlorn even during the time of her husband's life, but very woebegone now in her widowhood. In matters of importance the squire had been kind to her, arranging for her her little money affairs, advising her about her house and income, also getting for her that appointment for her son.
But he snubbed her when he met her,
and poor Mrs. Eames held him in great awe. Mrs. Dale held her brother-in-law in no awe, and sometimes gave to the widow from Guestwick advice quite at variance to that given by the squire. In this way there had grown up an intimacy between Bell and Lily and the young Eames, and either of the girls was prepared to declare that Johnny Eames was her own and well-loved friend. Nevertheless, they spoke of him occasionally with some little dash of merriment, as is not unusual with pretty girls who have hobbledehoys among their intimate friends, and who are not themselves unaccustomed to the grace of an Apollo. I may as well announce at once that John Eames, when he went up to London, was absolutely and irretrievably in love with Lily Dale.
He had declared his passion in the most moving language 100 times, but he had declared it only to himself. He had written much poetry about Lily, but he kept his lines safe under double lock and key. When he gave the reins to his imagination, he flattered himself that he might win not only her, but the world at large also, by his verses. But he would have perished rather than exhibit them to human eye. During the last 10 weeks of his life at Guestwick, while he was preparing for his career in London, he hung about Allington, walking over frequently, and then walking back again, but all in vain. During these visits he would sit in Mrs. Dale's drawing room, speaking but little, and addressing himself usually to the mother. But on each occasion, as he started on his long hot walk, he resolved that he would say something by which Lily might know of his love. When he left for London, that something had not been said. He had not dreamt of asking her to be his wife. John Eames was about to begin the world with £80 a year, and an allowance of 20 more from his mother's purse. He was well aware that with such an income he could not establish himself as a married man in London, and he also felt that the man who might be fortunate enough to win Lily for his wife should be prepared to give her every soft luxury that the world could afford. He knew well that he ought not to expect any assurance of Lily's love, but nevertheless he thought it possible that he might give her an assurance of his love. It would probably be in vain. He had no real hope, unless when he was in one of those poetic moods. He had acknowledged to himself in some indistinct way that he was no more than a hobbledehoy, awkward, silent, ungainly, with a face unfinished, as it were, or unripe. All this he knew, and knew also that there were Apollos in the world who would be only too ready to carry off Lily in their splendid cars. But not the less did he make up his mind that, having loved her once, it behoved him, as a true man, to love her on to the end. One little word he had said to her when they parted, but it had been a word of friendship rather than of love. He had strayed out after her onto the lawn, leaving Belle alone in the drawing room. Perhaps Lily had understood something of the boy's feeling, and had wished to speak kindly to him at parting, or almost more than kindly. There is a silent love which women recognize, and which in some silent way they acknowledge, giving gracious but silent thanks for the respect which accompanies it. "I have come to say good-bye, Lily," said Johnny Eames, following the girl down one of the paths. "Good-bye, John," said she, turning round. "You know how sorry we are to lose you, but it's a great thing for you to be going up to London." "Well, yes, I suppose it is. I'd sooner remain here, though." "What, stay here doing nothing? I am sure you would not. Of course I should like to do something. I mean..." "You mean that it is painful to part with old friends, and I'm sure that we all feel that at parting with you. But you'll have a holiday sometimes, and then we shall see you." "Yes, of course I shall see you then. I think, Lily, I shall care more about seeing you than anybody." "Oh no, John, there'll be your own mother and sister." "Yes, there'll be mother and Mary, of course. But I will come over here the very first day, that is, if you'll care to see me." "We shall care to see you very much, you know that. And, dear John, I do hope you'll be happy." There was a tone in her voice as she spoke which almost upset him, or I should rather say, which almost put him upon his legs and made him speak. But its ultimate effect was less powerful.
"Do you?" said he, as he held her hand for a few happy seconds. "And I'm sure I hope you'll always be happy. Good-bye, Lily." Then he left her, returning to the house, and she continued her walk, wandering down among the trees and the shrubbery, and not showing herself for the next half hour. How many girls have some such lover as that? A lover who says no more to them than Johnny Eames then said to Lily Dale, who never says more than that. And yet, when in after years they count over the names of all who have loved them, the name of that awkward youth is never forgotten. That farewell had been spoken nearly 2 years since, and Lily Dale was then 17. Since that time John Eames had been home once, and during his month's holiday had often visited Allington, but he had never improved upon that occasion of which I have told. It had seemed to him that Lily was colder to him than in old days, and he had become, if anything, more shy in his ways with her. He was to return to Guestwick again during this autumn, but, to tell honestly the truth in the matter, Lily Dale did not think or care very much for his coming. Girls of 19 do not care for lovers of 21, unless it be when the fruit has had the advantage of some forcing apparatus or sudden wall. John Eames' love was still as hot as ever, having been sustained on poetry, and kept alive perhaps by some close confidence in the ears of a brother clerk. But it is not to be supposed that during these 2 years he had been a melancholy lover. It might perhaps have been better for him had his disposition led him to that line of life. Such, however, had not been the case. He had already abandoned the flute on which he had learnt to sound 3 sad notes before he left Guestwick, and after the 5th or 6th Sunday he had relinquished his solitary walks along the towing path of the Regent's Park Canal. To think of one's absent love is very sweet, but it becomes monotonous after a mile or 2 of a towing path, and the mind will turn away to Aunt Sally, the Cremorne Gardens, and financial questions. I doubt whether any girl would be satisfied with her lover's mind if she knew the whole of it. I say, Caudle, I wonder whether a fellow could get into a club. This proposition was made on one of those Sunday walks by John Eames to the friend of his bosom, a brother clerk, whose legitimate name was Cradell, and who was therefore called Caudle by his friends.
Get into a club? Fisher in our room belongs to a club.
That's only a chess club. I mean a regular club.
One of the swell ones at the West End?
Said Cradell, almost lost in admiration at the ambition of his friend. I shouldn't want it to be particularly swell. If a man isn't a swell, I don't see what he gets by going among those who are. But it is so uncommon slow at Mother Roper's. Now, Mrs. Roper was a respectable lady who kept a boarding house in Burton Crescent, and to whom Mrs. Eames had been strongly recommended when she was desirous of finding a specially safe domicile for her son. For the first year of his life in London, John Eames had lived alone in lodgings, but that had resulted in discomfort, solitude, and, alas, in some amount of debt, which had come heavily on the poor widow. Now, for the 2nd year, some safer mode of life was necessary. She had learnt that Mrs. Cradell, the widow of a barrister, who had also succeeded in getting her son into the income tax office, had placed him in charge of Mrs. Roper, and she, with many injunctions to that motherly woman, submitted her own boy to the same custody. And about going to church, Mrs. Eames had said to Mrs. Roper.
I don't suppose I can look after that man,
Mrs. Roper had answered conscientiously.
Young gentlemen choose mostly their own churches.
But they do go? Asked the mother, very anxious in her heart as to this new life
in which her boy was to be left to follow in so many things the guidance of his own lights.
They who have been brought up steady do so mostly.
He has been brought up steady, Mrs. Roper. He has indeed. And you won't give him a latchkey?
Well, they always do ask for it.
But he won't insist if you tell him that I had rather that he shouldn't have one.
Mrs. Roper promised accordingly, and Johnny Eames was left under her charge. He did ask for the latchkey, and Mrs. Roper answered as she was bidden. But he asked again, having been sophisticated by the philosophy of Cradell, and then Mrs. Roper handed him the key. She was a woman who plumed herself on being as good as her word, not understanding that any one could justly demand from her more than that. She gave Johnny Eames the key, as doubtless she had intended to do, for Mrs. Roper knew the world, and understood that young men without latchkeys would not remain with her.
I thought you didn't seem to find it so dull since Amelia came home,
said Cradell. Amelia? What's Amelia to me? I have told you everything, Cradell, and yet you can talk to me about Amelia Roper.
Come now, Johnny.
He had always been called Johnny, and the name had gone with him to his office. Even Amelia Roper had called him Johnny on more than one occasion before this.
You were as sweet to her the other night as though there were no such person as L.D. in existence.
John Eames turned away and shook his head. Nevertheless, the words of his friend were grateful to him. The character of a Don Juan was not unpleasant to his imagination, and he liked to think that he might amuse Amelia Roper with a passing word, though his heart was true to Lilian Dale. In truth, however, many more of the passing words had been spoken by the fair Amelia than by him. Mrs. Roper had been quite as good as her word when she told Mrs. Eames that her household was composed of herself, of a son who was in an attorney's office, of an ancient maiden cousin named Miss Spruce, who lodged with her, and of Mr. Cradell. The divine Amelia had not then been living with her, and the nature of the statement which she was making by no means compelled her to inform Mrs. Eames that the young lady would probably return home in the following winter. A Mr. and Mrs. Lupex had also joined the family lately, and Mrs. Roper's house was now supposed to be full. And it must be acknowledged that Johnny Eames had, in certain unguarded moments, confided to Cradell the secret of a second, weaker passion for Amelia.
"She is a fine girl, a deuced fine girl,"
Johnny Eames had said, using a style of language which he had learnt since he left Guestwick and Allington. Mr. Cradell also was an admirer of the fair sex, and alas that I should say so, Mrs. Lupex at the present moment was the object of his admiration. Not that he entertained the slightest idea of wronging Mr. Lupex, a man who was a scene painter and knew the world. Mr. Cradell admired Mrs. Lupex as a connoisseur, not simply as a man.
By heavens, Johnny, what a figure that woman has,
he said one morning as they were walking to their office. Yes, she stands well on her pins.
I should think she did. If I understand anything of form,
said Cradell,
that woman is nearly perfect. What a torso she has!
From which expression, and from the fact that Mrs. Lupex depended greatly upon her stays and crinoline for such figure as she succeeded in displaying, it may perhaps be understood that Mr. Cradell did not understand much about form. "It seems to me that her nose isn't quite straight," said Johnny Eames. Now, it undoubtedly was the fact that the nose on Mrs. Lupex's face was a little awry. It was a long, thin nose, which, as it progressed forward into the air, certainly had a preponderating bias towards the left side.
"I care more for figure than face," said Cradell; "but Mrs. Lupex has fine eyes, very fine eyes."
"And knows how to use them too," said Johnny. "Why shouldn't she?"
"And then she has lovely hair,
only she never brushes it in the morning.
Do you know, I like that kind of déshabille," said Cradell. "Too much care always betrays itself."
"But a woman should be tidy."
"What a word to apply to such a creature as Mrs. Lupex! I call her a splendid woman. And how well she was got up last night! Do you know, I've an idea that Lupex treats her very badly. She said a word or two to me yesterday that—" and then he paused. There are some confidences which a man does not share even with his dearest friend. "I rather fancy it's quite the other way," said Eames. "How the other way?"
"That Lupex has quite as much as he likes of Mrs. L. The sound of her voice sometimes makes me shake in my shoes, I know."
"I like a woman with spirit," said Cradell.
"Oh, so do I; but one may have too much of a good thing. Amelia did tell me, only you won't mention it."
"Of course I won't."
"She told me that Lupex sometimes was obliged to run away from her. He goes down to the theatre and remains there 2 or 3 days at a time. Then she goes to fetch him, and there is no end of a row in the house."
"The fact is, he drinks,"
said Cradell.
"By George, I pity a woman whose husband drinks, and such a woman as that too."
"Take care, old fellow, or you'll find yourself in a scrape."
"I know what I'm at. Lord bless you, I'm not going to lose my head because I see a fine woman."
"Or your heart either?"
"Oh, heart! There's nothing of that kind of thing about me. I regard a woman as a picture or a statue. I dare say I shall marry some day, because men do, but I've no idea of losing myself about a woman."
"I'd lose myself 10 times over for—"
"L.D.?"
said Cradell. "That I would; and yet I know I shall never have her. I'm a jolly laughing sort of fellow, and yet, do you know, Caudle, when that girl marries, it will be all up with me. It will indeed."
"Do you mean that you'll cut your throat?"
"No, I shan't do that. I shan't do anything of that sort. And yet it will be all up with me."
"You are going down there in October. Why don't you ask her to have you?"
"With £90 a year!" His grateful country had twice increased his salary at the rate of £5 each year. "With £90 a year, and 20 allowed me by my mother."
"She could wait, I suppose. But I should ask her, and no mistake. If one is to love a girl, it's no good one going on in that way."
"It isn't much good, certainly," said Johnny Eames; and then they reached the door of the income tax office, and each went away to his own desk. From this little dialogue it may be imagined that though Mrs. Roper was as good as her word, she was not exactly the woman whom Mrs. Eames would have wished to select as a protecting angel for her son. But the truth I take to be this, that protecting angels for widows' sons at £48 a year paid quarterly are not to be found very readily in London. Mrs. Roper was not worse than others of her class. She would much have preferred lodgers who were respectable to those who were not so.
If she could only have found respectable lodgers as she wanted them. Mr. and Mrs. Lupex hardly came under that denomination. And when she gave them up her big front bedroom at 100 a year, she knew she was doing wrong, and she was troubled too about her own daughter Amelia, who was already over 30 years of age. Amelia was a very clever young woman, who had been, if the truth must be told, first young lady at a millinery establishment in Manchester. Mrs. Roper knew that Mrs. Eames and Mrs. Cradell would not wish their sons to associate with her daughter, but what could she do? She could not refuse the shelter of her own house to her own child, and yet her heart misgave her when she saw Amelia flirting with young Eames. I wish, Amelia, you wouldn't have so much to say to that young man. Laws, mother, so I do. If you go on like that, you'll put me out of both my lodgers. Go on like what, mother? If a gentleman speaks to me, I suppose I'm to answer him. I know how to behave myself, I believe. And then she gave her head a toss, whereupon her mother was silent, for her mother was afraid of her.
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley. Chapter 5 about L.D. Apollo Crosbie left London for Allington on the 31st of August, intending to stay there 4 weeks, with the declared intention of recruiting his strength by an absence of 2 months from official cares, and with no fixed purpose as to his destiny for the last of those 2 months. Offers of hospitality had been made to him by the dozen. Lady Hartletop's doors in Shropshire were open to him if he chose to enter them. He had been invited by the Countess de Courcy to join her suite at Courcy Castle. His special friend Montgomery Dobbs had a place in Scotland, and then there was a yachting party by which he was much wanted. But Mr. Crosbie had as yet knocked himself down to none of these biddings, having before him, when he left London, no other fixed engagement than that which took him to Allington. On the 1st of October we shall also find ourselves at Allington in company with Johnny Eames, and Apollo Crosbie will still be there, by no means to the comfort of our friend from the Income Tax Office. Johnny Eames cannot be called unlucky in that matter of his annual holiday, seeing that he was allowed to leave London in October, a month during which few chose to own that they remain in town. For myself, I always regard May as the best month for holiday making, but then no Londoner cares to be absent in May. Young Eames, though he lived in Burton Crescent, and had as yet no connection with the West End, had already learnt his lesson in this respect. "Those fellows in the big room want me to take May," he had said to his friend Cradell. "They must think I'm uncommon green." "It's too bad," said Cradell. "A man shouldn't be asked to take his leave in May. I never did, and what's more, I never will. I'd go to the board first." Eames had escaped this evil without going to the board, and had succeeded in obtaining for himself, for his own holiday, that month of October, which of all months is perhaps the most highly esteemed for holiday purposes. "I shall go down by the mail train to morrow night," he said to Amelia Roper on the evening before his departure. At that moment he was sitting alone with Amelia in Mrs. Roper's back drawing room. In the front room Cradell was talking to Mrs. Lupex, but as Miss Spruce was with them, it may be presumed that Mr. Lupex need have had no cause for jealousy. "Yes," said Amelia, "I know how great is your haste to get down to that fascinating spot. I could not expect that you would lose one single hour in hurrying away from Burton Crescent." Amelia Roper was a tall, well-grown young woman, with dark hair and dark eyes. Not handsome, for her nose was thick and the lower part of her face was heavy, but yet not without some feminine attractions. Her eyes were bright, but then also they were mischievous. She could talk fluently enough, but then also she could scold. She could assume sometimes the plumage of a dove, but then again she could occasionally ruffle her feathers like an angry kite. I am quite prepared to acknowledge that John Eames should have kept himself clear of Amelia Roper, but then young men so frequently do those things which they should not do. After 12 months up here in London, one is glad to get away to one's own friends, said Johnny. Your own friends, Mr. Eames? What sort of friends? Do you suppose I don't know? Well, no, I don't think you do know. L.D., said Amelia, showing that Lily had been spoken of among people who should never have been allowed to hear her name. But perhaps, after all, no more than those 2 initials were known in Burton Crescent. From the tone which was now used in naming them, it was sufficiently manifest that Amelia considered herself to be wronged by their very existence. "LSD," said Johnny, attempting the line of a witty, gay young spendthrift. "That's my love, pounds, shillings, and pence, and a very coy mistress she is." "Nonsense, sir. Don't talk to me in that way, as if I didn't know where your heart was. What right had you to speak to me if you had an L.D. down in the country?" It should be here declared on behalf of poor John Eames that he had not ever spoken to Amelia. He had not spoken to her in any such phrase as her words seemed to imply, but then he had written to her a fatal note, of which we will speak further before long, and that perhaps was quite as bad or worse. "Ha ha ha!" laughed Johnny, but the laugh was assumed, and not assumed with ease. "Yes, sir, it's a laughing matter to you, I dare say. It is very easy for a man to laugh under such circumstances, that is to say, if he is perfectly heartless, if he's got a stone inside his bosom instead of flesh and blood. Some men are made of stone, I know, and are troubled with no feelings. What is it you want me to say? You pretend to know all about it, and it wouldn't be civil in me to contradict you. What is it I want? You know very well what I want, or rather, I don't want anything. What is it to me? It is nothing to me about L.D. You can go down to Allington and do what you like for me, only I hate such ways." "What ways, Amelia?" "What ways? Now look here, Johnny, I'm not going to make a fool of myself for any man. When I came home here 3 months ago, and I wish I never had." She paused here a moment, waiting for a word of tenderness, but as the word of tenderness did not come, she went on, "But when I did come home, I didn't think there was a man in all London could make me care for him. That I didn't. And now you're going away without so much as hardly saying a word to me." And then she brought out her handkerchief. "What am I to say when you keep on scolding me all the time?" "Scolding you? And me too? No, Johnny, I ain't scolding you, and don't mean to. If it's to be all over between us,
Say the word, and I'll take myself away out of the house before you come back again. I've had no secrets from you. I can go back to my business in Manchester, though it is beneath my birth and not what I've been used to. If LD is more to you than I am, I won't stand in your way. Only say the word."
LD was more to him than Amelia Roper, 10 times more to him. LD would have been everything to him, and Amelia Roper was worse than nothing. He felt all this at the moment, and struggled hard to collect an amount of courage that would make him free.
"Say the word,"
said she, rising on her feet before him,
"and all between you and me shall be over. I have got your promise, but I'd scorn to take advantage. If Amelia hasn't got your heart, she'd despise to take your hand. Only I must have an answer."
It would seem that an easy way of escape was offered to him, but the lady probably knew that the way as offered by her was not easy to such an one as John Eames. "Amelia," he said, still keeping his seat.
"Well, sir?"
"You know I love you."
"And about LD?"
"If you choose to believe all the nonsense that Cradell puts into your head, I can't help it. If you like to make yourself jealous about 2 letters, it isn't my fault."
"And you love me?"
said she.
"Of course I love you."
And then, upon hearing these words, Amelia threw herself into his arms. As the folding doors between the 2 rooms were not closed, and as Miss Spruce was sitting in her easy chair immediately opposite to them, it was probable that she saw what passed. But Miss Spruce was a taciturn old lady, not easily excited to any show of surprise or admiration, and as she had lived with Mrs. Roper for the last 12 years, she was probably well acquainted with her daughter's ways.
"You'll be true to me,"
said Amelia, during the moment of that embrace.
"True to me for ever?"
"Oh yes, that's a matter of course," said Johnny Eames. And then she liberated him, and the 2 strolled into the front sitting room.
"I declare, Mr. Eames," said Mrs. Lupex, "I'm glad you've come. Here's Mr. Cradell does say such queer things." "Queer things?" said Cradell. "Now, Miss Spruce, I appeal to you. Have I said any queer things?"
"If you did, sir, I didn't notice them,"
said Miss Spruce.
"I noticed them then," said Mrs. Lupex. "An unmarried man like Mr. Cradell has no business to know whether a married lady wears a cap or her own hair, has he, Mr. Eames?"
"I don't think I ever know," said Johnny, not intending any sarcasm on Mrs. Lupex.
"I dare say not, sir," said the lady. "We all know where your attention is riveted. If you were to wear a cap, my dear, somebody would see the difference very soon, wouldn't they, Miss Spruce?"
"I dare say they would," said Miss Spruce.
"If I could look as nice in a cap as you do, Mrs. Lupex, I'd wear one to-morrow,"
said Amelia, who did not wish to quarrel with the married lady at the present moment. There were occasions, however, on which Mrs. Lupex and Miss Roper were by no means so gracious to each other.
"Does Lupex like caps?"
asked Cradell.
"If I wore a plumed helmet on my head, it's my belief he wouldn't know the difference. Nor yet if I had got no head at all. That's what comes of getting married. If you'll take my advice, Miss Roper, you'll stay as you are, even though somebody should break his heart about it. Wouldn't you, Miss Spruce?"
"Well, as for me, I'm an old woman, you know,"
said Miss Spruce, which was certainly true.
"I don't see what any woman gets by marrying," continued Mrs. Lupex, "but a man gains everything. He don't know how to live unless he's got a woman to help him. But is love to go for nothing?
said Cradell.
Oh, love! I don't believe in love. I suppose I thought I loved once, but what did it come to after all? Now there's Mr. Eames. We all know he's in love.
It comes natural to me, Mrs. Lupex. I was born so, said Johnny.
And there's Miss Roper. One never ought to speak free about a lady, but perhaps she's in love too.
Speak for yourself, Mrs. Lupex,
said Amelia.
There's no harm in saying that, is there?
I'm sure if you ain't, you're very hard-hearted. But if ever there was a true lover, I believe you've got one of your own. My, if there's not Lupex's step on the stair! What can bring him home at this hour? If he's been drinking, he'll come home as cross as anything.
Then Mr. Lupex entered the room, and the pleasantness of the party was destroyed. It may be said that neither Mrs. Cradell nor Mrs. Eames would have placed their sons in Burton Crescent if they had known the dangers into which the young men would fall. Each, it must be acknowledged, was imprudent, but each clearly saw the imprudence of the other. Not a week before this, Cradell had seriously warned his friend against the arts of Miss Roper.
By George, Johnny, you'll get yourself entangled with that girl.
One always has to go through that sort of thing, said Johnny.
Yes, but those who go through too much of it never get out again. Where would you be if she got a written promise of marriage from you?
Poor Johnny did not answer this immediately, for in very truth Amelia Roper had such a document in her possession. Where should I be, said he? Among the breaches of promise, I suppose.
Either that, or else among the victims of matrimony. My belief of you is, that if you gave such a promise, you'd carry it out.
Perhaps I should, said Johnny, but I don't know. It's a matter of doubt what a man ought to do in such a case.
But there's been nothing of that kind yet.
Oh dear, no.
If I was you, Johnny, I'd keep away from her. It's very good fun, of course, that sort of thing, but it is so uncommon dangerous. Where would you be now with such a girl as that for your wife? Such had been the caution given by Cradell to his friend. And now, just as he was starting for Allington, Eames returned the compliment. They had gone together to the Great Western Station at Paddington, and Johnny tendered his advice as they were walking together up and down the platform.
I say, Caudle, old boy, you'll find yourself in trouble with that Mrs. Lupex if you don't take care of yourself.
But I shall take care of myself. There's nothing so safe as a little nonsense with a married woman. Of course it means nothing, you know, between her and me.
I don't suppose it does mean anything, but she's always talking about Lupex being jealous, and if he was to cut up rough, you wouldn't find it pleasant.
Cradell, however, seemed to think that there was no danger. His little affair with Mrs. Lupex was quite platonic and safe. As for doing any real harm, his principles, as he assured his friend, were too high. Mrs. Lupex was a woman of talent, whom no one seemed to understand, and therefore he had taken some pleasure in studying her character. It was merely a study of character, and nothing more.
Then the friends parted, and Eames was carried away by the night mail train down to Guestwick. How his mother was up to receive him at 4 o'clock in the morning! How her maternal heart was rejoicing at seeing the improvement in his gait, and the manliness of appearance imparted to him by his whiskers, I need not describe at length. Many of the attributes of a hobbledehoy had fallen from him, and even Lily Dale might now probably acknowledge that he was no longer a boy.
all of which might be regarded as good, if only, in putting off childish things, he had taken up things which were better than childish. On the very first day of his arrival he made his way over to Allington. He did not walk on this occasion as he had used to do in the old happy days. He had an idea that it might not be well for him to go into Mrs. Dale's drawing room with the dust of the road on his boots and the heat of the day on his brow, so he borrowed a horse and rode over, taking some pride in a pair of spurs which he had bought in Piccadilly, and in his kid gloves, which were brought out new for the occasion. Alas, alas! I fear that those 2 years in London have not improved John Eames, and yet I have to acknowledge that John Eames is one of the heroes of my story. On entering Mrs. Dale's drawing room, he found Mrs. Dale and her eldest daughter. Lily at the moment was not there, and as he shook hands with the other two, of course he asked for her. "She is only in the garden," said Bell. "She will be here directly." "She has walked across to the great house with Mr. Crosbie," said Mrs. Dale, "but she is not going to remain. She will be so glad to see you, John. We all expected you today." "Did you?" said Johnny, whose heart had been plunged into cold water at the mention of Mr. Crosbie's name. He had been thinking of Lilian Dale ever since his friend had left him on the railway platform; and, as I beg to assure all ladies who may read my tale, the truth of his love for Lily had moulted no feather through that unholy liaison between him and Miss Roper. I fear that I shall be disbelieved in this, but it was so. His heart was, and ever had been, true to Lilian, although he had allowed himself to be talked into declarations of affection by such a creature as Amelia Roper. He had been thinking of his meeting with Lily all the night and throughout the morning, and now he heard that she was walking alone about the gardens with a strange gentleman. That Mr. Crosbie was very grand and very fashionable he had heard, but he knew no more of him. Why should Mr. Crosbie be allowed to walk with Lily Dale? And why should Mrs. Dale mention the circumstance as though it were quite a thing of course? Such mystery as there was in this was solved very quickly. "I'm sure Lily won't object to my telling such a dear friend as you what has happened," said Mrs. Dale. "She is engaged to be married to Mr. Crosbie." The water into which Johnny's heart had been plunged now closed over his head and left him speechless. Lily Dale was engaged to be married to Mr. Crosbie. He knew that he should have spoken when he heard the tidings. He knew that the moments of silence as they passed by told his secret to the two women before him, that secret which it would now behove him to conceal from all the world, but yet he could not speak. "We are all very well pleased at the match," said Mrs. Dale, wishing to spare him. "Nothing can be nicer than Mr. Crosbie," said Bell. "We have often talked about you, and he will be so happy to know you." "He won't know much about me," said Johnny, and even in speaking these few senseless words which he uttered because it was necessary that he should say something, the tone of his voice was altered. He would have given the world to have been master of himself at this moment, but he felt that he was utterly vanquished. "There is Lily coming across the lawn," said Mrs. Dale. "Then I'd better go," said Eames. "Don't say anything about it, pray don't." And then, without waiting for another word, he escaped out of the drawing room. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Read by N K Whitley. Chapter 6. Beautiful Days. I am well aware that I have not as yet given any description of Bell and Lilian Dale, and equally well aware that the longer the doing so is postponed, the greater the difficulty becomes. I wish it could be understood without any description that they were two pretty fair-haired girls, of whom Bell was the tallest and the prettiest, whereas Lily was almost as pretty as her sister, and perhaps was more attractive. They were fair-haired girls, very like each other, of whom I have before my mind's eye a distinct portrait, which I fear I shall not be able to draw in any such manner as will make it distinct to others. They were something below the usual height, being slight and slender in all their proportions. Lily was the shorter of the two, but the difference was so trifling that it was hardly remembered, unless the two were together; and when I said that Bell was the prettier, I should perhaps have spoken more justly had I simply declared that her features were more regular than her sister's. The two girls were very fair, so that the soft tint of colour which relieved the whiteness of their complexion was rather acknowledged than distinctly seen. It was there telling its own tale of health, as its absence would have told a tale of present or coming sickness, and yet nobody could ever talk about the colour in their cheeks. The hair of the two girls was so alike in hue and texture that no one, not even their mother, could say that there was a difference. It was not flaxen hair, and yet it was very light, nor did it approach to auburn, and yet there ran through it a golden tint that gave it a distinct brightness of its own. But with Bell it was more plentiful than with Lily, and therefore Lily would always talk of her own scanty locks, and tell how beautiful were those belonging to her sister. Nevertheless, Lily's head was quite as lovely as her sister's, but its form was perfect, and the simple braids in which they both wore their hair did not require any great exuberance in quantity. Their eyes were brightly blue, but Bell's were long and soft and tender, often hardly daring to raise themselves to your face, while those of Lily were rounder but brighter, and seldom kept by any want of courage from fixing themselves where they pleased. And Lily's face was perhaps less oval in its form, less perfectly oval, than her sister's. The shape of the forehead was, I think, the same, but with Bell the chin was something more slender and delicate. But Bell's chin was unmarked, whereas on her sister's there was a dimple which amply compensated for any other deficiency in its beauty. Bell's teeth were more even than her sister's, but then she showed her teeth more frequently. Her lips were thinner, and, as I cannot but think, less expressive. Her nose was decidedly more regular in its beauty, for Lily's nose was somewhat broader than it should have been. It may therefore be understood that Bell would be considered the beauty by the family, but there was perhaps more in the general impression made by these girls, and in the whole tone of their appearance, than in the absolute loveliness of their features or the grace of their figures. There was about them a dignity of demeanour devoid of all stiffness or pride, and a maidenly modesty which gave itself no airs. In them was always apparent that sense of security which women should receive from an unconscious dependence on their own mingled purity and weakness. These two girls were never afraid of men, never looked as though they were so afraid, and I may say that they had little cause for that kind of fear to which I allude. It might be the lot of either of them to be ill used by a man, but it was hardly possible that either of them should ever be insulted by one. Lily, as may perhaps have been already seen, could be full of play, but in her play she never so carried herself that any one could forget what was due to her. And now Lily Dale was engaged to be married, and the days of her playfulness were over. It sounds sad, this sentence against her, but I fear that it must be regarded as true, and when I think that it is true, when I see that the sportiveness and kitten-like gambols of girlhood should be over, and generally are over when a girl has given her troth, it becomes a matter of regret to me that the feminine world should be in such a hurry after matrimony. I have, however, no remedy to offer for the evil, and indeed am aware that the evil, if there be an evil, is not well expressed in the words I have used. The hurry is not for matrimony, but for love. Then, the love once attained, matrimony seizes it for its own, and the evil is accomplished. And Lily Dale was engaged to be married to Adolphus Crosby, to Apollo Crosby, as she still called him, confiding her little joke to his own ears, and to her he was an Apollo, as a man who is loved should be to the girl who loves him. He was handsome, graceful, clever, self-confident, and always cheerful when she asked him to be cheerful, but he had also his more serious moments, and could talk to her of serious matters. He would read to her, and explain to her things which had hitherto been too hard for her young intelligence. His voice, too, was pleasant and well under command. It could be pathetic if pathos were required, or ring with laughter as merry as her own. Was not such a man fit to be an Apollo to such a girl, when once the girl had acknowledged to herself that she loved him? She had acknowledged it to herself, and had acknowledged it to him, as the reader will perhaps say, without much delay. But the courtship had so been carried on that no delay had been needed. All the world had smiled upon it. When Mr. Crosby had first come among them at Allington as Bernard's guest, during those few days of his early visit, it had seemed as though Belle had been chiefly noticed by him, and Belle, in her own quiet way, had accepted his admiration, saying nothing of it, and thinking but very little. Lily was heart-free at the time, and had ever been so. No first shadow from love's wing had as yet been thrown across the pure tablets of her bosom. With Belle it was not so in absolute strictness. Belle's story too must be told, but not on this page. But before Crosby had come among them, it was a thing fixed in her mind that such love as she had felt must be overcome and annihilated. We may say that it had been overcome and annihilated, and that she would have sinned in no way had she listened to vows from this new Apollo. It is almost sad to think that such a man might have had the love of either of such girls, but I fear that I must acknowledge that it was so. Apollo, in the plenitude of his power, soon changed his mind, and before the end of his first visit had transferred the distant homage which he was then paying from the elder to the younger sister. He afterwards returned as the squire's guest for a longer sojourn among them, and at the end of the first month had already been accepted as Lily's future husband. It was beautiful to see how Belle changed in her mood towards Crosby and towards her sister as soon as she perceived how the affair was going. She was not long in perceiving it, having caught the first glimpses of the idea on that evening when they both dined at the great house.
leaving their mother alone to eat or to neglect the peas. For some 6 or 7 weeks Crosbie had been gone, and during that time Bell had been much more open in speaking of him than her sister. She had been present when Crosbie had bid them good-bye, and had listened to his eagerness, as he declared to Lily that he should soon be back again at Allington. Lily had taken this very quietly, as though it had not belonged at all to herself; but Bell had seen something of the truth, and, believing in Crosbie as an earnest, honest man, had spoken kind words of him, fostering any little aptitude for love which might already have formed itself in Lily's bosom. "But he is such an Apollo, you know," Lily had said. "He is a gentleman, I can see that." "Oh yes, a man can't be an Apollo unless he's a gentleman." "And he's very clever." "I suppose he is clever." There was nothing more said about his being a mere clerk. Indeed, Lily had changed her mind on that subject. Johnny Eames was a mere clerk, whereas Crosbie, if he was to be called a clerk at all, was a clerk of some very special denomination. There may be a great difference between one clerk and another. A clerk of the council and a parish clerk are very different persons. Lily had got some such idea as this into her head, as she attempted in her own mind to rescue Mr. Crosbie from the lower orders of the government service. "I wish he were not coming," Mrs. Dale had said to her eldest daughter. "I think you are wrong, mamma. But if she should become fond of him, and then—" "Lily will never become really fond of any man till he shall have given her proper reason; and if he admires her, why should they not come together?" "But she is so young, Belle." "She is 19, and if they were engaged, perhaps they might wait for a year or so. But it's no good talking in that way, mamma. If you were to tell Lily not to give him encouragement, she would not speak to him." "I should not think of interfering." "No, mamma, and therefore it must take its course. For myself, I like Mr. Crosbie very much." "So do I, my dear." "And so does my uncle. I wouldn't have Lily take a lover of my uncle's choosing." "I should hope not." "But it must be considered a good thing if she happens to choose one of his liking." In this way the matter had been talked over between the mother and her elder daughter. Then Mr. Crosbie had come, and before the end of the first month his declared admiration for Lily had proved the correctness of her sister's foresight; and during that short courtship all had gone well with the lovers. The squire from the first had declared himself satisfied with the match, informing Mrs. Dale in his cold manner that Crosbie was a gentleman with an income sufficient for matrimony.
"It would be close enough in London," Mrs. Dale had said.
"He has more than my brother had when he married," said the squire.
"If he will only make her as happy as your brother made me while it lasted," said Mrs. Dale, as she turned away her face to conceal a tear that was coming.
And then there was nothing more said about it between the squire and his sister-in-law. The squire spoke no word as to assistance in money matters, did not even suggest that he would lend a hand to the young people at starting, as an uncle in such a position might surely have done. It may well be conceived that Mrs. Dale herself said nothing on the subject; and indeed it may be conceived also that the squire, let his intentions be what they might, would not divulge them to Mrs. Dale. This was uncomfortable, but the position was one that was well understood between them. Bernard Dale was still at Allington, and had remained there through the period of Crosbie's absence.
Whatever words Mrs. Dale might choose to speak on the matter would probably be spoken to him; but then Bernard could be quite as close as his uncle. When Crosbie returned, he and Bernard had of course lived much together, and, as was natural, there came to be close discussion between them as to the two girls, when Crosbie allowed it to be understood that his liking for Lily was becoming strong.
"You know, I suppose, that my uncle wishes me to marry the elder one," Bernard had said.
"I have guessed as much."
"And I suppose the match will come off. She's a pretty girl, and as good as gold."
"Yes, she is."
"I don't pretend to be very much in love with her. It's not my way, you know. But some of these days I shall ask her to have me, and I suppose it'll all go right. The governor has distinctly promised to allow me 800 a year off the estate, and to take us in for 3 months every year if we wish it. I told him simply that I couldn't do it for less, and he agreed with me."
"You and he get on very well together."
"Oh yes, there's never been any fal-lal between us about love and duty and all that. I think we understand each other, and that's everything. He knows the comfort of standing well with the heir, and I know the comfort of standing well with the owner."
It must be admitted, I think, that there was a great deal of sound common sense about Bernard Dale.
"What will he do for the younger sister?"
asked Crosbie; and as he asked the important question, a close observer might have perceived that there was some slight tremor in his voice.
"Ah, that's more than I can tell you. If I were you, I should ask him. The governor is a plain man, and likes plain business."
"I suppose you couldn't ask him?"
"No, I don't think I could. It is my belief that he will not let her go by any means empty-handed."
"Well, I should suppose not."
"But remember this, Crosbie, I can say nothing to you on which you are to depend. Lily also is as good as gold, and as you seem to be fond of her, I should ask the governor, if I were you, in so many words, what he intends to do. Of course it's against my interest, for every shilling he gives Lily will ultimately come out of my pocket, but I'm not the man to care about that, as you know."
What might be Crosbie's knowledge on this subject we will not here inquire, but we may say that it would have mattered very little to him out of whose pocket the money came, so long as it went into his own.
When he felt quite sure of Lily, having in fact received Lily's permission to speak to her uncle,
and Lily's promise that she would herself speak to her mother,
he did tell the squire what was his intention. This he did in an open, manly way, as though he felt that in asking for much he also offered to give much.
"I have nothing to say against it," said the squire.
"And I have your permission to consider myself as engaged to her?"
"If you have hers and her mother's. Of course you are aware that I have no authority over her."
"She would not marry without your sanction."
"She is very good to think so much of her uncle," said the squire,
and his words, as he spoke them, sounded very cold in Crosbie's ears. After that Crosbie said nothing about money, having to confess to himself that he was afraid to do so. And what would be the use, said he to himself, wishing to make excuses for what he felt to be weak in his own conduct? If he should refuse to give her a shilling, I could not go back from it now. And then some ideas ran across his mind as to the injustice to which men are subjected in this matter of matrimony. A man has to declare himself
before it is fitting that he should make any inquiry about a lady's money; and then, when he has declared himself, any such inquiry is unavailing, which consideration somewhat cooled the ardour of his happiness. Lily Dale was very pretty, very nice, very refreshing in her innocence, her purity, and her quick intelligence. No amusement could be more deliciously amusing than that of making love to Lily Dale. Her way of flattering her lover, without any intention of flattery on her part, had put Crosbie into a seventh heaven. In all his experience he had known nothing like it. "You may be sure of this," she had said, "I shall love you with all my heart and all my strength." It was very nice, but then what were they to live upon? Could it be that he, Adolphus Crosbie, should settle down on the north side of the New Road as a married man, with 800 a year? If indeed the squire would be as good to Lily as he had promised to be to Bell, then indeed things might be made to arrange themselves. But there was no such drawback on Lily's happiness. Her ideas about money were rather vague, but they were very honest. She knew she had none of her own, but supposed it was a husband's duty to find what would be needful. She knew she had none of her own, and was therefore aware that she ought not to expect luxuries in the little household that was to be prepared for her. She hoped, for his sake, that her uncle might give some assistance, but was quite prepared to prove that she could be a good poor man's wife. In the old colloquies on such matters between her and her sister, she had always declared that some decent income should be considered as indispensable before love could be entertained, but 800 a year had been considered as doing much more than fulfilling this stipulation. Bell had had high-flown notions as to the absolute glory of poverty. She had declared that income should not be considered at all. If she had loved a man, she could allow herself to be engaged to him even though he had no income. Such had been their theories, and as regarded money, Lily was quite contented with the way in which she had carried out her own. In these beautiful days there was nothing to check her happiness. Her mother and sister united in telling her that she had done well, that she was happy in her choice, and justified in her love. On that first day, when she told her mother all, she had been made exquisitely blissful by the way in which her tidings had been received. "Oh, mamma, I must tell you something," she said, coming up to her mother's bedroom, after a long ramble with Mr. Crosbie through those Allington fields. "Is it about Mr. Crosbie?" "Yes, mamma." And then the rest had been said through the medium of warm embraces and happy tears, rather than by words. As she sat in her mother's room, hiding her face on her mother's shoulders, Bell had come and had knelt at her feet. "Dear Lily," she had said, "I am so glad." And then Lily remembered how she had, as it were, stolen her lover from her sister, and she put her arms round Bell's neck and kissed her. "I knew how it was going to be from the very first," said Bell. "Did I not, mamma?" "I'm sure I didn't," said Lily. "I never thought such a thing was possible." "But we did, mamma and I." "Did you?" said Lily. "Bell told me that it was to be so," said Mrs. Dale, "but I could hardly bring myself at first to think that he was good enough for my darling." "Oh, mamma, you must not say that. You must think that he is good enough for anything." "I will think that he is very good." "Who could be better? And then, when you remember all that he is to give up for my sake, and what can I do for him in return? What have I got to give him?"
Neither Mrs. Dale nor Bell could look at the matter in this light, thinking that Lily gave quite as much as she received; but they both declared that Crosbie was perfect, knowing that by such assurances only could they now administer to Lily's happiness.
And Lily between them was made perfect in her happiness,
receiving all manner of encouragement in her love, and being nourished in her passion by the sympathy and approval of her mother and sister. And then had come that visit from Johnny Eames. As the poor fellow marched out of the room, giving them no time to say farewell, Mrs. Dale and Bell looked at each other sadly, but they were unable to concoct any arrangement, for Lily had run across the lawn and was already on the ground before the window.
As soon as we got to the end of the shrubbery, there were Uncle Christopher and Bernard close to us, so I told Adolphus he might go on by himself.
"And who do you think has been here?" said Bell. But Mrs. Dale said nothing.
Had time been given to her to use her own judgment, nothing should have been said at that moment as to Johnny's visit. "Has anybody been here since I went? Whoever it was didn't stay very long."
"Poor Johnny Eames," said Bell.
Then the colour came up into Lily's face, and she bethought herself in a moment that the old friend of her young days had loved her, that he too had had hopes as to his love, and that now he had heard tidings which would put an end to such hopes. She understood it all in a moment, but understood also that it was necessary that she should conceal such understanding. "Dear Johnny," she said, "why did he not wait for me?"
"We told him you were out," said Mrs. Dale. "He will be here again before long, no doubt."
"And he knows?" "Yes. I thought you would not object to my telling him." "No, mamma, of course not. And he has gone back to Guestwick?"
There was no answer given to this question, nor were there any further words then spoken about Johnny Eames. Each of these women understood exactly how the matter stood, and each knew that the others understood it. The young man was loved by them all, but not loved with that sort of admiring affection which had been accorded to Mr. Crosbie. Johnny Eames could not have been accepted as a suitor by their pet. Mrs. Dale and Bell both felt that, and yet they loved him for his love, and for that distant, modest respect which had restrained him from any speech regarding it. Poor Johnny! But he was young, hardly as yet out of his hobbledehoyhood, and he would easily recover this blow, remembering and perhaps feeling to his advantage some slight touch of its passing romance. It is thus women think of men who love young and love in vain. But Johnny Eames himself, as he rode back to Guestwick, forgetful of his spurs, and with his gloves stuffed into his pocket, thought of the matter very differently. He had never promised to himself any success as to his passion for Lily, and had indeed always acknowledged that he could have no hope. But now that she was actually promised to another man, and as good as married, he was not the less broken-hearted because his former hopes had not been high. He had never dared to speak to Lily of his love, but he was conscious that she knew it, and he did not now dare to stand before her as one convicted of having loved in vain. And then, as he rode back, he thought also of his other love, not with many of those pleasant thoughts which Lotharios and Don Juans may be presumed to enjoy when they contemplate their successes. "I suppose I shall marry her, and there'll be an end of me," he said to himself, as he remembered a short note
which he had once written to her in his madness. There had been a little supper at Mrs. Roper's, and Mrs. Lupex and Amelia had made the punch. After supper he had been, by some accident, alone with Amelia in the dining parlour, and when warmed by the generous god, he had declared his passion. She had shaken her head mournfully, and had fled from him to some upper region, absolutely refusing his proffered embrace. But on the same night, before his head had found its pillow, a note had come to him, half repentant, half affectionate, half repellent. If indeed he would swear to her that his love was honest and manly, then indeed she might even yet see him through the chink of the doorway, with the purport of telling him that he was forgiven. Whereupon, a perfidious pencil being near to his hand, he had written the requisite words: "My only object in life is to call you my own for ever." Amelia had her misgivings whether such a promise, in order that it might be used as legal evidence, should not have been written in ink. It was a painful doubt, but nevertheless she was as good as her word, and saw him through the chink, forgiving him for his impetuosity in the parlour, with perhaps more clemency than a mere pardon required. "By George, how well she looked with her hair all loose!" he said to himself, as he at last regained his pillow, still warm with the generous god. But now, as he thought of that night, returning on his road from Allington to Guestwick, those loose floating locks were remembered by him with no strong feeling as to their charms, and he thought also of Lily Dale, as she was when he had said farewell to her on that day before he first went up to London. "I shall care more about seeing you than anybody," he had said, and he had often thought of the words since, wondering whether she had understood them as meaning more than an assurance of ordinary friendship. And he remembered well the dress she had then worn. It was an old brown merino, which he had known before, and which in truth had nothing in it to recommend it specially to a lover's notice. "Horrid old thing," had been Lily's own verdict respecting the frock, even before that day; but she had hallowed it in his eyes, and he would have been only too happy to have worn a shred of it near his heart as a talisman. How wonderful in its nature is that passion of which men speak when they acknowledge to themselves that they are in love! Of all things it is, under one condition, the most foul, and under another the most fair. As that condition is, a man shows himself either as a beast or as a god. And so we will let poor Johnny Eames ride back to Guestwick, suffering much in that he had loved basely, and suffering much also in that he had loved nobly. Lily, as she had tripped along through the shrubbery under her lover's arm, looking up every other moment into his face, had espied her uncle and Bernard. "Stop," she had said, giving him a little pull at the arm. "I won't go on. Uncle is always teasing me with some old-fashioned wit, and I've had quite enough of you to day, sir. Mind you come over to morrow before you go to your shooting." And so she had left him. We may as well learn here what was the question in dispute between the uncle and cousin, as they were walking there on the broad gravel path behind the great house.
"Bernard," the old man had said, "I wish this matter could be settled between you and Bell."
"Is there any hurry about it, sir?"
"Yes, there is hurry, or rather, as I hate hurry in all things, I would say that there is ground for dispatch. Mind, I do not wish to drive you. If you do not like your cousin, say so."
"But I do like her. Only I have a sort of feeling that these things grow best by degrees.
I quite share your dislike to being in a hurry,
but time enough has been taken now. You see, Bernard, I am going to make a great sacrifice of income on your behalf.
I am sure I'm very grateful.
I have no children, and have therefore always regarded you as my own. But there is no reason why my brother Philip's daughter should not be as dear to me as my brother Orlando's son."
"Of course not, sir, or rather his two daughters."
"You may leave that matter to me, Bernard. The younger girl is going to marry this friend of yours, and as he has a sufficient income to support a wife, I think that my sister-in-law has good reason to be satisfied by the match. She will not be expected to give up any part of her small income, as she must have done had Lily married a poor man."
"I suppose she could hardly give up much."
"People must be guided by circumstances. I am not disposed to put myself in the place of a parent to them both. There is no reason why I should, and I will not encourage false hopes. If I knew that this matter between you and Bell was arranged, I should have reason to feel satisfied with what I was doing."
From all which Bernard began to perceive that poor Crosbie's expectations in the matter of money would not probably receive much gratification; but he also perceived, or thought that he perceived, a kind of threat in this warning from his uncle.
"I have promised you 800 a year with your wife,"
the warning seemed to say; "but if you do not at once accept it,
or let me feel that it will be accepted, it may be well for me to change my mind, especially as this other niece is about to be married. If I am to give you so large a fortune with Bell, I need do nothing for Lily. But if you do not choose to take Bell and the fortune, why then—" and so on. It was thus that Bernard read his uncle's caution as they walked together on the broad gravel path. "I have no desire to postpone the matter any longer," said Bernard. "I will propose to Bell at once, if you wish it. If your mind be quite made up, I cannot see why you should delay it."
And then, having thus arranged that matter, they received their future relative with kind smiles and soft words. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Small House at Allington, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by N K Whitley. Chapter 7. The Beginning of Troubles. Lily, as she parted with her lover in the garden, had required of him to attend upon her the next morning, as he went to his shooting, and, in obedience to this command, he appeared on Mrs. Dale's lawn after breakfast, accompanied by Bernard and 2 dogs. The men had guns in their hands, and were got up with all proper sporting appurtenances, but it so turned out that they did not reach the stubble fields on the farther side of the road until after luncheon, and may it not be fairly doubted whether croquet is not as good as shooting when a man is in love. It will be said that Bernard Dale was not in love, but they who bring such accusation against him will bring it falsely. He was in love with his cousin Bell, according to his manner and fashion. It was not his nature to love Bell as John Eames loved Lily, but then neither would his nature bring him into such a trouble as that which the charms of Amelia Roper had brought upon the poor clerk from the income tax office. Johnny was susceptible, as the word goes, whereas Captain Dale was a man who had his feelings well under control.
He was not one to make a fool of himself about a girl, or to die of a broken heart.
But nevertheless he would probably love his wife when he got a wife, and
would be a careful father to his children. They were very intimate with each other now, these four. It was Bernard and Adolphus, or sometimes Apollo, and Bell and Lily among them. And Crosbie found it to be pleasant enough. A new position of life had come upon him, and one exceeding pleasant. But nevertheless there were moments in which cold fits of a melancholy nature came upon him. He was doing the very thing which throughout all the years of his manhood he had declared to himself that he would not do. According to his plan of life, he was to have eschewed marriage, and to have allowed himself to regard it as a possible event only under the circumstances of wealth, rank, and beauty, all coming in his way together. As he had expected no such glorious prize, he had regarded himself as a man who would reign at the Beaufort and be potent at Sebright's to the end of his chapter. But now it was the fact that he had fallen from his settled position, vanquished by a silver voice, a pretty wit, and a pair of moderately bright eyes. He was very fond of Lily, having in truth a stronger capability for falling in love than his friend Captain Dale. But was the sacrifice worth his while? This was the question which he asked himself in those melancholy moments, while he was lying in bed, for instance, awake in the morning, when he was shaving himself, and sometimes also when the squire was prosy after dinner. At such times as these, while he would be listening to Mr. Dale, his self-reproaches would sometimes be very bitter. Why should he undergo this? He, Crosbie of Sebright's, Crosbie of the General Committee Office, Crosbie who would allow no one to bore him between Charing Cross and the far end of Bayswater. Why should he listen to the long-winded stories of such a one as Squire Dale? If indeed the squire intended to be liberal to his niece, then it might be very well. But as yet the squire had given no sign of such intention, and Crosbie was angry with himself in that he had not had the courage to ask a question on that subject. And thus the course of love was not all smooth to our Apollo. It was still pleasant for him when he was there on the croquet ground, or sitting in Mrs. Dale's drawing room with all the privileges of an accepted lover. It was pleasant to him also as he sipped the squire's claret, knowing that his coffee would soon be handed to him by a sweet girl who would have tripped across the two gardens on purpose to perform for him this service. There is nothing pleasanter than all this, although a man, when so treated, does feel himself to look like a calf at the altar, ready for the knife, with blue ribbons round his horns and neck. Crosbie felt that he was such a calf, and the more calf-like in that he had not as yet dared to ask a question about his wife's fortune. "I will have it out of the old fellow this evening," he said to himself, as he buttoned on his dandy shooting gaiters that morning. "How nice he looks in them!" Lily said to her sister afterwards, knowing nothing of the thoughts which had troubled her lover's mind while he was adorning his legs. "I suppose we shall come back this way," Crosbie said, as they prepared to move away on their proper business when lunch was over. "Well, not exactly," said Bernard. "We shall make our way round by Darvell's farm, and so back by Gruddock's. Are the girls going to dine up at the Great House to day?" The girls declared that they were not going to dine up at the great house, that they did not intend going to the great house at all that evening.
Then, as you won't have to dress, you might as well meet us at Gruddock's gate at the back of the farmyard. We'll be there exactly at 5:30.
That is to say, we're to be there at 5:30, and you'll keep us waiting for 3/4 of an hour, said Lily. Nevertheless, the arrangement as proposed was made, and the two ladies were not at all unwilling to make it. It is thus that the game is carried on among unsophisticated people who really live in the country. The farmyard gate at Farmer Gruddock's has not a fitting sound as a trysting place in romance, but for people who are in earnest, it does as well as any oak in the middle glade of a forest. Lily Dale was quite in earnest, and so indeed was Adolphus Crosbie, only with him the earnest was beginning to take that shade of brown which most earnest things have to wear in this vale of tears. With Lily it was as yet all rose-coloured. And Bernard Dale was also in earnest. Throughout this morning he had stood very near to Bell on the lawn,
and had thought that his cousin did not receive his little whisperings with any aversion. Why should she? Lucky girl that she was, thus to have 800 a year pinned to her skirt.
"I say, Dale," Crosbie said, as, in the course of their day's work, they had come round upon Gruddock's ground, and were preparing to finish off his turnips before they reached the farmyard gate, and now, as Crosbie spoke, they stood leaning on the gate, looking at the turnips, while the two dogs squatted on their haunches. Crosbie had been very silent for the last mile or two, and had been making up his mind for this conversation. "I say, Dale, your uncle has never said a word to me yet as to Lily's fortune."
"As to Lily's fortune? The question is whether Lily has got a fortune. He can hardly expect that I am to take her without something. Your uncle is a man of the world, and he knows. Whether or no my uncle is a man of the world I will not say, but you are, Crosbie, whether he is or not. Lily, as you have always known, has nothing of her own."
"I am not talking of Lily's own. I'm speaking of her uncle. I have been straightforward with him, and when I became attached to your cousin, I declared what I meant at once."
"You should have asked him the question if you thought there was any room for such a question." "Thought there was any room? Upon my word, you are a cool fellow. Now look here, Crosbie, you may say what you like about my uncle, but you must not say a word against Lily."
"Who is going to say a word against her? You can little understand me if you don't know that the protection of her name against evil words is already more my care than it is yours. I regard Lily as my own."
"I only meant to say that any discontent you may feel as to her money, or want of money, you must refer to my uncle, and not to the family at the Small House."
"I am quite well aware of that."
"And though you are quite at liberty to say what you like to me about my uncle, I cannot say that I can see that he has been to blame."
"He should have told me what her prospects are."
"But if she have got no prospects, it cannot be an uncle's duty to tell everybody that he does not mean to give his niece a fortune. In point of fact, why should you suppose that he has such an intention?"
"Do you know that he has not? Because you once led me to believe that he would give his niece money."
"Now, Crosbie, it is necessary that you and I should understand each other in this matter."
"But did you not?"
"Listen to me for a moment. I never said a word to you about my uncle's intentions in any way until after you had become fully engaged to Lily with the knowledge of us all. Then, when my belief on the subject could make no possible difference in your conduct, I told you that I thought my uncle would do something for her. I told you so because I did think so, and as your friend, I should have told you what I thought in any matter that concerned your interest. And now you have changed your opinion. I have changed my opinion, but very probably without sufficient ground. That's hard upon me. It may be hard to bear disappointment, but you cannot say that anybody has ill-used you. And you don't think he will give her anything? Nothing that will be of much moment to you? And I'm not to say that that's hard. I think it's confounded hard. Of course, I must put off my marriage. Why do you not speak to my uncle? I shall do so. To tell the truth, I think it would have come better from him, but that is a matter of opinion. I shall tell him very plainly what I think about it, and if he is angry, why, I suppose I must leave his house. That will be all. Look here, Crosbie, do not begin your conversation with the purpose of angering him. He is not a bad-hearted man, but is very obstinate. I can be quite as obstinate as he is. And then, without further parley, they went in among the turnips, and each swore against his luck as he missed his birds. There are certain phases of mind in which a man can neither ride nor shoot, nor play a stroke at billiards, nor remember a card at whist, and to such a phase of mind had come both Crosbie and Dale after their conversation over the gate. They were not above 15 minutes late at the trysting place, but nevertheless, punctual though they had been, the girls were there before them. Of course the first inquiries were made about the game, and of course the gentlemen declared that the birds were scarcer than they had ever been before, that the dogs were wilder, and their luck more excruciatingly bad. To all which apologies very little attention was paid. Lily and Bell had not come there to inquire after partridges, and would have forgiven the sportsman even though no single bird had been killed. But they could not forgive the want of good spirits, which was apparent. "I declare I don't know what's the matter with you," Lily said to her lover. "We have been over 15 miles of ground, and—" "I never knew anything so lackadaisical as you gentlemen from London. Been over 15 miles of ground? Why, Uncle Christopher would think nothing of that." "Uncle Christopher is made of sterner stuff than we are," said Crosbie. "They used to be born so 60 or 70 years ago." And then they walked on through Gruddock's fields and the home paddocks, back to the great house, where they found the squire standing in the front of the porch. The walk had not been so pleasant as they had all intended that it should be when they made their arrangements for it. Crosbie had endeavoured to recover his happy state of mind, but had been unsuccessful. And Lily, fancying that her lover was not all that he should be, had become reserved and silent. Bernard and Bell had not shared this discomfiture, but then Bernard and Bell were, as a rule, much more given to silence than the other two. "Uncle," said Lily, "these men have shot nothing, and you cannot conceive how unhappy they are in consequence. It's all the fault of the naughty partridges."
"There are plenty of partridges, if they knew how to get them," said the squire.
"The dogs are uncommonly wild," said Crosbie.
"They are not wild with me," said the squire, "nor yet with Dingles."
Dingles was the squire's gamekeeper.
"The fact is, you young men nowadays expect to have dogs trained to do all the work for you. It's too much labour for you to walk up to your game.
You'll be late for dinner, girls, if you don't look sharp."
"We're not coming up this evening, sir,"
said Bell. "And why not?"
"We're going to stay with mamma."
"And why will not your mother come with you? I'll be whipped if I can understand it. One would have thought that under the present circumstances she would have been glad to see you all as much together as possible."
"We're together quite enough," said Lily; "and as for mamma, I suppose she thinks—" and then she stopped herself, catching the glance of Bell's imploring eye. She was going to make some indignant excuse for her mother, some excuse which would be calculated to make her uncle angry. It was her practice to say such sharp words to him,
and consequently he did not regard her as warmly as her more silent and more prudent sister. At the present moment he turned quickly round and went into the house,
and then, with a very few words of farewell, the two young men followed him. The girls went back over the little bridge by themselves, feeling that the afternoon had not gone off altogether well. "You shouldn't provoke him, Lily," said Bell. "And he shouldn't say those things about mamma. It seems to me that you don't mind what he says." "Oh, Lily!" "No more you do. He makes me so angry that I cannot hold my tongue. He thinks that because all the place is his, he is to say just what he likes. Why should mamma go up there to please his humours?" "You may be sure that mamma will do what she thinks best. She is stronger minded than Uncle Christopher, and does not want any one to help her. But, Lily, you shouldn't speak as though I were careless about mamma. You didn't mean that, I know." "Of course I didn't." Then the two girls joined their mother in their own little domain, but we will return to the men at the great house.
Crosbie, when he went up to dress for dinner, fell into one of those melancholy fits
of which I have spoken.
Was he absolutely about to destroy all the good that he had done for himself throughout the past years of his hitherto successful life? Or rather, as he at last put the question to himself more strongly, was it not the case that he had already destroyed all that success? His marriage with Lily, whether it was to be for good or bad, was now a settled thing, and was not regarded as a matter admitting of any doubt. To do the man justice, I must declare that in all these moments of misery he still did the best he could to think of Lily herself as of a great treasure which he had won, as of a treasure which should, and perhaps would, compensate him for his misery. But there was the misery very plain. He must give up his clubs and his fashion and all that he had hitherto gained, and be content to live a plain, humdrum, domestic life, with 800 a year, and a small house full of babies. It was not the kind of Elysium for which he had tutored himself. Lily was very nice indeed. She was, as he said to himself, by odds the nicest girl that he had ever seen. Whatever might now turn up, her happiness should be his first care. But as for his own, he began to fear that the compensation would hardly be perfect. "It is my own doing," he said to himself, intending to be rather noble in the purport of his soliloquy. "I have trained myself for other things, very foolishly. Of course I must suffer damnably, but she shall never know it. Dear, sweet, innocent, pretty little thing." And then he went on about the squire, as to whom he felt himself entitled to be indignant. by his own disinterested and manly line of conduct towards the niece. But I will let him know what I think about it," he said. "It's all very well for Dale to say that I have been treated fairly. It isn't fair for a man to put forward his niece under false pretences. Of course I thought that he intended to provide for her; and then, having made up his mind in a very manly way that he would not desert Lily altogether after having promised to marry her, he endeavoured to find consolation in the reflection that he might at any rate allow himself 2 years more run as a bachelor in London. Girls who have to get themselves married without fortunes always know that they will have to wait. Indeed, Lily had already told him that as far as she was concerned, she was in no hurry. He need not therefore at once withdraw his name from Sebright's. Thus he endeavoured to console himself, still, however, resolving that he would have a little serious conversation with the squire that very evening as to Lily's fortune. And what was the state of Lily's mind at the same moment, while she also was performing some slight toilet changes preparatory to their simple dinner at the Small House? "I didn't behave well to him," she said to herself. "I never do. I forget how much he is giving up for me, and then, when anything annoys him, I make it worse instead of comforting him." And upon that she made accusation against herself that she did not love him half enough, that she did not let him see how thoroughly and perfectly she loved him. She had an idea of her own that as a girl should never show any preference for a man till circumstances should have fully entitled him to such manifestation, so also should she make no drawback on her love, but pour it forth for his benefit with all her strength, when such circumstances had come to exist. But she was ever feeling that she was not acting up to her theory, now that the time for such practice had come. She would unwittingly assume little reserves, and make small pretences of indifference, in spite of her own judgment. She had done so on this afternoon, and had left him without giving him her hand to press, without looking up into his face with an assurance of love, and therefore she was angry with herself. "I know I shall teach him to hate me," she said out loud to Bell. "That would be very sad," said Bell, "but I don't see it. If you were engaged to a man, you would be much better to him. You would not say so much, but what you did say would be all affection. I am always making horrid little speeches, for which I should like to cut out my tongue afterwards." "Whatever sort of speeches they are, I think that he likes them." "Does he? I'm not all so sure of that, Bell. Of course I don't expect that he is to scold me, not yet, that is, but I know by his eye when he is pleased and when he is displeased." And then they went down to their dinner. Up at the great house, the three gentlemen met together in apparent good humour. Bernard Dale was a man of an equal temperament, who rarely allowed any feeling, or even any annoyance, to interfere with his usual manner, a man who could always come to table with a smile, and meet either his friend or his enemy with a properly civil greeting. Not that he was especially a false man. There was nothing of deceit in his placidity of demeanour. It arose from true equanimity, but it was the equanimity of a cold disposition rather than of one well ordered by discipline. The squire was aware that he had been unreasonably petulant before dinner, and having taken himself to task in his own way, now entered the dining room with the courteous greeting of a host. "I find that your bag was not so bad after all," he said, "and I hope that your appetite is at least as good as your bag." Crosbie smiled, and made himself pleasant, and said a few flattering words.
A man who intends to take some very decided step in an hour or two generally contrives to bear himself in the meantime as though the trifles of the world were quite sufficient for him.
So he praised the squire's game, said a good-natured word as to Dingle's, and bantered himself as to his own want of skill.
Then all went merry. Not quite as a marriage bell, but still merry enough for a party of 3 gentlemen.
But Crosbie's resolution was fixed, and as soon, therefore, as the old butler was permanently gone, and the wine steadily in transit upon the table, he began his task, not without some apparent abruptness. Having fully considered the matter, he had determined that he would not wait for Bernard Dale's absence. He thought it possible that he might be able to fight his battle better in Bernard's presence than he could do behind his back.
"Squire," he began, they all called him Squire when they were on good terms together,
and Crosbie thought it well to begin as though there was nothing amiss between them. "Squire, of course I am thinking a good deal at the present moment as to my intended marriage." "That's natural enough," said the squire. "Yes, by George, sir, a man doesn't make a change like that without finding that he has got something to think of." "I suppose not," said the squire. "I never was in the way of getting married myself, but I can easily understand that. I've been the luckiest fellow in the world in finding such a girl as your niece."
Whereupon the squire bowed,
intending to make a little courteous declaration that the luck in the matter was on the side of the Dales.
"I know that," continued Crosbie. "She is exactly everything that a girl ought to be."
"She is a good girl," said Bernard. "Yes, I think she is," said the squire.
"But it seems to me," said Crosbie, finding that it was necessary to dash at once headlong into the water, "that something ought to be said as to my means of supporting her properly." Then he paused for a moment, expecting that the squire would speak.
But the squire sat perfectly still, looking intently at the empty fireplace, and saying nothing.
"Of supporting her," continued Crosbie, "with all those comforts to which she has been accustomed."
"She has never been used to expense," said the squire. "Her mother, as you doubtless know, is not a rich woman."
"But living here, Lily has had great advantages, a horse to ride, and all that sort of thing."
"I don't suppose she expects a horse in the park,"
said the squire, with a very perceptible touch of sarcasm in his voice. "I hope not," said Crosbie.
"I believe she has had the use of one of the ponies here sometimes, but I hope that has not made her extravagant in her ideas. I did not think that there was anything of that nonsense about either of them."
"Nor is there, as far as I know."
"Nothing of the sort,"
said Bernard. "But the long and the short of it is this, sir," and Crosbie, as he spoke, endeavoured to maintain his ordinary voice and usual coolness, but his heightened colour betrayed that he was nervous. "Am I to expect any accession of income with my wife?"
"I have not spoken to my sister-in-law on the subject," said the squire, "but I should fear that she cannot do much."
"As a matter of course, I would not take a shilling from her," said Crosbie.
"Then that settles it,"
said the squire. Crosbie paused a moment, during which his colour became very red.
He unconsciously took up an apricot and ate it, and then he spoke out. "Of course I was not alluding to Mrs. Dale's income. I would not on any account disturb her arrangements, but I wished to learn, sir, whether you intend to do anything for your niece."
"In the way of giving her a fortune? Nothing at all. I intend to do nothing at all."
"Then I suppose we understand each other at last," said Crosbie.
"I should have thought that we might have understood each other at first," said the squire. "Did I ever make you any promise, or give you any hint that I intended to provide for my niece? Have I ever held out to you any such hope? I don't know what you mean by that word 'at last,' unless it be to give offence."
"I meant the truth, sir. I meant this, that seeing the manner in which your nieces lived with you, I thought it probable that you would treat them both as though they were your daughters. Now I find out my mistake, that is all."
"You have been mistaken, and without a shadow of excuse for your mistake."
"Others have been mistaken with me," said Crosbie, forgetting on the spur of the moment that he had no right to drag the opinion of any other person into the question.
"What others?"
said the squire with anger,
and his mind immediately betook itself to his sister-in-law.
"I do not want to make any mischief," said Crosbie.
"If anybody connected with my family has presumed to tell you that I intended to do more for my niece Lilian than I have already done, such person has not only been false, but ungrateful. I have given to no one any authority to make any promise on behalf of my niece."
"No such promise has been made. It was only a suggestion," said Crosbie. He was not in the least aware to whom the squire was alluding in his anger, but he perceived that his host was angry, and having already reflected that he should not have alluded to the words which Bernard Dale had spoken in his friendship, he resolved to name no one.
Bernard, as he sat by listening, knew exactly how the matter stood, but as he thought there could be no reason why he should subject himself to his uncle's ill will, seeing that he had committed no sin. "No such suggestion should have been made," said the squire. "No one has had a right to make such a suggestion. No one has been placed by me in a position to make such a suggestion to you without manifest impropriety. I will ask no further questions about it, but it is quite as well that you should understand at once that I do not consider it to be my duty to give my niece Lilian a fortune on her marriage. I trust that your offer to her was not made under any such delusion."
"No, sir, it was not," said Crosbie.
"Then I suppose that no great harm has been done. I am sorry if false hopes have been given to you, but I am sure you will acknowledge that they were not given to you by me."
"I think you have misunderstood me, sir. My hopes were never very high, but I thought it right to ascertain your intentions."
"Now you know them. I trust, for the girl's sake, that it will make no difference to her. I can hardly believe that she has been to blame in the matter."
Crosbie hastened at once to exculpate Lily, and then, with more awkward blunders than a man should have made who was so well acquainted with fashionable life as the Apollo of the Beaufort, he proceeded to explain that as Lily was to have nothing, his own pecuniary arrangements would necessitate some little delay in their marriage.
"As far as I myself am concerned," said the squire, "I do not like long engagements, but I am quite aware that in this matter I have no right to interfere, unless, indeed—" and then he stopped himself. "I suppose it will be well to fix some day, eh, Crosby?" said Bernard.
"I will discuss that matter with Mrs. Dale," said Crosby.
"If you and she understand each other," said the squire, "that will be sufficient. Shall we go into the drawing room now, or out upon the lawn?"
That evening, as Crosby went to bed, he felt that he had not gained the victory in his encounter with the squire. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 8. It Cannot Be. On the following morning, at breakfast, each of the 3 gentlemen at the great house received a little note on pink paper, nominally from Mrs. Dale, asking them to drink tea at the Small House on that day week. At the bottom of the note which Lily had written for Mr. Crosby was added, "Dancing on the lawn, if we can get anybody to stand up. Of course you must come, whether you like it or not. And Bernard also. Do your possible to talk my uncle into coming." And this note did something towards recreating good humour among them at the breakfast table. It was shown to the squire, and at last he was brought to say
that he would perhaps go to Mrs. Dale's little evening party.
It may be well to explain that this promised entertainment had been originated with no special view to the pleasure of Mr. Crosby, but altogether on behalf of poor Johnny Eames. What was to be done in that matter? This question had been fully discussed between Mrs. Dale and Bell, and they had come to the conclusion that it would be best to ask Johnny over to a little friendly gathering, in which he might be able to meet Lily with some strangers around them. In this way his embarrassment might be overcome. It would never do, as Mrs. Dale said, that he should be suffered to stay away unnoticed by them. "When the ice is once broken, he won't mind it," said Bell; and therefore, early in the day, a messenger was sent over to Guestwick, who returned with a note from Mrs. Eames, saying that she would come on the evening in question with her son and daughter. They would keep the fly and get back to Guestwick the same evening. This was added as an offer had been made of beds for Mrs. Eames and Mary. Before the evening of the party, another memorable occurrence had taken place at Allington, which must be described, in order that the feelings of the different people on that evening may be understood.
The squire had given his nephew to understand that he wished to have that matter settled as to his niece Bell, and as Bernard's views were altogether in accordance with the squire's, he resolved to comply with his uncle's wishes. The project for him was not a new thing. He did love his cousin quite sufficiently for purposes of matrimony, and was minded that it would be a good thing for him to marry. He could not marry without money, but this marriage would give him an income without the trouble of intricate settlements, or the interference of lawyers hostile to his own interests. It was possible that he might do better, but then it was possible also that he might do much worse. And in addition to this, he was fond of his cousin. He discussed the matter within himself very calmly, made some excellent resolutions as to the kind of life which it would behove him to live as a married man, settled on the street in London in which he would have his house, and behaved very prettily to Bell for 4 or 5 days running. That he did not make love to her in the ordinary sense of the word must, I suppose, be taken for granted, seeing that Bell herself did not recognize the fact. She had always liked her cousin, and thought that in these days he was making himself particularly agreeable. On the evening before the party, the girls were at the great house, having come up nominally with the intention of discussing the expediency of dancing on the lawn.
Lily had made up her mind that it was to be so, but Belle had objected that it would be cold and damp, and that the drawing room would be nicer for dancing. "You see, we've only got 4 young gentlemen and 1 ungrown," said Lily, "and they will look so stupid standing up all properly in a room, as though we had a regular party." "Thank you for the compliment," said Crosbie, taking off his straw hat. "So you will, and we girls will look more stupid still. But out on the lawn it won't look stupid at all. 2 or 3 might stand up on the lawn, and it would be jolly enough." "I don't quite see it," said Bernard. "Yes, I think I see it," said Crosbie. "The unadaptability of the lawn for the purpose of a ball." "Nobody is thinking of a ball," said Lily, with mock petulance. "I'm defending you, and yet you won't let me speak. The unadaptability of the lawn for the purposes of a ball will conceal the insufficiency of 4 men and a boy as a supply of male dancers. But, Lily, who is the ungrown gentleman? Is it your old friend Johnny Eames?" Lily's voice became sobered as she answered him. "Oh no, I did not mean Mr. Eames. He is coming, but I did not mean him. Dick Boyce, Mr. Boyce's son, is only 16. He is the ungrown gentleman." "And who is the 4th adult?" "Dr. Crofts, from Guestwick. I do hope you will like him, Adolphus. We think he is the very perfection of a man." "Then, of course, I shall hate him, and be very jealous too." And then that pair went off together, fighting their own little battle on that head, as turtle doves will sometimes do. They went off, and Bernard was left with Belle standing together over the ha-ha fence which divides the garden at the back of the house from the field. "Belle," he said, "they seem very happy, don't they?" "And they ought to be happy now, oughtn't they? Dear Lily, I hope he will be good to her. Do you know, Bernard, though he is your friend, I am very, very anxious about it. It is such a vast trust to put in a man when we do not quite know him." "Yes, it is, but they'll do very well together. Lily will be happy enough." "And he?" "I suppose he'll be happy too. He'll feel himself a bit straitened as to his income at first, but that will all come round." "If he is not, she will be wretched." "They will do very well. Lily must be prepared to make the money go as far as she can, that's all." "Lily won't feel the want of money. It is not that. But if he lets her know that she has made him a poor man, then she will be unhappy. Is he extravagant, Bernard?" But Bernard was anxious to discuss another subject, and therefore would not speak such words of wisdom as to Lily's engagement, as might have been expected from him had he been in a different frame of mind. "No, I should say not," said he. "But Belle—" "I do not know that we could have acted otherwise than we have done, and yet I fear that we have been rash. If he makes her unhappy, Bernard, I shall never forgive you." But as she said this, she put her hand lovingly upon his arm, as a cousin might do, and spoke in a tone which divested her threat of its acerbity. "You must not quarrel with me, Belle, whatever may happen. I cannot afford to quarrel with you." "Of course I was not in earnest as to that." "You and I must never quarrel, Belle. At least I hope not. I could bear to quarrel with any one rather than with you." And then, as he spoke, there was something in his voice which gave the girl some slight, indistinct warning of what might be his intention. Not that she said to herself at once that he was going to make her an offer of his hand, now, on the spot, but she felt that he intended something beyond the tenderness of ordinary cousinly affection. "I hope we shall never quarrel," she said; but as she spoke, her mind was settling itself, forming its resolution, and coming to a conclusion as to the sort of love which Bernard might perhaps expect, and it formed another conclusion as to the sort of love which might be given in return.
"Bell," he said, "you and I have always been dear friends."
"Yes, always."
"Why should we not be something more than friends?"
To give Captain Dale his due, I must declare that his voice was perfectly natural as he asked this question, and that he showed no signs of nervousness, either in his face or limbs. He had made up his mind to do it on that occasion, and he did it without any signs of outward disturbance. He asked his question, and then he waited for his answer. In this he was rather hard upon his cousin, for though the question had certainly been asked in language that could not be mistaken, still the matter had not been put forward with all that fullness which a young lady, under such circumstances, has a right to expect. They had sat down on the turf close to the ha-ha, and they were so near that Bernard was able to put out his hand
with the view of taking that of his cousin within his own.
But she contrived to keep her hands locked together, so that he merely held her gently by the wrist. "I don't quite understand, Bernard," she said, after a minute's pause.
"Shall we be more than cousins? Shall we be man and wife?"
Now at least she could not say that she did not understand. If the question was ever asked plainly, Bernard Dale had asked it plainly. Shall we be man and wife? Few men, I fancy, dare to put it all at once in so abrupt a way, and yet I do not know that the English language affords any better terms for the question. Oh, Bernard, you have surprised me."
"I hope I have not pained you, Bell. I have been long thinking of this, but I am well aware that my own manner, even to you, has not been that of a lover. It is not in me to smile and say soft things as Crosbie can, but I do not love you the less on that account. I have looked about for a wife, and I have thought that if I could gain you, I should be very fortunate."
He did not then say anything about his uncle and the 800 a year,
but he fully intended to do so as soon as an opportunity should serve. He was quite of opinion that 800 a year and the good will of a rich uncle were strong grounds for matrimony, were grounds even for love, and he did not doubt but his cousin would see the matter in the same light.
"You are very good to me, more than good. Of course I know that. But, oh, Bernard, I did not expect this a bit."
"But you will answer me, Bell? Or if you would like time to think, or to speak to my aunt, perhaps you will answer me tomorrow."
"I think I ought to answer you now."
"Not if it be a refusal, Bell. Think well of it before you do that. I should have told you that our uncle wishes this match, and that he will remove any difficulty there might be about money."
"I do not care for money."
"But, as you were saying about Lily, one has to be prudent. Now, in our marriage, everything of that kind would be well arranged. My uncle has promised me that he would at once allow us—"
"Stop, Bernard. You must not be led to suppose that any offer made by my uncle would help to purchase. Indeed, there can be no need for us to talk about money."
"I wished to let you know the facts of the case exactly as they are, and as to our uncle, I cannot but think that you would be glad in such a matter to have him on your side."
"Yes, I should be glad to have him on my side, that is, if I were going, but my uncle's wishes could not influence my decision. The fact is, Bernard—"
"Well, dearest, what is the fact?"
"I have always regarded you rather as a brother than as anything else."
"But that regard may be changed."
"No, I think not. Bernard, I will go further and speak on at once. It cannot be changed. I know myself well enough to say that with certainty. It cannot be changed."
You mean that you cannot love me?
Not as you would have me do. I do love you very dearly indeed. I would go to you in any trouble exactly as I would go to a brother.
And must that be all, Bell?
Is not that all the sweetest love that can be felt? But you must not think me ungrateful or proud. I know well that you are proposing to do for me much more than I deserve. Any girl might be proud of such an offer. But, dear Bernard—
Bell, before you give me a final answer, sleep upon this and talk it over with your mother. Of course you are unprepared, and I cannot expect that you should promise me so much without a moment's consideration.
I was unprepared, and therefore I have not answered you as I should have done. But as it has gone so far, I cannot let you leave me in uncertainty. It is not necessary that I should keep you waiting. In this matter I do know my own mind. Dear Bernard, indeed it cannot be as you have proposed." She spoke in a low voice, and in a tone that had in it something of almost imploring humility, but nevertheless
it conveyed to her cousin an assurance that she was in earnest, an assurance also that that earnest would not readily be changed. Was she not a Dale? And when did a Dale change his mind? For a while he sat silent by her,
and she too, having declared her intention, refrained from further words.
For some minutes they thus remained, looking down into the ha-ha.
She still kept her old position, holding her hands clasped together over her knees, but he was now lying on his side, supporting his head upon his arm, with his face indeed turned towards her, but with his eyes fixed upon the grass.
During this time, however, he was not idle. His cousin's answer, though it had grieved him, had not come upon him as a blow, stunning him for a moment, and rendering him unfit for instant thought. He was grieved, more grieved than he had thought he would have been. The thing that he had wanted moderately, he now wanted the more in that it was denied to him. But he was able to perceive the exact truth of his position, and to calculate what might be his chances if he went on with his suit, and what his advantage if he had once abandoned it. I do not wish to press you unfairly, Bell, but may I ask if any other preference—
"There is no other preference," she answered, and then again they were silent for a minute or two.
"My uncle will be much grieved at this," he said at last.
"If that be all," said Bell, "I do not think that we need either of us trouble ourselves. He can have no right to dispose of our hearts."
"I understand the taunt, Bell."
"Dear Bernard, there was no taunt. I intended none."
"I need not speak of my own grief. You cannot but know how deep it must be. Why should I have submitted myself to this mortification had not my heart been concerned? But that I will bear, if I must bear it."
And then he paused, looking up at her. "It will soon pass away," she said.
"I will accept it, at any rate, without complaint. But as to my uncle's feelings, it is open to me to speak, and to you, I should think, to listen without indifference. He has been kind to us both, and loves us two above any other living beings. It's not surprising that he should wish to see us married, and it will not be surprising if your refusal should be a great blow to him."
"I shall be sorry, very sorry."
"I also shall be sorry. I am now speaking of him. He has set his heart upon it, and as he has but few wishes, few desires, so is he the more constant in those which he expresses. When he knows this, I fear that we shall find him very stern."
then he will be unjust."
"No, he will not be unjust. He is always a just man. But he will be unhappy, and will, I fear, make others unhappy. Dear Bell, may not this thing remain for a while unsettled? You will not find that I take advantage of your goodness. I will not intrude it on you again, say for a fortnight, or till Crosby shall be gone."
"No, no, no," said Bell.
"Why are you so eager in your nose? There can be no danger in such delay. I will not press you, and you can let my uncle think that you have at least taken time for consideration."
"There are things as to which one is bound to answer at once. If I doubted myself, I would let you persuade me, but I do not doubt myself, and I should be wrong to keep you in suspense. Dearest Bernard, it cannot be, and as it cannot be, you, as my brother, would bid me say so clearly. It cannot be."
As she made this last assurance, they heard the steps of Lily and her lover close to them, and they both felt that it would be well that their intercourse should thus be brought to a close. Neither had known how to get up and leave the place, and yet each had felt that nothing further could then be said.
"Did you ever see anything so sweet and affectionate and romantic?"
said Lily, standing over them and looking at them.
"And all the while we have been so practical and worldly. Do you know, Bell, that Adolphus seems to think we can't very well keep pigs in London? It makes me so unhappy."
"It does seem a pity," said Crosby, "for Lily seems to know all about pigs."
"Of course I do. I haven't lived in the country all my life for nothing. Oh, Bernard, I should so like to see you rolled down into the bottom of the ha-ha. Just remain there, and we'll do it between us."
Whereupon Bernard got up, as did Bell also, and they all went in to tea. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by N K Whitley. Chapter 9. Mrs. Dale's Little Party. The next day was the day of the party. Not a word more was said on that evening between Bell and her cousin, at least not a word more of any peculiar note, and when Crosby suggested to his friend on the following morning that they should both step down and see how the preparations were getting on at the Small House, Bernard declined. "You forget, my dear fellow, that I'm not in love as you are," said he. "But I thought you were," said Crosby. "No, not at all as you are. You are an accepted lover, and will be allowed to do anything, whip the creams and tune the piano if you know how. I'm only a half sort of lover, meditating a mariage de convenance to oblige an uncle, and by no means required by the terms of my agreement to undergo a very rigid amount of drill. Your position is just the reverse."
In saying all which, Captain Dale was no doubt very false; but if falseness can be forgiven to a man in any position, it may be forgiven in that which he then filled. So Crosby went down to the Small House alone.
"Dale wouldn't come,"
said he, speaking to the three ladies together.
"I suppose he's keeping himself up for the dance on the lawn."
"I hope he will be here in the evening," said Mrs. Dale. But Bell said never a word. She had determined that under the existing circumstances it would be only fair to her cousin that his offer and her answer to it should be kept secret. She knew why Bernard did not come across from the great house with his friend, but she said nothing of her knowledge. Lily looked at her, but looked without speaking, and as for Mrs. Dale, She took no notice of the circumstance. Thus they passed the afternoon together without further mention of Bernard Dale, and it may be said, at any rate of Lilian Crosby, that his presence was not missed. Mrs. Eames, with her son and daughter, were the first to come. "It is so nice of you to come early," said Lily, trying on the spur of the moment to say something which should sound pleasant and happy, but in truth using that form of welcome which to my ears sounds always the most ungracious. 10 minutes before the time named, and of course you must have understood that I meant 30 minutes after it. That is my interpretation of the words when I am thanked for coming early. But Mrs. Eames was a kind, patient, unexacting woman, who took all civil words as meaning civility, and indeed Lily had meant nothing else. "Yes, we did come early," said Mrs. Eames, "because Mary thought she would like to go up into the girls' room and just settle her hair, you know." "So she shall," said Lily, who had taken Mary by the hand. "And we knew we shouldn't be in the way. Johnny can go out into the garden if there's anything left to be done." "He shan't be banished unless he likes it," said Mrs. Dale. "If he finds us women too much for his unaided strength." John Eames muttered something about being very well as he was, and then got himself into an arm-chair. He had shaken hands with Lily, trying as he did so to pronounce articulately a little speech which he had prepared for the occasion. "I have to congratulate you, Lily, and I hope with all my heart that you will be happy." The words were simple enough, and were not ill chosen, but the poor young man never got them spoken. The word congratulate did reach Lily's ears, and she understood it all, both the kindness of the intended speech and the reason why it could not be spoken. "Thank you, John," she said. "I hope I shall see so much of you in London. It will be so nice to have an old Guestwick friend near me." She had her own voice and the pulses of her heart better under command than had he, but she also felt that the occasion was trying to her. The man had loved her honestly and truly, still did love her, paying her the great homage of bitter grief in that he had lost her. Where is the girl who will not sympathize with such love and such grief, if it be shown only because it cannot be concealed, and be declared against the will of him who declares it? Then in came old Mrs. Hearn, whose cottage was not distant 2 minutes' walk from the small house. She always called Mrs. Dale "my dear," and petted the girls as though they had been children. When told of Lily's marriage, she had thrown up her hands with surprise, for she had still left in some corner of her drawers remnants of sugar plums which she had bought for Lily. "A London man, is he? Well, well, I wish he lived in the country. 800 a year, my dear," she had said to Mrs. Dale. "That sounds nice down here, because we are all so poor, but I suppose 800 a year isn't very much up in London." "The squire's coming, I suppose, isn't he?" said Mrs. Hearn, as she seated herself on the sofa close to Mrs. Dale. "Yes, he'll be here by and by, unless he changes his mind, you know. He doesn't stand on ceremony with me." "He change his mind? When did you ever know Christopher Dale change his mind?" "He is pretty constant, Mrs. Hearn." "If he promised to give a man a penny, he'd give it; but if he promised to take away £1, he'd take it, though it cost him years to get it. He's going to turn me out of my cottage, he says." "Nonsense, Mrs. Hearn." "Jolliffe came and told me." Jolliffe, I should explain, was the bailiff. "That if I didn't like it as it was, I might leave it, and that the squire could get double the rent for it. Now all I asked was that he should do a little painting in the kitchen, and the wood is all as black as his hat." "I thought it was understood you were to paint inside." "How can I do it, my dear, with £140 for everything? I must live, you know, and he that has workmen about him every day of the year. And was that a message to send to me, who have lived in the parish for 50 years. Here he is," and Mrs. Hearn majestically raised herself from her seat as the squire entered the room. With him entered Mr. and Mrs. Boyce from the parsonage, with Dick Boyce, the ungrown gentleman, and 2 girl Boyces, who were 14 and 15 years of age. Mrs. Dale, with the amount of good nature usual on such occasions, asked reproachfully why Jane and Charles and Florence and Bessie did not come, Boyce being a man who had his quiver full of them, and Mrs. Boyce, giving the usual answer, declared that she already felt that they had come as an avalanche. "But where are the young men?" asked Lily, assuming a look of mock astonishment.
"They'll be across in 2 or 3 hours' time," said the squire. "They both dressed for dinner, and, as I thought, made themselves very smart; but for such a grand occasion as this, they thought a second dressing necessary. How do you do, Mrs. Hearn? I hope you are quite well. No rheumatism left, eh?"
This the squire said very loud into Mrs. Hearn's ear. Mrs. Hearn was perhaps a little hard of hearing, but it was very little, and she hated to be thought deaf. She did not, moreover, like to be thought rheumatic. This the squire knew, and therefore his mode of address was not good-natured.
"You needn't make me jump so, Mr. Dale. I'm pretty well now, thank ye. I did have a twinge in the spring. That cottage is so badly built for draughts. I wonder you can live in it, my sister said to me the last time she was over. I suppose I should be better off with her at Hamersham, only one doesn't like to move, you know, after living 50 years in one parish."
"You mustn't think of going away from us," Mrs. Boyce said, speaking by no means loud, but slowly and plainly, hoping thereby to flatter the old woman.
But the old woman understood it all. "She's a sly creature, is Mrs. Boyce,"
Mrs. Hearn said to Mrs. Dale before the evening was out. There are some old people whom it is very hard to flatter, and with whom it is nevertheless almost impossible to live unless you do flatter them. At last the 2 heroes came in across the lawn at the drawing-room window, and Lily, as they entered, dropped a low curtsy before them, gently swelling down upon the ground with her light muslin dress, till she looked like some wondrous flower that had bloomed upon the carpet, and putting her 2 hands with the backs of her fingers pressed together on the buckle of her girdle, she said, "We are waiting upon your honour's kind grace, and feel how much we owe to you for favouring our poor abode." And then she gently rose up again, smiling oh so sweetly on the man she loved, and the puffings and swellings went out of her muslin. I think there is nothing in the world so pretty as the conscious little tricks of love played off by a girl towards the man she loves, when she has made up her mind boldly that all the world may know that she has given herself away to him. I am not sure that Crosbie liked it all as much as he should have done. The bold assurance of her love, when they 2 were alone together, he did like. What man does not like such assurances on such occasions? But perhaps he would have been better pleased had Lily shown more reticence, been more secret, as it were, as to her feelings when others were around them. It was not that he accused her in his thoughts of any want of delicacy. He read her character too well, was, if not quite aright in his reading of it, at least too nearly so, to admit of his making against her any such accusation as that. It was the calf-like feeling that was disagreeable to him. He did not like to be presented, even to the world of Allington, as a victim caught for the sacrifice, and bound with ribbon for the altar. And then there lurked behind it all a feeling that it might be safer that the thing should not be so openly manifested before all the world. Of course, everybody knew that he was engaged to Lily Dale. nor had he, as he said to himself, perhaps too frequently, the slightest idea of breaking from that engagement. But then the marriage might possibly be delayed. He had not discussed that matter yet with Lily, having indeed, at the first moment of his gratified love, created some little difficulty for himself by pressing for an early day. "I will refuse you nothing," she had said to him, "but do not make it too soon." He saw, therefore, before him some little embarrassment, and was inclined to wish that Lily would abstain from that manner which seemed to declare to all the world that she was about to be married immediately. "I must speak to her to-morrow," he said to himself, as he accepted her salute with a mock gravity equal to her own. Poor Lily! How little she understood as yet what was passing through his mind! Had she known his wish, she would have wrapped up her love carefully in a napkin, so that no one should have seen it, no one but he, when he might choose to have the treasure uncovered for his sight. And it was all for his sake that she had been thus open in her ways. She had seen girls who were half ashamed of their love, but she would never be ashamed of hers or of him. She had given herself to him, and now all the world might know it, if all the world cared for such knowledge. Why should she be ashamed of that which, to her thinking, was so great an honour to her? She had heard of girls who would not speak of their love, arguing to themselves cannily that there may be many a slip between the cup and the lip. There could be no need for any such caution with her. There could surely be no such slip. Should there be such a fall, should any such fate, either by falseness or misfortune, come upon her, no such caution could be of service to save her. The cup would have been so shattered in its fall that no further piecing of its parts would be in any way possible. So much as this she did not exactly say to herself, but she felt it all, and went bravely forward, bold in her love, and careful to hide it from none who chanced to see it. They had gone through the ceremony with the cake and teacups, and had decided that, at any rate, the first dance or two should be held upon the lawn when the last of the guests arrived. "Oh, Adolphus, I am so glad he has come," said Lily. "Do try to like him." Of Dr. Crofts, who was the newcomer, she had sometimes spoken to her lover, but she had never coupled her sister's name with that of the doctor, even in speaking to him. Nevertheless, Crosbie had in some way conceived the idea that this Crofts either had been, or was to be in love with Belle, and as he was prepared to advocate his friend Dale's claims in that quarter, he was not particularly anxious to welcome the doctor as a thoroughly intimate friend of the family. He knew nothing as yet of Dale's offer or of Belle's refusal, but he was prepared for war if war should be necessary. Of the squire at the present moment he was not very fond, but if his destiny intended to give him a wife out of this family, he should prefer the owner of Allington and nephew of Lord de Guest as a brother-in-law to a village doctor, as he took upon himself in his pride to call Dr. Crofts. "It is very unfortunate," said he, "but I never do like paragons." "But you must like this paragon. Not that he is a paragon at all, for he smokes and hunts and does all manner of wicked things." And then she went forward to welcome her friend. Dr. Crofts was a slight, spare man, about 5'9" in height, with very bright dark eyes, a broad forehead, with dark hair that almost curled, but which did not come so forward over his brow as it should have done for purposes of beauty, with a thin,
well-cut nose, and a mouth that would have been perfect had the lips been a little fuller. The lower part of his face, when seen alone, had in it somewhat of sternness, which, however, was redeemed by the brightness of his eyes, and yet an artist would have declared that the lower features of his face were by far the more handsome. Lily went across to him and greeted him heartily, declaring how glad she was to have him there. "And I must introduce you to Mr. Crosby," she said, as though she was determined to carry her point. The two men shook hands with each other coldly, without saying a word, as young men are apt to do when they are brought together in that way. Then they separated at once, somewhat to the disappointment of Lily. Crosby stood off by himself, both his eyes turned up towards the ceiling, and looking as though he meant to give himself airs, while Crofts got himself quickly up to the fireplace, making civil little speeches to Mrs. Dale, Mrs. Boyce, and Mrs. Hearn, and then at last he made his way round to Bell. "I am so glad," he said, "to congratulate you on your sister's engagement." "Yes," said Bell, "we knew that you would be glad to hear of her happiness." "Indeed, I am glad, and thoroughly hope that she may be happy. You all like him, do you not?" "We like him very much." "And I am told that he is well off. He is a very fortunate man, very fortunate, very fortunate." "Of course we think so," said Bell. "Not, however, because he is rich." "No, not because he is rich, but because, being worthy of such happiness, his circumstances should enable him to marry, and to enjoy it." "Yes, exactly," said Bell. "That is just it." Then she sat down, and in sitting down put an end to the conversation. "That is just it," she had said, but as soon as the words were spoken, she declared to herself that it was not so, and that Crofts was wrong. "We love him," she said to herself, "not because he is rich enough to marry without anxious thought, but because he dares to marry although he is not rich." And then she told herself that she was angry with the doctor. After that, Dr. Crofts got off towards the door, and stood there by himself, leaning against the wall, with the thumbs of both his hands stuck into the armholes of his waistcoat. People said that he was a shy man. I suppose he was shy, and yet he was a man that was by no means afraid of doing anything that he had to do. He could speak before a multitude without being abashed, whether it was a multitude of men or of women. He could be very fixed, too, in his own opinion, and eager, if not violent, in the prosecution of his purpose. But he could not stand and say little words when he had in truth nothing to say. He could not keep his ground when he felt that he was not using the ground upon which he stood. He had not learnt the art of assuming himself to be of importance in whatever place he might find himself. It was this art which Crosby had learnt, and by this art that he had flourished. So Crofts retired and leant against the wall near the door, and Crosby came forward and shone like an Apollo among all the guests. "How is it that he does it?" said John Eames to himself, envying the perfect happiness of the London man of fashion. At last Lily got the dancers out upon the lawn, and then they managed to go through one quadrille. But it was found that it did not answer. The music of the single fiddle which Crosby had hired from Guestwick was not sufficient for the purpose, and then the grass, though it was perfect for purposes of croquet, was not pleasant to the feet for dancing. "This is very nice," said Bernard to his cousin. "I don't know anything that could be nicer, but perhaps—" "I know what you mean," said Lily, "but I shall stay here. There's no touch of romance about any of you. Look at the moon there at the back of the steeple. I don't mean to go in all night." Then she walked off by one of the paths, and her lover went after her. "Don't you like the moon?"
she said, as she took his arm, to which she was now so accustomed that she hardly thought of it as she took it.
Like the moon? Well, I fancy I like the sun better. I don't quite believe in moonlight. I think it does best to talk about when one wants to be sentimental.
Ah, that is just what I fear. That is what I say to Belle when I tell her that her romance will fade as the roses do, and then I shall have to learn that prose is more serviceable than poetry, and that the mind is better than the heart, and that money is better than love. It's all coming, I know, and yet I do like the moonlight.
And the poetry, and the love?
Yes, the poetry much, and the love more. To be loved by you is sweeter even than any of my dreams, is better than all the poetry I have read.
Dearest Lily,
and his unchecked arm stole round her waist. It is the meaning of the moonlight and the essence of the poetry, continued the impassioned girl. I did not know then why I liked such things, but now I know it was because I longed to be loved.
And to love.
Oh yes, I would be nothing without that. But that, you know, is your delight, or should be. The other is mine. And yet it is a delight to love you, to know that I may love you.
You mean that this is the realization of your romance?
Yes, but it must not be the end of it, Adolphus. You must like the soft twilight and the long evenings when we shall be alone, and you must read to me the books I love, and you must not teach me to think that the world is hard and dry and cruel. Not yet. I tell Belle so very often, but you must not say so to me.
It shall not be dry and cruel if I can prevent it.
You understand what I mean, dearest. I will not think it dry and cruel, even though sorrow should come upon us, if you... I think you know what I mean.
If I am good to you.
I am not afraid of that. I am not the least afraid of that. You do not think that I could ever distrust you, but you must not be ashamed to look at the moonlight, and to read poetry, and to
talk nonsense, you mean?
But as he said it, he pressed her closer to his side, and his tone was pleasant to her. I suppose I'm talking nonsense now, she said, pouting. You liked me better when I was talking about the pigs, didn't you?
No, I like you best now.
And why didn't you like me then? Did I say anything to offend you?
I like you best now because...
They were standing in the narrow pathway of the gate leading from the bridge into the gardens of the great house, and the shadow of the thick spreading laurels was around them. But the moonlight still pierced brightly through the little avenue, and she, as she looked up to him, could see the form of his face and the loving softness of his eye. Because, said he, and then he stooped over her and pressed her closely, while she put up her lips to his, standing on tiptoe that she might reach to his face. Oh, my love, she said, my love, my love. As Crosbie walked back to the great house that night, he made a firm resolution that no consideration of worldly welfare should ever induce him to break his engagement with Lily Dale. He went somewhat further also, and determined that he would not put off the marriage for more than 6 or 8 months, or at the most 10, if he could possibly get his affairs arranged in that time. To be sure, he must give up everything, all the aspirations and ambition of his life, but then, as he declared to himself, somewhat mournfully, he was prepared to do that. Such were his resolutions, and as he thought of them in bed, he came to the conclusion that few men were less selfish than he was. But what will they say to us for staying away? Said Lily, recovering herself. And I ought to be making the people dance, you know. Come along, and do make yourself nice. Do waltz with Mary Eames, pray do. If you don't, I won't speak to you all night."
Acting under which threat, Crosbie did on his return solicit the honour of that young lady's hand,
thereby elating her into a seventh heaven of happiness. What could the world afford better than a waltz with such a partner as Adolphus Crosbie?
And poor Mary Eames could waltz well, though she could not talk much as she danced, and would pant a good deal when she stopped. She put too much of her energy into the motion, and was too anxious to do the mechanical part of the work in a manner that should be satisfactory to her partner.
"Oh, thank you, it's very nice. I shall be able to go on again directly."
Her conversation with Crosbie did not get much beyond that,
and yet she felt that she had never done better than on this occasion.
Though there were at most not above 5 couples of dancers, and though those who did not dance, such as the squire and Mr. Boyce, and a curate from a neighbouring parish, had in fact nothing to amuse them, the affair was kept on very merrily for a considerable number of hours. Exactly at 12 o'clock there was a little supper, which no doubt served to relieve Mrs. Hearn's ennui, and at which Mrs. Boyce also seemed to enjoy herself. As to the Mrs. Boyces on such occasions, I profess that I feel no pity. They are generally happy in their children's happiness, or if not, they ought to be. At any rate, they are simply performing a manifest duty, which duty, in their time, was performed on their behalf. But on what account do the Mrs. Hearns betake themselves to such gatherings? Why did that ancient lady sit there hour after hour, yawning, longing for her bed, looking every 10 minutes at her watch, while her old bones were stiff and sore, and her old ears pained with the noise? It could hardly have been simply for the sake of the supper. After the supper, however, her maid took her across to her cottage, and Mrs. Boyce also then stole away home, and the squire went off with some little parade, suggesting to the young men that they should make no noise in the house as they returned.
But the poor curate remained, taking a dull word every now and then to Mrs. Dale, and looking on with tantalized eyes at the joys which the world had prepared for others than him.
I must say that I think that public opinion and the bishops together are too hard upon curates in this particular. In the latter part of the night's delight, when time and practice had made them all happy together, John Eames stood up for the first time to dance with Lily. She had done all she could, short of asking him, to induce him to do her this favour, for she felt that it would be a favour. How great had been the desire on his part to ask her, and at the same time how great the repugnance. Lily perhaps did not quite understand, and yet she understood much of it. She knew that he was not angry with her. She knew that he was suffering from the injured pride of futile love, almost as much as from the futile love itself. She wished to put him at his ease in this, but she did not quite give him credit for the full sincerity and the upright, uncontrolled heartiness of his feelings. At length he did come up to her, and though in truth she was engaged, she at once accepted his offer. Then she tripped across the room. "Adolphus," she said, "I can't dance with you, though I said I would. John Eames has asked me, and I haven't stood up with him before. You understand, and you'll be a good boy, won't you?" Crosbie, not being in the least jealous, was a good boy, and sat himself down to rest, hidden behind a door. For the first few minutes the conversation between Eames and Lily was of a very matter-of-fact kind. She repeated her wish that she might see him in London, and he said that of course he should come and call. Then there was silence for a little while, and they went through their figure dancing. "I don't at all know yet when we are to be married," said Lily, as soon as they were again standing together. "No, I dare say not," said Eames. "But not this year, I suppose?"
Indeed, I should say, of course not. In the spring, perhaps, suggested Eames. He had an unconscious desire that it might be postponed to some Greek calends, and yet he did not wish to injure Lily. The reason I mention it is this, that we should be so very glad if you could be here. We all love you so much, and I should so like to have you here on that day. Why is it that girls so constantly do this, so frequently ask men who have loved them to be present at their marriages with other men? There is no triumph in it. It is done in sheer kindness and affection. They intend to offer something which shall soften and not aggravate the sorrow that they have caused. You can't marry me yourself, the lady seems to say, but the next greatest blessing which I can offer you shall be yours. You shall see me married to somebody else. I fully appreciate the intention, but in honest truth I doubt the eligibility of the proffered entertainment. On the present occasion John Eames seemed to be of this opinion, for he did not at once accept the invitation. "Will you not oblige me so far as that?" said she softly. "I would do anything to oblige you," said he gruffly. "Almost anything." "But not that?" "No, not that. I could not do that." Then he went off upon his figure, and when they were next both standing together, they remained silent till their turn for dancing had again come. Why was it that after that night Lily thought more of John Eames than ever she had thought before, felt for him, I mean, a higher respect, as for a man who had a will of his own? And in that quadrille Crofts and Bell had been dancing together, and they also had been talking of Lily's marriage. "A man may undergo what he likes for himself," he had said, "but he has no right to make a woman undergo poverty." "Perhaps not," said Bell. "That which is no suffering for a man, which no man should think of for himself, will make a hell on earth for a woman." "I suppose it would," said Bell, answering him without a sign of feeling in her face or voice. But she took in every word that he spoke, and disputed their truth inwardly with all the strength of her heart and mind, and with the very vehemence of her soul. "As if a woman cannot bear more than a man," she said to herself, as she walked the length of the room alone, when she had got herself free from the doctor's arm. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley. Chapter 10. Mrs. Lupex and Amelia Roper. I should simply mislead a confiding reader if I were to tell him that Mrs. Lupex was an amiable woman. Perhaps the fact that she was not amiable is the one great fault that should be laid to her charge, but that fault had spread itself so widely, and had cropped forth in so many different places of her life, like a strong rank plant that will show itself all over a garden, that it may almost be said that it made her odious in every branch of life, and detestable alike to those who knew her little and to those who knew her much. If a searcher could have got at the inside spirit of the woman, that searcher would have found that she wished to go right, that she did make, or at any rate promised to herself that she would make, certain struggles to attain decency and propriety. But it was so natural to her to torment those whose misfortune brought them near to her, and especially that wretched man who in an evil day had taken her to his bosom as his wife, that decency fled from her, and propriety would not live in her quarters. Mrs. Lupex was, as I have already described her, a woman not without some feminine attraction in the eyes of those
who like morning negligence and evening finery, and do not object to a long nose, somewhat on one side. She was clever in her way, and could say smart things. She could flatter also, though her very flattery had always in it something that was disagreeable, and she must have had some power of will, as otherwise her husband would have escaped from her before the days of which I am writing. Otherwise also she could hardly have obtained her footing and kept it in Mrs. Roper's drawing room; for though the £100 a year, either paid or promised to be paid, was matter with Mrs. Roper of vast consideration, nevertheless the first 3 months of Mrs. Lupex's sojourn in Burton Crescent were not over before the landlady of that house was most anxiously desirous of getting herself quit of her married boarders. I shall perhaps best describe a little incident that had occurred in Burton Crescent during the absence of our friend Eames, and the manner in which things were going on in that locality, by giving at length 2 letters which Johnny received by post at Guestwick on the morning after Mrs. Dale's party. One was from his friend Cradell, and the other from the devoted Amelia. In this instance I will give that from the gentleman first, presuming that I shall best consult my reader's wishes by keeping the greater delicacy till the last. Income Tax Office, September 1860. My dear Johnny, we have had a terrible affair in the Crescent, and I really hardly know how to tell you, and yet I must do it, for I want your advice. You know the sort of standing that I was on with Mrs. Lupex, and perhaps you remember what we were saying on the platform at the station. I have no doubt been fond of her society, as I might be of that of any other friend. I knew, of course, that she was a fine woman, and if her husband chose to be jealous, I couldn't help that. But I never intended anything wrong, and if it was necessary, couldn't I call you as a witness to prove it? I never spoke a word to her out of Mrs. Roper's drawing room, and Miss Spruce or Mrs. Roper or somebody has always been there. You know he drinks horribly sometimes, but I do not think he ever gets downright drunk. Well, he came home last night about 9 o'clock after one of these bouts. From what Jemima says, Jemima was Mrs. Roper's parlour maid, I believe he had been at it down at the theatre for 3 days. We hadn't seen him since Tuesday. He went straight into the parlour and sent up Jemima to me to say that he wanted to see me. Mrs. Lupex was in the room and heard the girl summon me, and jumping up, she declared that if there was going to be blood shed, she would leave the house. There was nobody else in the room but Miss Spruce, and she didn't say a word, but took her candle and went upstairs. You must own it looked very uncomfortable. What was I to do with a drunken man down in the parlour? However, she seemed to think I ought to go. "If he comes up here," said she, "I shall be the victim. You little know of what that man is capable when his wrath has been inflamed by wine. Now, I think you are aware that I am not likely to be very much afraid of any man, but why was I to be got into a row in such a way as this? I hadn't done anything, and then if there was to be a quarrel, and anything was to come of it, as she seemed to expect, like bloodshed, I mean, or a fight, or if he were to knock me on the head with the poker, where should I be at my office? A man in a public office, as you and I are, can't quarrel like anybody else. It was this that I felt so much at the moment. "Go down to him," said she, "unless you wish to see me murdered at your feet." Fisher says that if what I say is true, they must have arranged it all between them. I don't think that, for I do believe that she really is fond of me, and then everybody knows that they never do agree about anything. But she certainly did implore me to go down to him. Well, I went down, and as I got to the bottom of the stairs, where I found Jemima, I heard him walking up and down the parlour. "Take care of yourself, Mr. Cradell," said the girl, and I could see by her face that she was in a terrible fright. At that moment I happened to see my hat on the hall table, and it occurred to me that I ought to put myself into the hands of a friend. Of course I was not afraid of that man in the dining room, but should I have been justified in engaging in a struggle, perhaps for dear life, in Mrs. Roper's house? I was bound to think of her interests, so I took up my hat and deliberately walked out of the front door. "Tell him," said I to Jemima, "that I'm not at home." And so I went away direct to Fisher's, meaning to send him back to Lupex as my friend. But Fisher was at the chess club. As I thought there was no time to be lost on such an occasion as this, I went down to the club and called him out. You know what a cool fellow Fisher is. I don't suppose anything would ever excite him. When I told him the story, he said that he would sleep upon it, and I had to walk up and down before the club while he finished his game. Fisher seemed to think that I might go back to Burton Crescent, but of course I knew that that would be out of the question. So it ended in my going home and sleeping on his sofa, and sending for some of my things in the morning. I wanted him to get up and see Lupex before going to the office this morning, but he said it would be better to put it off, and so he will call upon him at the theatre immediately after office hours. I want you to write to me at once, saying what you know about the matter. I ask you, as I don't want to lug in any of the other people at Roper's. It is very uncomfortable, as I can't exactly leave her at once because of last quarter's money. Otherwise I should cut and run, for the house is not the sort of place either for you or me. You may take my word for that, Master Johnny. And I could tell you something too about A.R., only I don't want to make mischief. But do you write immediately. And now I think of it, you had better write to Fisher, so that he can show your letter to Lupex, just saying that to the best of your belief there had never been anything between her and me but mere friendship, and that of course you, as my friend, must have known everything. Whether I shall go back to Roper's tonight will depend on what Fisher says after the interview. Good-bye, old fellow. I hope you are enjoying yourself, and that L.D. is quite well. Your sincere friend, Joseph Cradell. John Eames read this letter over twice before he opened that from Amelia. He had never yet received a letter from Miss Roper, and felt very little of that ardour for its perusal which young men generally experience on the receipt of a first letter from a young lady. The memory of Amelia was at the present moment distasteful to him, and he would have thrown the letter unopened into the fire, had he not felt it might be dangerous to do so. As regarded his friend Cradell, he could not but feel ashamed of him not for running away from Mr. Lupex, but for excusing his escape on false pretences. And then, at last, he opened the letter from Amelia. "Dearest John," it began, and as he read the words he crumpled the paper up between his fingers. It was written in a fair female hand, with sharp points instead of curves to the letters, but still very legible, and looking as though there were a decided purport in every word of it. "Dearest John, It feels so strange to me to write to you in such language as this, and yet you are dearest. And have I not a right to call you so? And are you not my own? And am not I yours? Again he crunched the paper up in his hand, and as he did so he muttered words which I need not repeat at length. But still he went on with his letter. I know that we understand each other perfectly, and when that is the case, heart should be allowed to speak openly to heart. Those are my feelings, and I believe that you will find them reciprocal in your own bosom. Is it not sweet to be loved? I find it so. And, dearest John, let me assure you with open candour that there is no room for jealousy in this breast with regard to you. I have too much confidence for that, I can assure you, both in your honour and in my own, I would say, charms, only you would call me vain. You must not suppose that I meant what I said about LD. Of course you will be glad to see the friends of your childhood, and it would be far from your Amelia's heart to begrudge you such delightful pleasure. Your friends will, I hope, some day be my friends. Another crunch. And if there be any one among them, any real LD whom you have specially liked, I will receive her to my heart, specially also. This assurance on the part of his Amelia was too much for him, and he threw the letter from him, thinking whence he might get relief, whether from suicide or from the colonies. But presently he took it up again and drained the bitter cup to the bottom. And if I seemed petulant to you before you went away, you must forgive your own Amelia. I had nothing before me but misery for the month of your absence. There is no one here congenial to my feelings, of course not, and you would not wish me to be happy in your absence, would you? I can assure you, let your wishes be what they may, I never can be happy again unless you are with me. Write to me one little line, and tell me that you are grateful to me for my devotion. And now I must tell you that we have had a sad affair in the house, and I do not think that your friend Mr. Cradell has behaved at all well. You remember how he has been always going on with Mrs. Lupex? Mother was quite unhappy about it, though she didn't like to say anything. Of course, when a lady's name is concerned, it is particular. But Lupex has become dreadful jealous during the last week, and we all knew that something was coming. She is an artful woman, but I don't think she meant anything bad, only to drive her husband to desperation. He came here yesterday in one of his tantrums, and wanted to see Cradell, but he got frightened and took his hat and went off. Now that wasn't quite right. If he was innocent, why didn't he stand his ground and explain the mistake? As mother says, it gives the house such a name. Lupex swore last night that he'd be off to the income tax office this morning and have Cradell out before all the commissioners and clerks and everybody. If he does that, it will get into the papers, and all London will be full of it. She would like it, I know, for all she cares for is to be talked about. But only think what it will be for mother's house. I wish you were here, for your high prudence and courage would set everything right at once. At least I think so. I shall count the minutes till I get an answer to this, and shall envy the postman who will have your letter before it will reach me. Do write at once. If I do not hear by Monday morning, I shall think that something is the matter. Even though you are among your dear old friends, surely you can find a moment to write to your own Amelia. Mother is very unhappy about this affair of the Lupexes. She says that if you were here to advise her, she should not mind it so much. It is very hard upon her, for she does strive to make the house respectable and comfortable for everybody. I would send my duty and love to your dear mamma if I only knew her, as I hope I shall do one day, and to your sister, and to Eldie also, if you like to tell her how we are situated together. So now, no more from your always affectionate sweetheart, Amelia Roper." Poor Eames did not feel the least gratified by any part of this fond letter, but the last paragraph of it was the worst. Was it to be endured by him that this woman should send her love to his mother and to his sister, and even to Lily Dale? He felt that there was a pollution in the very mention of Lily's name by such an one as Amelia Roper. And yet Amelia Roper was, as she had assured him, his own. Much as he disliked her at the present moment, he did believe that he was her own. He did feel that she had obtained a certain property in him, and that his destiny in life would tie him to her. He had said very few words of love to her at any time, very few at least that were themselves of any moment, but among those few there had undoubtedly been one or two in which he had told her that he loved her, and he had written to her that fatal note. Upon the whole, would it not be as well for him to go out to the great reservoir behind Guestwick, by which the Hamersham Canal was fed with its waters, and put an end to his miserable existence? On that same day he did write a letter to Fisher, and he wrote also to Cradell. As to those letters he felt no difficulty. To Fisher he declared his belief that Cradell was innocent, as he was himself as regarded Mrs. Lupex. "I don't think he is the sort of man to make up to a married woman," he said, somewhat to Cradell's displeasure, when the letter reached the Income Tax Office, for that gentleman was not averse to the reputation for success in love, which the little adventure was, as he thought, calculated to give him among his brother clerks. At the first bursting of the shell, when that desperately jealous man was raging in the parlour, incensed by the fumes both of wine and love, Cradell had felt that the affair was disagreeably painful. But on the morning of the third day, for he had passed 2 nights on his friend Fisher's sofa, he had begun to be somewhat proud of it, and did not dislike to hear Mrs. Lupex's name in the mouths of the other clerks. When therefore Fisher read to him the letter from Guestwick, he hardly was pleased with his friend's tone. "Ha, ha, ha!" said he, laughing. "That's just what I wanted him to say. Make up to a married woman, indeed! No, I'm the last man in London to do that sort of thing." "Upon my word, Caudle, I think you are," said Fisher, "the very last man." And then poor Cradell was not happy. On that afternoon he boldly went to Burton Crescent and ate his dinner there. Neither Mr. nor Mrs. Lupex were to be seen, nor were their names mentioned to him by Mrs. Roper. In the course of the evening he did pluck up courage to ask Miss Spruce where they were, but that ancient lady merely shook her head solemnly, and declared that she knew nothing about such goings on. No, not she. But what was John Eames to do as to that letter from Amelia Roper? He felt that any answer to it would be very dangerous, and yet that he could not safely leave it unanswered. He walked off by himself across Guestwick Common, and through the woods of Guestwick Manor, up by the big avenue of elms in Lord de Guest's park, trying to resolve how he might rescue himself from this scrape. Here, over the same ground, he had wandered scores of times in his earlier years, when he knew nothing beyond the innocency of his country home, thinking of Lily Dale, and swearing to himself that she should be his wife. Here he had strung together his rhymes, and fed his ambition with high hopes, building gorgeous castles in the air, in all of which Lilian reigned as a queen. And though in those days he had known himself to be awkward, poor, uncared for by any in the world except his mother and his sister, yet he had been happy in his hopes, even though he had never taught himself really to believe that they would be realized. But now there was nothing in his hopes or thoughts to make him happy. Everything was black and wretched and ruinous. What would it matter after all, even if he should marry Amelia Roper, seeing that Lily was to be given to another? But then the idea of Amelia, as he had seen her that night through the chink in the door, came upon his memory, and he confessed to himself that life with such a wife as that would be a living death. At one moment he thought that he would tell his mother everything, and leave her to write an answer to Amelia's letter. Should the worst come to the worst, the Ropers could not absolutely destroy him, that they could bring an action against him and have him locked up for a term of years, and dismissed from his office, and exposed in all the newspapers, he seemed to know. That might all, however, be endured, if only the gauntlet could be thrown down for him by someone else. The one thing which he felt that he could not do was to write to a girl whom he had professed to love, and tell her that he did not love her. He knew that he could not himself form such words upon the paper, nor, as he was well aware, could he himself find the courage to tell her to her face that he had changed his mind. He knew that he must become the victim of his Amelia, unless he could find some friendly knight to do battle in his favour. Then again he thought of his mother. But when he returned home he was as far as ever from any resolve to tell her how he was situated. I may say that his walk had done him no good, and that he had not made up his mind to anything. He had been building those pernicious castles in the air during more than half the time; not castles in the building of which he could make himself happy, as he had done in the old days, but black castles with cruel dungeons, into which hardly a ray of light could find its way. In all these edifices his imagination pictured to him Lily as the wife of Mr. Crosbie. He accepted that as a fact, and then went to work in his misery, making her as wretched as himself through the misconduct and harshness of her husband. He tried to think and to resolve what he would do, but there is no task so hard as that of thinking when the mind has an objection to the matter brought before it. The mind under such circumstances is like a horse that is brought to the water but refuses to drink. So Johnny returned to his home, still doubting whether or no he would answer Amelia's letter, and if he did not answer it, how would he conduct himself on his return to Burton Crescent? I need hardly say that Miss Roper, in writing her letter, had been aware of all this, and that Johnny's position had been carefully prepared for him by his affectionate sweetheart. End of chapter 10. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 24th of August, 2021.
Chapter 11 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Social Life. Mr. and Mrs. Lupex had eaten a sweetbread together in much connubial bliss on that day which had seen Cradell returning to Mrs. Roper's hospitable board. They had together eaten a sweetbread, with some other delicacies of the season, in the neighbourhood of the theatre, and had washed down all unkindness with bitter beer and brandy and water. But of this reconciliation Cradell had not heard, and when he saw them come together into the drawing-room a few minutes after the question he had addressed to Miss Spruce, he was certainly surprised. Lupex was not an ill-natured man, nor one naturally savage by disposition. He was a man fond of sweetbread and little dinners, and one to whom hot brandy and water was too dear. Had the wife of his bosom been a good helpmate to him, he might have gone through the world, if not respectably, at any rate without open disgrace. But she was a woman who left a man no solace, except that to be found in brandy and water. For 8 years they had been man and wife, and sometimes, I grieve to say it, he had been driven almost to hope that she would commit a married woman's last sin and leave him. In his misery any mode of escape would have been welcome to him. Had his energy been sufficient, he would have taken his scene-painting capabilities off to Australia, or to the farthest shifting of scenes known on the world's stage. But he was an easy, listless, self-indulgent man, and at any moment, let his misery be as keen as might be, a little dinner, a few soft words, and a glass of brandy and water would bring him round. The second glass would make him the fondest husband living, but the third would restore to him the memory of all his wrongs, and give him courage against his wife or all the world, even to the detriment of the furniture around him, should a stray poker chance to meet his hand. All these peculiarities of his character were not, however, known to Cradell, and when our friend saw him enter the drawing-room with his wife on his arm, he was astonished.
"Mr. Cradell, your hand," said Lupex, who had advanced as far as the second glass of brandy and water, but had not been allowed to go beyond it. "There has been a misunderstanding between us. Let it be forgotten." "Mr. Cradell, if I know him," said the lady, "is too much the gentleman to bear any anger when a gentleman is offered him his hand." "Oh, I'm sure," said Cradell. "I'm indeed, I'm delighted to find there's nothing wrong after all." And then he shook hands with both of them, whereupon Miss Spruce got up, curtsied low, and also shook hands with the husband and wife. "You're not a married man, Mr. Cradell," said Lupex, "and therefore you cannot understand the workings of a husband's heart. There have been moments when my regard for that woman has been too much for me." "Now, Lupex, don't," said she, playfully tapping him with an old parasol which she still held. "And I do not hesitate to say that my regard for her was too much for me on that night when I sent for you to the dining-room." "I'm glad it's all put right now," said Cradell. "Very glad indeed," said Miss Spruce. "And therefore we need not say any more about it," said Mrs. Lupex. "One word," said Lupex, waving his hand. "Mr. Cradell, I greatly rejoice that you did not obey my summons on that night. Had you done so, I confess it now, had you done so, blood would have been the consequence. I was mistaken, I acknowledge my mistake, but blood would have been the consequence." dear, dear, dear!" said Miss Spruce. "Miss Spruce," continued Lupex, "there are moments when the heart becomes too strong for a man." "I dare say," said Miss Spruce. "Now, Lupex, that will do," said his wife. "Yes, that will do; but I think it right to tell Mr. Cradell that I am glad he did not come to me. Your friend Mr. Cradell did me the honour of calling on me at the theatre yesterday at 4:30, but I was in the slings then, and could not very well come down to him. I shall be happy to see you both any day at 5, and to bury all unkindness with a chop and glass at the Pot and Poker in Bow Street." "I'm sure you're very kind," said Cradell. "And Mrs. Lupex will join us. There's a delightful little snuggery upstairs at the Pot and Poker, and if Miss Spruce will condescend to—" "Oh, I'm an old woman, sir." "No, no, no," said Lupex. "I deny that. Come, Cradell, what do you say? Just a snug little dinner for 4, you know." It was no doubt pleasant to see Mr. Lupex in his present mood, much pleasanter than in that other mood of which blood would have been the consequence; but pleasant as he now was, it was nevertheless apparent that he was not quite sober. Cradell, therefore, did not settle the day for the little dinner, but merely remarked that he should be very happy at some future day. "And now, Lupex, suppose you get off to bed," said his wife. "You've had a very trying day, you know. And you, Ducky, I shall come presently. Now don't be making a fool of yourself, but get yourself off. Come." And she stood close up against the open door, waiting for him to pass. "I rather think I shall remain where I am and have a glass of something hot," said he. "Lupex, do you want to aggravate me again?" said the lady, and she looked at him with a glance of her eye which he thoroughly understood. He was not in a humour for fighting, nor was he at present desirous of blood, so he resolved to go, but as he went he prepared himself for new battles. "I shall do something desperate, I am sure. I know I shall," he said, as he pulled off his boots. "Oh, Mr. Cradell," said Mrs. Lupex, as soon as she had closed the door behind her retreating husband, "how am I ever to look you in the face again after the events of these last memorable days?" And then she seated herself on the sofa and hid her face in a cambric handkerchief. "As for that," said Cradell, "what does it signify? Among friends like us, you know." "But that it should be known at your office, as of course it is, because of the gentleman that went down to him at the theatre, I don't think I shall ever survive it." "You see, I was obliged to send somebody, Mrs. Lupex." "I'm not finding fault, Mr. Cradell. I know very well that in my melancholy position I have no right to find fault, and I don't pretend to understand gentlemen's feelings towards each other. But to have had my name mentioned up with yours in that way is— Oh, Mr. Cradell, I don't know how I'm ever to look you in the face again." And again she buried hers in her pocket handkerchief. "Handsome is as handsome does," said Miss Spruce, and there was that in her tone of voice which seemed to convey much hidden meaning. "Exactly so, Miss Spruce," said Mrs. Lupex, "and that's my only comfort at the present moment. Mr. Cradell is a gentleman who would scorn to take advantage. I'm quite sure of that." And then she did contrive to look at him over the edge of the hand which held the handkerchief. "That I wouldn't, I'm sure," said Cradell. "That is to say—" and then he paused. He did not wish to get into a scrape about Mrs. Lupex. He was by no means anxious to encounter her husband in one of his fits of jealousy, but he did like the idea of being talked of as the admirer of a married woman, and he did like the brightness of the lady's eyes when the unfortunate moth, in his semi-blindness, whisks himself and his wings within the flame of the candle, and finds himself mutilated and tortured. He even then will not take the lesson, but returns again and again till he is destroyed. Such a moth was poor Cradell. There was no warmth to be got by him from that flame. There was no beauty in the light, not even the false brilliance of unhallowed love. Injury might come to him, a pernicious clipping of the wings which might destroy all power of future flight, injury, and not improbably destruction, if he should persevere. But one may say that no single hour of happiness could accrue to him from his intimacy with Mrs. Lupex. He felt for her no love. He was afraid of her, and in many respects disliked her. But to him, in his moth-like weakness, ignorance, and blindness, it seemed to be a great thing that he should be allowed to fly near the candle. Oh, my friends, if you will but think of it, how many of you have been moths, and are now going about ungracefully, with wings more or less burnt off, and with bodies sadly scorched? But before Mr. Cradell could make up his mind whether or no he would take advantage of the present opportunity for another dip into the flame of the candle, in regard to which proceeding, however, he could not but feel that the presence of Miss Spruce was objectionable, the door of the room was opened, and Amelia Roper joined the party. "Oh, indeed, Mrs. Lupex," she said, "and Mr. Cradell." "And Miss Spruce, my dear," said Mrs. Lupex, pointing to the ancient lady. "I'm only an old woman," said Miss Spruce. "Oh yes, I see, Miss Spruce," said Amelia. "I was not hinting at anything, I can assure you." "I should think not, my dear," said Mrs. Lupex. "Only I didn't know that you two were quite that is, when last I heard about it, I fancied. But if the quarrel's made up, there's nobody more rejoiced than I am." "The quarrel is made up," said Cradell. "If Mr. Lupex is satisfied, I'm sure I am," said Amelia. "Mr. Lupex is satisfied," said Mrs. Lupex; "and let me tell you, my dear, seeing that you are expecting to get married yourself—" "Mrs. Lupex, I'm not expecting to get married, not particularly, by any means." "Oh, I thought you were. And let me tell you that when you've got a husband of your own, you won't find it so easy to keep everything straight. That's the worst of these lodgings. If there is any little thing, everybody knows it, don't they, Miss Spruce?" "Lodgings is so much more comfortable than housekeeping," said Miss Spruce, who lived rather in fear of her relatives, the Ropers. "Everybody knows it, does he?" said Amelia. "Why, if a gentleman will come home at night tipsy, and threaten to murder another gentleman in the same house, and if a lady—" and then Amelia paused, for she knew that the line of battleship which she was preparing to encounter had within her much power of fighting. "Well, miss," said Mrs. Lupex, getting on her feet, "and what of the lady?" Now we may say that the battle had begun, and that the two ships were pledged by the general laws of courage and naval warfare to maintain the contest till one of them should be absolutely disabled, if not blown up or sunk; and at this moment it might be difficult for a bystander to say with which of the combatants rested the better chance of permanent success. Mrs. Lupex had doubtless on her side more matured power, a habit of fighting which had given her infinite skill, a courage which deadened her to the feeling of all wounds while the heat of the battle should last, and a recklessness which made her almost indifferent whether she sank or swam. But then Amelia carried the greater guns, and was able to pour in heavier metal than her enemy could use, and she too swam in her own waters. Should they absolutely come to grappling and boarding, Amelia would no doubt have the best of it, but Mrs. Lupex would probably be too crafty to permit such a proceeding as that. She was, however, ready for the occasion, and greedy for the fight. "And what of the lady?" said she, in a tone of voice that admitted of no pacific rejoinder. "A lady, if she is a lady," said Amelia, "will know how to behave herself." "And you're going to teach me, are you, Miss Roper? I'm sure I'm ever so much obliged to you. It's Manchester manners, I suppose, that you prefer?" "I prefer honest manners, Mrs. Lupex, and decent manners, and manners that won't shock a whole house full of people, and I don't care whether they come from Manchester or London." "Milliners' manners, I suppose?" "I don't care whether they are milliners' manners or theatrical, Mrs. Lupex, as long as they're not downright bad manners, as yours are, Mrs. Lupex. And now you've got it, what are you going on for in this way with that young man, till you'll drive your husband into a madhouse with drink and jealousy?" "Miss Roper, said Cradell. "Now really—" "Don't mind her, Mr. Cradell," said Mrs. Lupex. "She's not worthy for you to speak to. And as to that poor fellow Eames, if you've any friendship for him, you'll let him know what she is. My dear, how's Mr. Juniper of Grogram's house at Salford? I know all about you, and so shall John Eames too. Poor unfortunate fool of a fellow! Telling me of drink and jealousy, indeed! Yes, telling you; and now you've mentioned Mr. Juniper's name, Mr. Eames and Mr. Cradell too may know the whole of it. There's been nothing about Mr. Juniper that I'm ashamed of." "It won't be difficult to make you ashamed of anything, I believe." "But let me tell you this, Mrs. Lupex, you're not going to destroy the respectability of this house by your goings on." "It was a bad day for me when I let Lupex bring me into it." "Then pay your bill and walk out of it," said Amelia, waving her hand towards the door. "I'll undertake to say there shan't be any notice required. Only you pay mother what you owe, and you're free to go at once." "I shall go just when I please, and not 1 hour before. Who are you, you gipsy, to speak to me in this way? And as for going, go you shall, if we have to call in the police to make you." Amelia, as at this period of the fight she stood fronting her foe with her arms akimbo, certainly seemed to have the best of the battle; but the bitterness of Mrs. Lupex's tongue had hardly yet produced its greatest results. I am inclined to think that the married lady would have silenced her who was single, had the fight been allowed to rage, always presuming that no resort to grappling irons took place. But at this moment Mrs. Roper entered the room, accompanied by her son, and both the combatants for a moment retreated. "Amelia, what's all this?" said Mrs. Roper, trying to assume a look of agonized amazement. "Ask Mrs. Lupex," said Amelia. "And Mrs. Lupex will answer," said that lady. "Your daughter has come in here and attacked me in such language, before Mr. Cradell too." "Why doesn't she pay what she owes and leave the house?" said Amelia. "Hold your tongue," said her brother. "What she owes is no affair of yours." "But it's an affair of mine when I'm insulted by such a creature as that." "Creature!" said Mrs. Lupex. "I'd like to know which is most like a creature. But I'll tell you what it is, Amelia Roper, Here, however, her eloquence was stopped, for Amelia had disappeared through the door, having been pushed out of the room by her brother. Whereupon Mrs. Lupex, having found a sofa convenient for the service, betook herself to hysterics. There for the moment we will leave her, hoping that poor Mrs. Roper was not kept late out of her bed. What a deuce of a mess Eames will make of it if he marries that girl! Such was Cradell's reflection as he betook himself to his own room. But of his own part in the night's transactions he was rather proud than otherwise, feeling that the married lady's regard for him had been the cause of the battle which had raged. So likewise did Paris derive much gratification from the 10 years' siege of Troy. End of chapter 11. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 24th of August 2021. Chapter 12 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Nick Whitley. Chapter 12. Lilian Dale becomes a butterfly. And now we will go back to Allington. The same morning that brought to John Eames the 2 letters which were given in the last chapter but one, brought to the great house, among others, the following epistle for Adolphus Crosbie. It was from a countess, and was written on pink paper, beautifully cream-laid and scented, ornamented with a coronet and certain singularly entwined initials. Altogether the letter was very fashionable and attractive, and Adolphus Crosbie was by no means sorry to receive it. Courcy Castle, September 186 My dear Mr. Crosbie, we have heard of you from the Gaysbys, who have come down to us, and who tell us that you are rusticating at a charming little village, in which, among other attractions, there are wood nymphs and water nymphs, to whom much of your time is devoted. As this is just the thing for your taste, I would not for the world disturb you, but if you should ever tear yourself away from the groves and fountains of Allington, we shall be delighted to welcome you here, though you will find us very unromantic after your late Elysium. Lady Dumbello is coming to us, who I know is a favourite of yours. Or is it the other way, and are you a favourite of hers? I did ask Lady Hartletop, but she cannot get away from the poor Marquis, who is, you know, so very infirm. The Duke isn't at Gatherum at present, but of course I don't mean that that has anything to do with dear Lady Hartletop's not coming to us. I believe we shall have the house full, and shall not want for nymphs either, though I fear they will not be of the wood and water kind. Margaretta and Alexandrina particularly want you to come, as they say you are so clever at making a house full of people go off well. If you can give us a week before you go back to manage the affairs of the nation, pray do. Yours very sincerely, Rosina de Courcy. The Countess de Courcy was a very old friend of Mr. Crosbie's, that is to say, as old friends go in the world in which he had been living. He had known her for the last 6 or 7 years, and had been in the habit of going to all her London balls, and dancing with her daughters everywhere in a most good-natured and affable way. He had been intimate from old family relations with Mr. Mortimer Gaysby, who, though only an attorney of the more distinguished kind, had married the Countess's eldest daughter, and now sat in Parliament for the city of Barchester, near to which Courcy Castle was situated. And to tell the truth honestly at once, Mr. Crosbie had been on terms of great friendship with Lady de Courcy's daughters, the Ladies Margaretta and Alexandrina, perhaps especially so with the latter, though I would not have my readers suppose by my saying so that anything more tender than friendship had ever existed between them. Crosbie said nothing about the letter on that morning, but during the day, or perhaps as he thought over the matter in bed, he made up his mind that he would accept Lady de Courcy's invitation. It was not only that he would be glad to see the Gaysbys, or glad to stay in the same house with that great master in the high art of fashionable life, Lady Dumbello, or glad to renew his friendship with the Ladies Margaretta and Alexandrina. Had he felt that the circumstances of his engagement with Lily made it expedient for him to stay with her till the end of his holidays, he could have thrown over the De Courcys without a struggle; but he told himself that it would be well for him now to tear himself away from Lily, or perhaps he said that it would be well for Lily that he should be torn away. He must not teach her to think that they were to live only in the sunlight of each other's eyes during those months, or perhaps years, which must elapse before their engagement could be carried out. Nor must he allow her to suppose that either he or she were to depend solely upon the other for the amusements and employments of life. In this way he argued the matter very sensibly within his own mind, and resolved without much difficulty that he would go to Courcy Castle and bask for a week in the sunlight of the fashion which would be collected there. The quiet humdrum of his own fireside would come upon him soon enough. "I think I shall leave you on Wednesday, sir," Crosbie said to the squire at breakfast on Sunday morning.
"Leave us on Wednesday?" said the squire, who had an old-fashioned idea that people who were engaged to marry each other should remain together as long as circumstances could be made to admit of their doing so. Nothing wrong, is there?
Oh dear, no. But everything must come to an end some day, and as I must make one or two short visits before I get back to town, I might as well go on Wednesday. Indeed, I have made it as late as I possibly could."
"Where do you go from here?"
asked Bernard. "Well, as it happens, only into the next county, to Courcy Castle." And then there was nothing more said about the matter at that breakfast table. It had become their habit to meet together on the Sunday mornings before church, on the lawn belonging to the small house, and on this day the three gentlemen walked down together, and found Lily and Bell already waiting for them. They generally had some few minutes to spare on those occasions before Mrs. Dale summoned them to pass through the house to church, and such was the case at present. The squire at these times would stand in the middle of the grass plot, surveying his grounds,
and taking stock of the shrubs and flowers and fruit trees round him, for he never forgot that it was all his own, and would thus use this opportunity, as he seldom came down to see the spot on other days.
Mrs. Dale, as she would see him from her own window while she was tying on her bonnet, would feel that she knew what was passing through his mind, and would regret that circumstances had forced her to be beholden to him for such assistance. But in truth she did not know all that he thought at such times.
"It is mine,"
he would say to himself as he looked around on the pleasant place,
"but it is well for me that they should enjoy it. She is my brother's widow, and she is welcome, very welcome."
I think that if those two persons had known more than they did of each other's hearts and minds, they might have loved each other better. And then Crosbie told Lily of his intention. "On Wednesday," she said, turning almost pale with emotion as she heard this news. He had told her abruptly, not thinking probably that such tidings would affect her so strongly. "Well, yes, I have written to Lady de Courcy and said Wednesday. It wouldn't do for me exactly to drop everybody, and perhaps—"
"Oh no; and Adolphus, you don't suppose I begrudge your going? Only it does seem so sudden, does it not?"
"You see, I've been here over 6 weeks."
"Yes, you've been very good. When I think of it, what a 6 weeks it has been! I wonder whether the difference seems to you as great as it does to me. I've left off being a grub and begun to be a butterfly."
"But you mustn't be a butterfly when you're married, Lily."
"No, not in that sense; but I meant that my real position in the world, that for which I would fain hope that I was created, opened to me only when I knew you, and knew that you loved me. But mamma is calling us, and we must go through to church. Going on Wednesday! There are only 3 days more then."
"Yes, just 3 days," he said, as he took her on his arm and passed through the house onto the road.
"And when are we to see you again?"
she asked, as they reached the churchyard. "Ah, who is to say that yet? We must ask the chairman of committees when he will let me go again." Then there was nothing more said, and they all followed the squire through the little porch and up to the big family pew in which they all sat. Here the squire took his place in one special corner, which he had occupied ever since his father's death, and from which he read the responses loudly and plainly, so loudly and plainly that the parish clerk could by no means equal him, though with emulous voice he still made the attempt.
"Squire'd like to be squire and parson and clerk and everything, so I would,"
the poor clerk would say when complaining of the ill usage which he suffered. If Lily's prayers were interrupted by her new sorrow, I think that her fault in that respect would be forgiven.
Of course she had known that Crosbie was not going to remain at Allington much longer. She knew quite as well as he did the exact day on which his leave of absence came to its end, and the hour at which it behoved him to walk into his room at the General Committee office. She had taught herself to think that he would remain with them up to the end of his vacation, and now she felt as a schoolboy would feel who was told suddenly, a day or two before the time, that the last week of his holidays was to be taken from him. The grievance would have been slight had she known it from the first, but what schoolboy could stand such a shock when the loss amounted to 2/3 of his remaining wealth? Lily did not blame her lover. She did not even think that he ought to stay. She would not allow herself to suppose that he could propose anything that was unkind. But she felt her loss, and more than once, as she knelt at her prayers, she wiped a hidden tear from her eyes. Crosbie also was thinking of his departure more than he should have done during Mr. Boyce's sermon. "It's easy listening to him," Mrs. Hearn used to say of her husband's successor. "It don't give one much trouble following him into his arguments." Mr. Crosbie perhaps found the difficulty greater than did Mrs. Hearn, and would have devoted his mind more perfectly to the discourse had the argument been deeper. It is very hard, that necessity of listening to a man who says nothing. On this occasion Crosbie ignored the necessity altogether, and gave up his mind to the consideration of what it might be expedient that he should say to Lily before he went. He remembered well those few words which he had spoken in the first ardour of his love,
pleading that an early day might be fixed for their marriage; and he remembered also how prettily Lily had yielded to him. "Only do not let it be too soon," she had said. Now he must unsay what he had then said. He must plead against his own pleadings, and explain to her that he desired to postpone the marriage rather than to hasten it; a task which, I presume, must always be an unpleasant one for any man engaged to be married. "I might as well do it at once," he said to himself, as he bobbed his head forward into his hands, by way of returning thanks for the termination of Mr. Boyce's sermon. As he had only 3 days left, it was certainly as well that he should do this at once. Seeing that Lily had no fortune, she could not in justice complain of a prolonged engagement. That was the argument which he used in his own mind, but he has often told himself that she would have very great ground of complaint if she were left for a day unnecessarily in doubt as to this matter. Why had he rashly spoken those hasty words to her in his love, betraying himself into all manner of scrapes, as a schoolboy might do, or such a one as Johnny Eames? What an ass he had been not to have remembered himself, and to have been collected, not to have bethought himself on the occasion of all that might be due to Adolphus Crosbie! And then the idea came upon him whether he had not altogether made himself an ass in this matter; and as he gave his arm to Lily outside the church door, he shrugged his shoulders while making that reflection. "It is too late now," he said to himself, and then turned round and made some sweet little loving speech to her. Adolphus Crosbie was a clever man, and he meant also to be a true man, if only the temptations to falsehood might not be too great for him. "Lily," he said to her, "will you walk in the fields after lunch?" Walk in the fields with him? Of course she would. There were only 3 days left, and would she not give up to him every moment of her time, if he would accept of all her moments? And then they lunched at the Small House, Mrs. Dale having promised to join the dinner party at the squire's table. The squire did not eat any lunch, excusing himself on the plea that lunch in itself was a bad thing. "He can eat lunch at his own house," Mrs. Dale afterwards said to Bell, "and I've often seen him take a glass of sherry." While thinking of this, Mrs. Dale made her own dinner. If her brother-in-law would not eat at her board, neither would she eat at his. And then, in a few minutes, Lily had on her hat, in place of that decorous church-going bonnet which Crosbie was wont to abuse with a lover's privilege, feeling well assured that he might say what he liked of the bonnet, as long as he would praise the hat. "Only 3 days," she said, as she walked down with him across the lawn at a quick pace; but she said it in a voice which made no complaint, which seemed to say simply this, that as the good time was to be so short, they must make the most of it; and what compliment could be paid to a man so sweet as that? What flattery could be more gratifying? All my earthly heaven is with you, and now, for the delight of these immediately present months or so, there are left to me but 3 days of this heaven. Come then, I will make the most of what happiness is given to me." Crosbie felt it all as she felt it, and recognized the extent of the debt he owed her. "I'll come down to them for a day at Christmas," though it be only for a day," he said to himself. Then he reflected that, as such was his intention, it might be well for him to open his present conversation with a promise to that effect. "Yes, Lily, there are only 3 days left now, but I wonder whether... I suppose you'll all be at home at Christmas?"
At home at Christmas? Of course we shall be at home. You don't mean to say you'll come to us?
"Well, I think I will, if you'll have me."
"Oh, that will make such a difference. Let me see, that will only be 3 months. And to have you here on Christmas Day! I would sooner have you then than on any other day in the year."
"It will only be for 1 day, Lily. I shall come to dinner on Christmas Eve, and must go away the day after."
"But you will come direct to our house?"
"If you can spare me a room."
"Of course we can. So we could now, only when you came, you know."
Then she looked up into his face and smiled. "When I came, I was the squire's friend, and your cousin's rather than yours. But that's all changed now."
"Yes, you're my friend now, mine specially. I'm to be now and always your own special dearest friend, Adolphus?"
And then she exacted from him the repetition of the promise which he had so often given her. By this time they had passed through the grounds of the great house, and were in the fields. "Lily," said he, speaking rather suddenly,
and making her feel by his manner that something of importance was to be said,
"I want to say a few words to you about business."
And he gave a little laugh as he spoke the last word, making her fully understand that he was not quite at his ease. "Of course I'll listen. And Adolphus, pray don't be afraid about me. What I mean is, don't think that I can't bear cares and troubles. I can bear anything as long as you love me. I say that because I'm afraid I seemed to complain about your going. I didn't mean to."
"I never thought you complained, dearest. Nothing can be better than you are at all times and in every way. A man would be very hard to please if you didn't please him."
"If I can only please you!"
"You do please me in everything. Dear Lily, I think I found an angel when I found you. But now about this business. Perhaps I'd better tell you everything."
"Oh yes, tell me everything."
"But then you mustn't misunderstand me. And if I talk about money, you mustn't suppose that it has anything to do with my love for you."
"I wish for your sake that I wasn't such a little pauper."
"What I mean to say is this, that if I seem to be anxious about money, you must not suppose that that anxiety bears any reference whatever to my affection for you. I should love you just the same, and look forward just as much to my happiness in marrying you, whether you were rich or poor. You understand that?"
She did not quite understand him, but she merely pressed his arm so as to encourage him to go on. She presumed that he intended to tell her something as to their future mode of life, something which he supposed it might not be pleasant for her to hear, and she was determined to show him that she would receive it pleasantly.
"You know," said he, "how anxious I have been that our marriage should not be delayed. To me, of course, it must be everything now to call you my own as soon as possible."
In answer to which little declaration of love, she merely pressed his arm again, the subject being one on which she had not herself much to say.
"Of course I must be very anxious, but I find it not so easy as I expected."
"You know what I said, Adolphus. I said that I thought we had better wait.
I'm sure mamma thinks so; and if we can only see you now and then—"
"That will be a matter of course. But as I was saying, let me see, yes, all that waiting will be intolerable to me. It is such a bore for a man, when he has made up his mind on such a matter as marriage, not to make the change at once, especially when he is going to take to himself such a little angel as you are."
And as he spoke these loving words, his arm was again put round her waist.
"But—"
and then he stopped.
He wanted to make her understand that this change of intention on his part was caused by the unexpected misconduct of her uncle. He desired that she should know exactly how the matter stood; that he had been led to suppose that her uncle would give her some small fortune; that he had been disappointed, and had a right to feel the disappointment keenly; and that in consequence of this blow to his expectations he must put off his marriage. But he wished her also to understand at the same time that this did not in the least mar his love for her; that he did not join her at all in her uncle's fault. All this he was anxious to convey to her, but he did not know how to get it said in a manner that would not be offensive to her personally, and that should not appear to accuse himself of sordid motives.
He had begun by declaring that he would tell her all, but sometimes it is not easy, that task of telling a person everything. There are things which will not get themselves told. "You mean, dearest," said she, "that you cannot afford to marry at once?"
"Yes, that is it. I had expected that I should be able, but—"
Did any man in love ever yet find himself able to tell the lady whom he loved that he was very much disappointed on discovering that she had got no money? If so, his courage, I should say, was greater than his love.
Crosbie found himself unable to do it, and thought himself cruelly used because of the difficulty. The delay to which he intended to subject her was occasioned, as he felt, by the squire, and not by himself. He was ready to do his part, if only the squire had been willing to do the part which properly belonged to him. The squire would not, and therefore neither could he, not as yet. Justice demanded that all this should be understood, but when he came to the telling of it, he found that the story would not form itself properly. He must let the thing go, and bear the injustice, consoling himself as best he might by the reflection that he at least was behaving well in the matter.
"It won't make me unhappy, Adolphus?"
"Will it not?" said he. "As regards myself, I own that I cannot bear the delay with so much indifference."
"Nay, my love, but you should not misunderstand me," she said, stopping and facing him on the path in which they were walking. "I suppose I ought to protest, according to the common rules, that I would rather wait. Young ladies are expected to say so. If you were pressing me to marry at once, I should say so, no doubt; but now, as it is, I will be more honest. I have only one wish in the world, and that is to be your wife, to be able to share everything with you. The sooner we can be together, the better it will be, at any rate for me. There, will that satisfy you?"
"My own Lily!"
"Yes, your own Lily. You shall have no cause to doubt me, dearest. But I do not expect that I am to have everything exactly as I want it. I say again that I shall not be unhappy in waiting. How can I be unhappy while I feel certain of your love? I was disappointed just now when you said that you were going so soon, and I am afraid I showed it. But those little things are more unendurable than the big things."
"Yes, that's very true."
"But there are 3 more days, and I mean to enjoy them so much; and then you will write to me, and you will come at Christmas, and next year, when you have your holiday, you will come down to us again, will you not?"
"You may be quite sure of that."
"And so the time will go by till it suits you to come and take me. I shall not be unhappy."
"I, at any rate, shall be impatient."
"Ah, men always are impatient. It is one of their privileges, I suppose; and I don't think that a man ever has the same positive and complete satisfaction in knowing that he is loved, which a girl feels. You are my bird that I have shot with my own gun, and the assurance of my success is sufficient for my happiness."
"You have bowled me over, and know that I can't get up again."
"I don't know about can't. I would let you up quick enough if you wished it."
How he made his loving assurance that he did not wish it,
never would or could wish it, the reader will readily understand.
And then he considered that he might as well leave all those money questions as they now stood. His real object had been to convince her that their joint circumstances did not admit of an immediate marriage, and as to that she completely understood him. Perhaps during the next 3 days some opportunity might arise for explaining the whole matter to Mrs. Dale. At any rate, he had declared his own purpose honestly, and no one could complain of him.
On the following day they all rode over to Guestwick together, the all consisting of the 2 girls with Bernard and Crosbie. Their object was to pay 2 visits: one to their very noble and highly exalted ally, the Lady Julia de Guest, and the other to their much humbler and better known friend, Mrs. Eames. As Guestwick Manor lay on their road into the town, they performed the grander ceremony the first. The present Earl de Guest, brother of that Lady Fanny who ran away with Major Dale, was an unmarried nobleman, who devoted himself chiefly to the breeding of cattle; and as he bred very good cattle, taking infinite satisfaction in the employment, devoting all his energies thereto, and abstaining from all prominently evil courses, it should be acknowledged that he was not a bad member of society. He was a thoroughgoing old Tory, whose proxy was always in the hand of the leader of his party, and who seldom himself went near the metropolis, unless called thither by some occasion of cattle showing. He was a short, stumpy man, with red cheeks and a round face, who was usually to be seen till dinner time dressed in a very old shooting coat, with breeches, gaiters, and very thick shoes. He lived generally out of doors, and was almost as great in the preserving of game as in the breeding of oxen. He knew every acre of his own estate, and every tree upon it, as thoroughly as a lady knows the ornaments in her drawing room. There was no gap in a fence of which he did not remember the exact bearings, no path hither or thither as to which he could not tell the why and the wherefore. He had been in his earlier years a poor man as regarded his income, very poor seeing that he was an earl, but he was not at present by any means an impoverished man, having been taught a lesson by the miseries of his father and grandfather, and having learnt to live within his means. Now, as he was going down the vale of years, men said that he was becoming rich, and that he had ready money to spend, a position in which no Lord de Guest had found himself for many generations back. His father and grandfather had been known as spendthrifts, and now men said that this earl was a miser. There was not much of nobility in his appearance, but they greatly mistook Lord de Guest, who conceived that on that account his pride of place was not dear to his soul. His peerage dated back to the time of King John, and there were but 3 lords in England whose patents had been conferred before his own.
He knew what privileges were due to him on behalf of his blood, and was not disposed to abate one jot of them. He was not loud in demanding them.
As he went through the world, he sent no trumpeters to the right or left, proclaiming that the Earl de Guest was coming. When he spread his board for his friends, which he did but on rare occasions, he entertained them simply, with a mild, tedious, old-fashioned courtesy. We may say that if properly treated, the Earl never walked over anybody.
But he could, if ill-treated, be grandly indignant, and if attacked, could hold his own against all the world. He knew himself to be every inch an earl, pottering about after his oxen with his muddy gaiters and red cheeks, as much as though he were glittering with stars in courtly royal ceremonies among his peers at Westminster. Nay, more of an earl than any of those who use their nobility for pageant purposes. Woe be to him who should mistake that old coat for a badge of rural degradation. Now and again some unlucky wight did make such a mistake, and had to do his penance very uncomfortably.
With the Earl lived a maiden sister, the Lady Julia. Bernard Dale's father had, in early life, run away with one sister, but no suitor had been fortunate enough to induce the Lady Julia to run with him. Therefore she still lived in maiden blessedness as mistress of Guestwick Manor,
and as such had no mean opinion of the high position which destiny had called upon her to fill.
She was a tedious, dull, virtuous old woman,
who gave herself infinite credit for having remained all her days in the home of her youth,
probably forgetting, in her present advanced years, that her temptations to leave it had not been strong or numerous.
She generally spoke of her sister Fanny with some little contempt, as though that poor lady had degraded herself in marrying a younger brother. She was as proud of her own position as was the Earl her brother,
but her pride was maintained with more of outward show and less of inward nobility.
It was hardly enough for her that the world should know that she was a De Guest,
and therefore she had assumed little pompous ways and certain airs of condescension which did not make her popular with her neighbours. The intercourse between Guestwick Manor and Allington was not very frequent or very cordial. Soon after the running away of the Lady Fanny, the two families had agreed to acknowledge their connection with each other, and to let it be known by the world that they were on friendly terms. Either that course was necessary to them, or the other course of letting it be known that they were enemies. Friendship was the less troublesome, and therefore the two families called on each other from time to time, and gave each other dinners about once a year.
The Earl regarded the squire as a man who had deserted his politics, and had thereby forfeited the respect due to him as an hereditary land magnate,
and the squire was wont to belittle the Earl as one who understood nothing of the outer world.
At Guestwick Manor, Bernard was to some extent a favourite. He was actually a relative, having in his veins blood of the De Guests, and was not the less a favourite because he was the heir to Allington, and because the blood of the Dales was older even than that of the noble family to which he was allied. When Bernard should come to be the squire, then indeed there might be cordial relations between Guestwick Manor and Allington, unless indeed the Earl's heir and the squire's heir should have some fresh cause of ill will between themselves. They found Lady Julia sitting in her drawing room alone, and introduced to her Mr. Crosbie in due form. The fact of Lily's engagement was of course known at the manor, and it was quite understood that her intended husband was now brought over that he might be looked at and approved.
Lady Julia made a very elaborate curtsy,
and expressed a hope that our young friend might be made happy in that sphere of life to which it had pleased God to call her.
"I hope I shall, Lady Julia," said Lily, with a little laugh. "At any rate, I mean to try."
"We all try, my dear, but many of us fail to try with sufficient energy of purpose. It is only by doing our duty that we can hope to be happy, whether in single life or in married."
"Miss Dale means to be a dragon of perfection in the performance of hers," said Crosbie.
"A dragon!"
said Lady Julia.
"No, I hope Miss Lily Dale will never become a dragon."
And then she turned to her nephew.
It may be as well to say at once that she never forgave Mr. Crosbie the freedom of the expression which he had used.
He had been in the drawing room of Guestwick Manor for 2 minutes only, and it did not become him to talk about dragons. "Bernard," she said, "I heard from your mother yesterday. I am afraid she does not seem to be very strong."
And then there was a little conversation, not very interesting in its nature, between the aunt and the nephew as to the general health of Lady Fanny.
"I didn't know my aunt was so unwell," said Bell.
"She isn't ill," said Bernard. "She never is ill, but then she is never well."
"Your aunt," said Lady Julia, seeming to put a touch of sarcasm into the tone of her voice as she repeated the word, "your aunt has never enjoyed good health since she left this house. But that is a long time ago."
"A very long time," said Crosbie, who was not accustomed to be left in his chair silent. "You, Dale, at any rate, can hardly remember it."
"But I can remember it," said Lady Julia, gathering herself up. "I can remember when my sister Fanny was recognized as the beauty of the country. It is a dangerous gift, that of beauty."
"Very dangerous," said Crosbie.
Then Lily laughed again, and Lady Julia became more angry than ever. What odious man was this, whom her neighbours were going to take into their very bosom? But she had heard of Mr. Crosbie before,
and Mr. Crosbie also had heard of her. "By the by, Lady Julia," said he, "I think I know some very dear friends of yours."
"Very dear friends is a very strong word. I have not many very dear friends."
"I mean the Gazebees. I have heard Mortimer Gazeby and Lady Amelia speak of you."
Whereupon Lady Julia confessed that she did know the Gazebees. Mr. Gazeby, she said, was a man who in early life had wanted many advantages, but still he was a very estimable person. He was now in Parliament, and she understood that he was making himself useful. She had not quite approved of Lady Amelia's marriage at the time, and so she had told her very old friend Lady de Courcy, but... And then Lady Julia said many words in praise of Mr. Gazeby, which seemed to amount to this: that he was an excellent sort of man, with a full conviction of the too great honour done to him by the earl's daughter who had married him, and a complete consciousness that even that marriage had not put him on a par with his wife's relations, or even with his wife.
And then it came out that Lady Julia, in the course of the next week, was going to meet the Gazebys at Courcy Castle. "I am delighted to think that I shall have the pleasure of seeing you there," said Crosbie.
"Indeed!" said Lady Julia.
"I am going to Courcy on Wednesday. That, I fear, will be too early to allow of my being of any service to your ladyship."
Lady Julia drew herself up, and declined the escort which Mr. Crosbie had seemed to offer. It grieved her to find that Lily Dale's future husband was an intimate friend of her friends, and it especially grieved her to find that he was now going to that friend's house. It was a grief to her,
and she showed that it was. It also grieved Crosbie to find that Lady Julia was to be a fellow guest with himself at Courcy Castle, but he did not show it. He expressed nothing but smiles and civil self-congratulation on the matter, pretending that he would have much delight in again meeting Lady Julia. But in truth he would have given much could he have invented any manoeuvre by which her ladyship might have been kept at home.
"What a horrid old woman she is!" said Lily, as they rode back down the avenue. "I beg your pardon, Bernard, for of course she is your aunt."
"Yes, she is my aunt, and though I am not very fond of her, I deny that she is a horrid old woman. She never murdered anybody, or robbed anybody, or stole away any other woman's lover."
"I should think not," said Lily.
"She says her prayers earnestly, I have no doubt," continued Bernard, "and gives away money to the poor, and would sacrifice tomorrow any desire of her own to her brother's wish. I acknowledge that she is ugly and pompous, and that, being a woman, she ought not to have such a long black beard on her upper lip."
"I don't care a bit about her beard," said Lily, "but why did she tell me to do my duty? I didn't go there to have a sermon preached to me." "And why did she talk about beauty being dangerous?" said Bell. "Of course we all knew what she meant." "I didn't know at all what she meant," said Lily, "and I don't know now."
"I think she's a charming woman, and I shall be especially civil to her at Lady de Courcy's," said Crosbie; and in this way, saying hard things of the poor old spinster whom they had left, they made their way into Guestwick, and again dismounted at Mrs. Eames's door. End of Chapter 12. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 31st of August 2021. Chapter 13 of The Small House at Allington, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A Visit to Guestwick. As the party from Allington rode up the narrow high street of Guestwick, and across the market square towards the small, respectable, but very dull row of new houses in which Mrs. Eames lived, the people of Guestwick were all aware that Miss Lily Dale was escorted by her future husband. The opinion that she had been a very fortunate girl was certainly general among the Guestwickians, though it was not always expressed in open or generous terms. It was a great match for her, some said, but shook their heads at the same time, hinting that Mr. Crosbie's life in London was not all that it should be, and suggesting that she might have been more safe had she been content to bestow herself upon some country neighbour of less dangerous pretensions. Others declared that it was no such great match after all. They knew his income to a penny, and believed that the young people would find it very difficult to keep a house in London, unless the old squire intended to assist them. But nevertheless Lily was envied as she rode through the town with her handsome lover by her side, and she was very happy. I will not deny that she had some feeling of triumphant satisfaction in the knowledge that she was envied. Such a feeling on her part was natural, and is natural to all men and women who are conscious that they have done well in the adjustment of their own affairs. As she herself had said, he was her bird, the spoil of her own gun, the product of such capacity as she had in her, on which she was to live, and if possible to thrive during the remainder of her life. Lily fully recognised the importance of the thing she was doing, and, in soberest guise, had thought much of this matter of marriage. But the more she thought of it, the more satisfied she was that she was doing well.
And yet she knew that there was a risk. He who was now everything to her might die. Nay, it was possible that he might be other than she thought him to be, that he might neglect her, desert her, or misuse her. But she had resolved to trust in everything, and having so trusted, she would not provide for herself any possibility of retreat. Her ship should go out into the middle ocean, beyond all ken of the secure port from which it had sailed. Her army should fight its battle with no hope of other safety than that which victory gives. All the world might know that she loved him, if all the world chose to inquire about the matter. She triumphed in her lover, and did not deny, even to herself, that she was triumphant. Mrs. Eames was delighted to see them. It was so good in Mr. Crosbie to come over and call upon such a poor forlorn woman as her, and so good in Captain Dale, so good also in the dear girls, who at the present moment had so much to make them happy at home at Allington. Little things, accounted as bare civilities by others, were esteemed as great favours by Mrs. Eames. And dear Mrs. Dale, I hope she was not fatigued when we kept her up the other night so unconscionably late. Bell and Lily both assured her that their mother was none the worse for what she had gone through, and then Mrs. Eames got up and left the room, with the declared purpose of looking for John and Mary, but bent in truth on the production of some cake and sweet wine, which she kept under lock and key in the little parlour.
"Don't let's stay here very long,"
whispered Crosbie. "No, not very long," said Lily. "But when you come to see my friends, you mustn't be in a hurry, Mr. Crosbie."
"He had his turn with Lady Julia," said Bell, "and we must have ours now."
"At any rate, Mrs. Eames won't tell us to do our duty, and to beware of being too beautiful," said Lily. Mary and John came into the room before their mother returned. Then came Mrs. Eames, and a few minutes afterwards the cake and wine arrived. It certainly was rather dull, as none of the party seemed to be at their ease. The grandeur of Mr. Crosbie was too great for Mrs. Eames and her daughter, and John was almost silenced by the misery of his position. He had not yet answered Miss Roper's letter, nor had he even made up his mind whether he would answer it or no. And then the sight of Lily's happiness did not fill him with all that friendly joy which he should perhaps have felt as the friend of her childhood. To tell the truth, he hated Crosbie, and so he had told himself, and had so told his sister also very frequently since the day of the party. "I tell you what it is, Molly," he had said, "if there was any way of doing it, I'd fight that man." "What, and make Lily wretched? She'll never be happy with him. I'm sure she won't. I don't want to do her any harm, but yet I'd like to fight that man, if I only knew how to manage it." And then he bethought himself that if they could both be slaughtered in such an encounter, it would be the only fitting termination to the present state of things. In that way, too, there would be an escape from Amelia, and at the present moment he saw none other. When he entered the room, he shook hands with all the party from Allington, but, as he told his sister afterwards, his flesh crept when he touched Crosbie.
Crosbie, as he contemplated the Eames family sitting stiff and ill at ease in their own drawing-room chairs, made up his mind that it would be well that his wife should see as little of John Eames as might be when she came to London. Not that he was in any way jealous of her lover. He had learned everything from Lily, all at least that Lily knew, and regarded the matter rather as a good joke. "Don't see him too often," he had said to her,
for fear he should make an ass of himself.
Lily had told him everything, all that she could tell, but yet he did not in the least comprehend that Lily had in truth a warm affection for the young man
whom he despised. "Thank you, no," said Crosbie. "I never do take wine in the middle of the day."
"But a bit of cake?"
And Mrs. Eames, by her look, implored him to do her so much honour.
She implored Captain Dale also,
but they were both inexorable.
I do not know that the two girls were at all more inclined to eat and drink than the two men, but they understood that Mrs. Eames would be broken-hearted if no one partook of her delicacies. The little sacrifices of society are all made by women, as are also the great sacrifices of life. A man who is good for anything is always ready for his duty, and so is a good woman always ready for a sacrifice.
"We really must go now," said Bell, "because of the horses." And under this excuse they got away.
"You will come over before you go back to London, John?"
said Lily, as he came out with the intention of helping her mount, from which purpose, however, he was forced to recede by the iron will of Mr. Crosbie.
"Yes, I'll come over again before I go. Goodbye."
"Goodbye, John," said Bell. "Goodbye, Eames," said Captain Dale.
Crosbie, as he seated himself in the saddle, made the very slightest sign of recognition, to which his rival would not condescend to pay any attention. "I'll manage to have a fight with him in some way," said Eames to himself, as he walked back through the passage of his mother's house.
And Crosbie, as he settled his feet in the stirrups, felt that he disliked the young man more and more.
It would be monstrous to suppose that there could be aught of jealousy in the feeling.
And yet he did dislike him very strongly, and felt almost angry with Lily for asking him to come again to Allington. "I must put an end to all that," he said to himself, as he rode silently out of town.
"You must not snub my friends, sir," said Lily, smiling as she spoke, but yet with something of earnestness in her voice. They were out of the town by this time, and Crosbie had hardly uttered a word since they had left Mrs. Eames's door. They were now on the high road, and Bell and Bernard Dale were somewhat in advance of them.
"I never snub anybody," said Crosbie petulantly. "That is, unless they have absolutely deserved snubbing."
"And have I deserved it? Because I seem to have got it," said Lily.
"Nonsense, Lily. I never snubbed you yet, and I don't think it likely that I shall begin. But you ought not to accuse me of not being civil to your friends. In the first place, I am as civil to them as my nature will allow me to be, and in the second place—"
"Well, in the second place?"
"I am not quite sure that you are very wise to encourage that young man's friendship just at present."
"That means, I suppose, that I am very wrong to do so."
"No, dearest, it does not mean that. If I meant so, I would tell you so honestly. I mean just what I say. There can, I suppose, be no doubt that he has filled himself with some kind of romantic attachment for you, a foolish kind of love, which I don't suppose he ever expected to gratify, but the idea of which lends a sort of grace to his life. When he meets some young woman fit to be his wife, he will forget all about it, but till then he will go about fancying himself a despairing lover, And then such a young man as John Eames is very apt to talk of his fancies. I don't believe for a moment that he would mention my name to any one. But, Lily, perhaps I may know more of young men than you do."
"Yes, of course you do."
"And I can assure you that they are generally too well inclined to make free with the names of girls whom they think that they like. You must not be surprised if I am unwilling that any man should make free with your name."
After this, Lily was silent for a minute or two. She felt that an injustice was being done to her, and she was not inclined to put up with it, but she could not quite see where the injustice lay. A great deal was owing from her to Crosbie. In very much she was bound to yield to him, and she was anxious to do on his behalf even more than her duty. But yet she had a strong conviction that it would not be well that she should give way to him in everything. She wished to think as he thought as far as possible, but she could not say that she agreed with him when she knew that she differed from him. John Eames was an old friend whom she could not abandon, and so much at the present time she felt herself obliged to say. "But, Adolphus—"
"Well, dearest?"
"You would not wish me to be unkind to so very old a friend as John Eames? I have known him all my life, and we have, all of us, had a very great regard for the whole family. His father was my uncle's most particular friend."
"I think, Lily, you must understand what I mean. I don't want you to quarrel with any of them, or to be what you call unkind; but you need not give special and pressing invitations to this young man to come and see you before he goes back to London, and then to come and see you directly you get to London. You tell me that he has some kind of romantic idea of being in love with you, of being in despair because you are not in love with him. It's all great nonsense, no doubt, but it seems to me that under such circumstances you'd better just leave him alone."
Again Lily was silent. These were her 3 last days, in which it was her intention to be especially happy, but above all things to make him especially happy. On no account would she say to him sharp words, or encourage in her own heart a feeling of animosity against him. And yet she believed him to be wrong, and so believing could hardly bring herself to bear the injury. Such was her nature as a Dale, and let it be remembered that very many who can devote themselves for great sacrifices cannot bring themselves to the endurance of little injuries. Lily could have given up any gratification for her lover, but she could not allow herself to have been in the wrong, believing herself to have been in the right. "I have asked him now, and he must come," she said.
"But do not press him to come any more."
"Certainly not, after what you have said, Adolphus. If he comes over to Allington, he will see me in mamma's house, to which he has always been made welcome by her. Of course I understand perfectly—"
"You understand what, Lily?"
But she had stopped herself, fearing that she might say that which would be offensive to him if she continued.
"What is it you understand, Lily?"
"Do not press me to go on, Adolphus. As far as I can, I will do all that you want me to do."
"You meant to say that when you find yourself an inmate of my house, as a matter of course you could not ask your own friends to come and see you. Was that gracious?" Whatever I may have meant to say, I did not say that, nor in truth did I mean it. Pray don't go on about it now. These are to be our last days, you know, and we shouldn't waste them by talking of things that are unpleasant. After all, poor Johnny Eames is nothing to me. Nothing, nothing. How can anyone be anything to me when I think of you?
But even this did not bring Crosbie back at once into a pleasant humour. Had Lily yielded to him, and confessed that he was right, he would have made himself at once as pleasant as the sun in May. But this she had not done. She had simply abstained from her argument because she did not choose to be vexed, and had declared her continued purpose of seeing Eames on his promised visit. Crosbie would have had her acknowledge herself wrong, and would have delighted in the privilege of forgiving her.
But Lily Dale was one who did not greatly relish forgiveness, or any necessity of being forgiven.
So they rode on, if not in silence, without much joy in their conversation. It was now late on the Monday afternoon, and Crosbie was to go early on the Wednesday morning. What if these 3 last days should come to be marred with such terrible drawbacks as these? Bernard Dale had not spoken a word to his cousin of his suit since they had been interrupted by Crosbie and Lily as they were lying on the bank by the ha-ha. He had danced with her again and again at Mrs. Dale's party, and had seemed to revert to his old modes of conversation without difficulty. Bell, therefore, had believed the matter to be over, and was thankful to her cousin, declaring within her own bosom that the whole matter should be treated by her as though it had never happened. To no one, not even to her mother, would she tell it. To such reticence she bound herself for his sake, feeling that he would be best pleased that it should be so. But now, as they rode on together, far in advance of the other couple, he again returned to the subject.
"Bell," said he, "am I to have any hope?" "Any hope as to what, Bernard?" "I hardly know whether a man is bound to take a single answer on such a subject; but this I know, that if a man's heart is concerned, he is not very willing to do so." "When that answer has been given honestly and truly—"
"Oh, no doubt. I don't at all suppose that you were dishonest or false when you refused to allow me to speak to you."
"But, Bernard, I did not refuse to allow you to speak to me."
"Something very like it. But, however, I have no doubt you were true enough. But, Bell, why should it be so? If you were in love with any one else, I could understand it."
"I am not in love with any one else."
"Exactly. And there are so many reasons why you and I should join our fortunes together."
"It cannot be a question of fortune, Bernard."
"Do listen to me. Do let me speak, at any rate. I presume I may at least suppose that you do not dislike me."
"Oh, no."
"And though you might not be willing to accept any man's hand merely on a question of fortune, surely the fact that our marriage would be in every way suitable as regards money should not set you against it. Of my own love for you I will not speak further, as I do not doubt that you believe what I say; but should you not question your own feelings very closely before you determine to oppose the wishes of all those who are nearest to you?"
"Do you mean mamma, Bernard?"
"Not her especially, though I cannot but think she would like a marriage that would keep all the family together.
and would give you an equal claim to the property to that which I have."
"That would not have a feather's weight with mamma."
"Have you asked her?"
"No, I have mentioned the matter to no one."
"Then you cannot know. And as to my uncle, I have the means of knowing that it is the great desire of his life. I must say that I think some consideration for him should induce you to pause before you give a final answer, even though no consideration for me should have any weight with you."
"I would do more for you than for him, much more."
"Then do this for me. Allow me to think that I have not yet had an answer to my proposal. Give me to this day month, to Christmas, till any time that you like to name, so that I may think that it is not yet settled, and may tell Uncle Christopher that such is the case."
"Bernard, it would be useless."
"It would at any rate show him that you are willing to think of it."
"But I am not willing to think of it, not in that way. I do know my own mind thoroughly, and I should be very wrong if I were to deceive you."
"And you wish me to give that as your only answer to my uncle?"
"To tell the truth, Bernard, I do not much care what you may say to my uncle in this matter. He can have no right to interfere in the disposal of my hand, and therefore I need not regard his wishes on the subject. I will explain to you in one word what my feelings are about it. I would accept no man in opposition to mamma's wishes, but not even for her could I accept any man in opposition to my own. But as concerns my uncle, I do not feel myself called on to consult him in any way on such a matter." "And yet he is the head of our family." "I don't care anything about the family, not in that way."
"And he has been very generous to you all."
"That I deny. He has not been generous to mamma. He is very hard and ungenerous to mamma. He lets her have that house because he is anxious that the Dales should seem to be respectable before the world, and she lives in it because she thinks it better for us that she should do so. If I had my way, she should leave it to morrow, or at any rate as soon as Lily is married. I would much sooner go into Guestwick and live as the Eames do."
"I think you are ungrateful, Bell."
"No, I am not ungrateful; and as to consulting, Bernard, I should be much more inclined to consult you than him about my marriage. If you would let me look on you altogether as a brother, I should think little of promising to marry no one whom you did not approve."
But such an agreement between them would by no means have suited Bernard's views. He had thought some 4 or 5 weeks back that he was not personally very anxious for this match. He had declared to himself that he liked his cousin well enough, that it would be a good thing for him to settle himself, that his uncle was reasonable in his wishes and sufficiently liberal in his offers, and that therefore he would marry. It had hardly occurred to him as probable that his cousin would reject so eligible an offer, and had certainly never occurred to him that he would have to suffer anything from such rejection. He had entertained none of that feeling of which lovers speak when they declare that they are staking their all upon the hazard of a die. It had not seemed to him that he was staking anything, as he gently told his tale of languid love lying on the turf by the ha-ha. He had not regarded the possibility of disappointment, of sorrow, and of a deeply vexed mind. He would have felt but little triumph if accepted, and had not thought that he could be humiliated by any rejection. In this frame of mind he had gone to his work, but now he found, to his own surprise, that this girl's answer had made him absolutely unhappy. Having expressed a wish for this thing, the very expression of the wish made him long to possess it. He found, as he rode along silently by her side, that he was capable of more earnestness of desire than he had known himself to possess. He was, at this moment, unhappy, disappointed, anxious, distrustful of the future, and more intent on one special toy than he had ever been before, even as a boy. He was vexed, and felt himself to be sore at heart. He looked round at her as she sat silent, quiet, and somewhat sad upon her pony, and declared to himself that she was very beautiful, that she was a thing to be gained, if there still might be the possibility of gaining her. He felt that he really loved her, and yet he was almost angry with himself for so feeling. Why had he subjected himself to this numbing weakness? His love had never given him any pleasure. Indeed, he had never hitherto acknowledged it, but now he was driven to do so on finding it to be the source of trouble and pain. I think it is open to us to doubt whether, even yet, Bernard Dale was in love with his cousin, whether he was not rather in love with his own desire. But against himself he found a verdict that he was in love, and was angry with himself and with all the world. "Ah, Belle," he said, coming close up to her, "I wish you could understand how I love you." And as he spoke, his cousin, unconsciously, recognized more of affection in his tone, and less of that spirit of bargaining which had seemed to pervade all his former pleas, than she had ever found before. "And do I not love you? Have I not offered to be to you in all respects as a sister?"
"That is nothing. Such an offer to me now is simply laughing at me. Belle, I tell you what, I will not give you up. The fact is, you do not know me yet, not know me as you must know any man before you choose him for your husband. You and Lily are not alike in this. You are cautious, doubtful of yourself, and perhaps also somewhat doubtful of others. My heart is set upon this, and I shall still try to succeed."
"Ah, Bernard, do not say that. Believe me when I tell you that it can never be."
"No, I will not believe you. I will not allow myself to be made utterly wretched. I tell you fairly that I will not believe you. I may surely hope, if I choose to hope. No, Belle, I will never give you up, unless indeed I should see you become another man's wife."
As he said this, they all turned in through the squire's gate, and rode up to the yard in which it was their habit to dismount from their horses. End of chapter 13. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 7th of October 2021. Chapter 14 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. John Eames takes a walk. John Eames watched the party of cavaliers as they rode away from his mother's door, and then started upon a solitary walk as soon as the noise of the horses' hoofs had passed away out of the street. He was by no means happy in his mind as he did so. Indeed, he was overwhelmed with care and trouble, and as he went along, very gloomy thoughts passed through his mind. Had he not better go to Australia, or Vancouver's Island, or I will not name the places which the poor fellow suggested to himself, as possible terminations of the long journeys which he might not improbably be called upon to take. That very day, just before the Dales had come in, he had received a second letter from his darling Amelia, written very closely upon the heels of the first. Why had he not answered her? Was he ill? Was he untrue? No, she would not believe that, and therefore fell back upon the probability of his illness. If it was so, she would rush down to see him. Nothing on earth should keep her from the bedside of her betrothed. If she did not get an answer from her beloved John by return of post, she would be down with him at Guestwick by the express train. Here was a position for such a young man as John Eames. And of Amelia Roper we may say that she was a young woman who would not give up her game as long as the least chance remained of her winning it. I must go somewhere, John said to himself, as he put on his slouched hat and wandered forth through the back streets of Guestwick. What would his mother say when she heard of Amelia Roper? What would she say when she saw her? He walked away towards the manor, so that he might roam about the Guestwick woods in solitude. There was a path with a stile leading off from the high road about half a mile beyond the lodges through which the Dales had ridden up to the house, and by this path John Eames turned in and went away till he had left the manor house behind him, and was in the centre of the Guestwick woods. He knew the whole ground well, having roamed there ever since he was first allowed to go forth upon his walks alone. He had thought of Lily Dale by the hour together, as he had lost himself among the oak trees; but in those former days he had thought of her with some pleasure. Now he could only think of her as of one gone from him for ever. And then he had also to think of her whom he had taken to himself in Lily's place. Young men, very young men, men so young that it may be almost a question whether or no they have as yet reached their manhood, are more inclined to be earnest and thoughtful when alone than they ever are when with others, even though those others be their elders. I fancy that, as we grow old ourselves, we are apt to forget that it was so with us, and forgetting it, we do not believe that it is so with our children. We constantly talk of the thoughtlessness of youth. I do not know whether we might not more appropriately speak of its thoughtfulness. It is, however, no doubt true that thought will not at once produce wisdom. It may almost be a question whether such wisdom as many of us have in our mature years has not come from the dying out of the power of temptation rather than as the results of thought and resolution. Men full-fledged and at their work are for the most part too busy for much thought, but lads, on whom the work of the world has not yet fallen with all its pressure, they have time for thinking. And thus John Eames was thoughtful. They who knew him best accounted him to be a gay, good-hearted, somewhat reckless young man, open to temptation, but also open to good impressions, as to whom no great success could be predicated, but of whom his friends might fairly hope that he might so live as to bring upon them no disgrace and not much trouble. But above all things they would have called him thoughtless. In so calling him they judged him wrong. He was ever thinking much of the world as it appeared to him, and of himself as he appeared to the world, and thinking also of things beyond the world. What was to be his fate here and hereafter? Lily Dale was gone from him, and Amelia Roper was hanging round his neck like a millstone. What, under such circumstances, was to be his fate here and hereafter? We may say that the difficulties in his way were not as yet very great. As to Lily, indeed, he had no room for hope. But then his love for Lily had perhaps been a sentiment rather than a passion. Most young men have to go through that disappointment, and are enabled to bear it without much injury to their prospects or happiness, and in after life the remembrance of such love is a blessing rather than a curse, enabling the possessor of it to feel that in those early days there was something within him of which he had no cause to be ashamed. I do not pity John Eames much in regard to Lily Dale. And then, as to Amelia Roper, had he achieved but a tithe of that lady's experience in the world, or possessed a quarter of her audacity, surely such a difficulty as that need not have stood much in his way. What could Amelia do to him if he fairly told her that he was not minded to marry her? In very truth, he had never promised to do so. He was in no way bound to her, not even by honour. Honour, indeed, with such as her! But men are cowards before women until they become tyrants, and are easy dupes till of a sudden they recognize the fact that it is pleasanter to be the victimizer than the victim, and as easy. There are men indeed who never learn the latter lesson. But though the cause for fear was so slight, poor John Eames was thoroughly afraid. Little things which, in connection with so deep a sorrow as his, it is almost ridiculous to mention, added to his embarrassments, and made an escape from them seem to him to be impossible. He could not return to London without going to Burton Crescent, because his clothes were there, and because he owed to Mrs. Roper some small sum of money, which on his return to London he would not have immediately in his pocket. He must therefore meet Amelia, and he knew that he had not the courage to tell a girl face to face that he did not love her, after he had been once induced to say that he did do so. His boldest conception did not go beyond the writing of a letter in which he would renounce her, and removing himself altogether from that quarter of the town in which Burton Crescent was situated. But then, about his clothes, and that debt of his, and what if Amelia should in the meantime come down to Guestwick and claim him? Could he, in his mother's presence, declare that she had no right to make such claim? The difficulties, in truth, were not very great, but they were too heavy for that poor young clerk from the income tax office. You will declare that he must have been a fool and a coward. Yet he could read and understand Shakespeare. He knew much, by far too much, of Byron's poetry by heart. He was a deep critic, often writing down his criticisms in a lengthy journal which he kept. He could write quickly and with understanding, and I may declare that men at his office had already ascertained that he was no fool. He knew his business and could do it, as many men failed to do who were much less foolish before the world. And as to that matter of cowardice, he would have thought it the greatest blessing in the world to be shut up in a room with Crosbie, having permission to fight with him till one of them should have been brought by stress of battle to give up his claim to Lily Dale. Eames was no coward. He feared no man on earth, but he was terribly afraid of Amelia Roper. He wandered about through the old manor woods, very ill at ease. The post from Guestwick went out at 7, and he must at once make up his mind whether or no he would write to Amelia on that day. He must also make up his mind as to what he would say to her. He felt that he should at least answer her letter, let his answer be what it might. Should he promise to marry her, say in 10 or 12 years' time? Should he tell her that he was a blighted being, unfit for love, and with humility entreat of her that he might be excused? Or should he write to her mother, telling her that Burton Crescent would not suit him any longer, promising her to send the balance on receipt of his next payment, and asking her to send his clothes in a bundle to the income tax office? Or should he go home to his own mother and boldly tell it all to her? He at last resolved that he must write the letter, and as he composed it in his mind, he sat himself down beneath an old tree which stood on a spot at which many of the forest tracks met and crossed each other. The letter, as he framed it here, was not a bad letter, if only he could have got it written and posted. Every word of it he chose with precision, and in his mind he emphasized every expression which told his mind clearly and justified his purpose. He acknowledged himself to have been wrong in misleading his correspondent, and allowing her to imagine that she possessed his heart. He had not a heart at her disposal. He had been weak not to write to her before, having been deterred from doing so by the fear of giving her pain. But now he felt that he was bound in honour to tell her the truth. Having so told her, he would not return to Burton Crescent if it would pain her to see him there. He would always have a deep regard for her, oh Johnny, and would hope anxiously that her welfare in life might be complete. That was the letter as he wrote it on the tablets of his mind under the tree. But the getting it put onto paper was a task, as he knew, of greater difficulty. Then, as he repeated it to himself, he fell asleep.
"Young man,"
said a voice in his ears as he slept. At first the voice spoke as a voice from his dream, without waking him, but when it was repeated he sat up and saw that a stout gentleman was standing over him. For a moment he did not know where he was, or how he had come there, nor could he recollect, as he saw the trees about him, how long he had been in the wood. But he knew the stout gentleman well enough, though he had not seen him for more than 2 years.
"Young man," said the voice, "if you want to catch rheumatism, that's the way to do it. Why, it's young Eames, isn't it?"
"Yes, my lord," said Johnny, raising himself up so that he was now sitting instead of lying, as he looked up into the earl's rosy face.
"I knew your father, and a very good man he was, only he shouldn't have taken to farming. People think they can farm without learning the trade, but that's a very great mistake. I can farm because I've learnt it. Don't you think you'd better get up?"
Whereupon Johnny raised himself to his feet.
"Not but what you're very welcome to lie there if you like it. Only in October, you know."
"I'm afraid I'm trespassing, my lord," said Eames. "I came in off the path, and—"
"You're welcome. You're very welcome. If you'll come up to the house, I'll give you some luncheon."
This hospitable offer, however, Johnny declined, alleging that it was late, and that he was going home to dinner.
"Come along," said the earl. "You can't go any shorter way than by the house. Dear, dear, how well I remember your father. He was a much cleverer man than I am, very much, but he didn't know how to send a beast to market any better than a child. By the by, they have put you into a public office, haven't they?"
"Yes, my lord."
"And a very good thing too, a very good thing indeed. But why were you asleep in the wood? It isn't warm, you know. I call it rather cold."
And the earl stopped and looked at him, scrutinizing him, as though resolved to inquire into so deep a mystery. "I was taking a walk and thinking of something. I sat down."
"Leave of absence, I suppose?"
"Yes, my lord."
Have you got into trouble? You look as though you were in trouble. Your poor father used to be in trouble."
"I haven't taken to farming," said Johnny, with an attempt at a smile.
"Oh, quite right. No, don't take to farming. Unless you learn it, you know, you might just as well take to shoemaking. Just the same. You haven't got into trouble then, eh?"
"No, my lord, not particularly."
"Not particularly. I know very well that young men do get into trouble when they get up to London. If you want any advice or that sort of thing, you may come to me, for I knew your father well. Do you like shooting?"
"I never did shoot anything."
"Well, perhaps better not. To tell the truth, I'm not very fond of young men who take to shooting without having anything to shoot at. By the by, now I think of it, I'll send your mother some game."
It may, however, here be fair to mention that game very often came from Guestwick Manor to Mrs. Eames.
"And look here, cold pheasant for breakfast is the best thing I know of. Pheasants at dinner are rubbish, mere rubbish. Here we are at the house. Will you come in and have a glass of wine?"
But this John Eames declined, pleasing the earl better by doing so than he would have done by accepting it. Not that the lord was inhospitable or insincere in his offer, but he preferred that such a one as John Eames should receive his proffered familiarity without too much immediate assurance.
He felt that Eames was a little in awe of his companion's rank, and he liked him the better for it. And was a man apt to remember his likings. If you won't come in, good-bye."
And he gave Johnny his hand. "Good evening, my lord," said Johnny.
"And remember this, it is the deuce of a thing to have rheumatism in your loins. I wouldn't go to sleep under a tree if I were you, not in October. But you are always welcome to go anywhere about the place."
"Thank you, my lord."
"And if you should take to shooting, but I dare say you won't, and if you come to trouble and want advice, or that sort of thing, write to me. I knew your father well."
And so they parted, Eames returning on his road towards Guestwick. For some reason which he could not define, he felt better after his interview with the earl. There had been something about the fat, good-natured, sensible old man which had cheered him in spite of his sorrow. "Pheasants for dinner are rubbish, mere rubbish," he said to himself over and over again as he went along the road, and they were the first words which he spoke to his mother after entering the house. "I wish we had some of that sort of rubbish," said she. "So you will to-morrow." And then he described to her his interview. "The earl was at any rate quite right about lying upon the ground. I wonder you can be so foolish. And he is right about your poor father too. But you have got to change your boots, and we shall be ready for dinner almost immediately." But Johnny Eames, before he sat down to dinner, did write his letter to Amelia, and did go out to post it with his own hands, much to his mother's annoyance. But the letter would not get itself written in that strong and appropriate language which had come to him as he was roaming through the woods. It was a bald letter, and somewhat cowardly withal. "Dear Amelia," the letter ran, "I have received both of yours, and did not answer the first because I felt that there was a difficulty in expressing what I wished to say, and now it will be better that you should allow the subject to stand over till I am back in town. I shall be there in 10 days from this. I have been quite well, and am so, but of course am much obliged by your inquiries. I know you will think this very cold, but when I tell you everything, you will agree with me that it is best. If I were to marry, I know that we should be unhappy because we should have nothing to live on. If I have ever said anything to deceive you, I beg your pardon with all my heart; but perhaps it will be better to let the subject remain till we shall meet again in London. Believe me to be your most sincere friend, and I may say admirer, Oh, John Eames. John Eames. End of chapter 14. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 20th of October 2021.